Order à l'ordre. The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Bonjour.
Good morning.
Welcome to day 2. Bienvenue à la deuxième journée and our first day of live witnesses. Before I call on the witnesses, there are just a couple of matters I want to raise. The first is let the public and the media know in particular with respect to exhibits. I may have misled people yesterday in calling exhibits 1, 2, and 3. As the parties know, the documents that become exhibits are put into the database that's available to the public in accordance with their unique document number and not as exhibits. And it's important to know that all the exhibits that go into the database that's available to the public, all the documents are not necessarily referred to in the hearing, in the sense that there are many documents that will become part of the record either because they were referred to in the overview reports you heard yesterday, so that not only the overview report goes into the record, but all of the documentation that supports that. Same thing for other types of reports or affidavits or witness statements. When they go into evidence, what we have arranged, if you like, is that all the backup goes in so that the full record will be composed not only of documents referred to here, but documents referred to in the backup documentation. So a little bit complicated, but it's simply to alert the media and the public that when you go to the website of the commission, you'll find a lot of more documents that back up the statements and the evidence. The parties know this because the parties have been provided these documents, have reviewed them, and they may question witnesses about them. But it's a much more fulsome record because of the timelines we have. We couldn't spend days noting documents and putting in all of that evidence. The contentious evidence you will hear at the hearing. Don't worry about that. The parties will ensure that. La deuxième chose que j'aimerais
The second point I'd like to address is that it is prohibited to record or broadcast or stream from your phones in the room or on other devices.
live streamed by the commission, but people should not be doing this from their own phones. So with that brief introduction, this according to the schedule will be a busy day. If it goes according to plan, we will not finish before 7 o'clock tonight. So let's get started as soon as possible because we have scheduled a full day. It can be shorter if people shorten their cross-examinations, but obviously the times have been allocated and we'll hold people to it. So, Commission Council ready to go. Mr. Rodriguez.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Natalia Rodriguez. As you know, I'm Senior Commission Counsel to this commission. And I am going to be calling our first witnesses to the commission, Ms. Victoria de la Ronde and Ms. Zexi Lee.
Ms. de la Ronde, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Religious document, please.
We have the Bible, the Quran.
The Bible, please.
Please take the Bible and hold it in your right hand.
Does it need to be facing the right way?
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
My name is Victoria Delaronde, and Victoria, Victoria, and Delaronde is 3 words, capital DE, capital LA, capital RONDE.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I swear.
Ms. Lee, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I would like to affirm, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
My full name is Zexi Lee, spelled Zexi, last name Li.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, I affirm.
Thank you.
Okay, the witnesses have been sworn.
Thank you very much.
Just give a moment to registrar to take back the Bible. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Ms. Lee. Good morning, Ms. de la Ronde. Can you both confirm that you are residents of Ottawa?
Yes, I am a resident of Ottawa.
Yes, I am a resident of Ottawa.
And Ms. de la Ronde, are you retired?
Yes, I am retired.
And Ms. Lee, what do you do for a living?
I am a federal public servant.
And do you both live alone?
Yes,
Yes.
And were you both in Ottawa during the protests of January and February of 2022?
yes.
Yes.
Now, I want to speak a little bit about the impacts that living through the protests of January and February had on both of you. Ms. de la Ronde, can you describe for the commissioner what was the impact, if any, on your physical well-being?
The impact on my physical well-being is quite extensive. I certainly, during the experience, had difficulty sleeping. I had an effect on my lungs and my throat because of the fumes and other smells. And I also have long-term effects.
Can you describe those for us?
The long-term effects are loss of hearing, loss of balance, some vertigo, triggered by the sound of any horn now, triggered by certain music, as the music was very loud, and a physical trigger when I get a smell of gas. Both my throat and lungs start to feel infected. I had also a phantom horn blowing as an experience for a number of weeks after.
And to what do you attribute these physical impacts that you experienced?
Certainly, I attribute it to the very, very loud and constant noise from the horns, from the music, from the idling trucks. Even when the horns abated for a minute or two, the trucks idled. The trucks idled all night. And so it just was an assault on my hearing. And I can certainly tell now that there is a diminished function. I was able before to listen to media, for example, at a normal level of, say, 4. Now I have to turn it to 6.
And so can you confirm that you lived in the Centertown area or the downtown area? Maybe just give us a general sense of your location.
Yes, I am near to Laurier.
Okay. And what was the impact, if any, on your mental well-being?
Well, certainly, as I mentioned, it was such an experience of helplessness, especially during the event, where the horn blowing was so loud and continuous. There was absolutely no place for me to go in my own unit. There was no place that had any less sound. I checked different rooms to see, well, maybe I can sleep on the floor here. There was no place that had a diminished sound. And if there was, it wasn't a space like a closet that was big enough to sleep in. There was just no escape to that. So I felt trapped and helpless during that. During the fireworks, when the debris from the fireworks sprayed against my windows, I was just terrified that they would break any minute, because I thought, how could I do something, and what could I do at midnight, and who could come at midnight? And this is February. A broken window would have been pretty disastrous. So there was a lot of anxiety and discomfort.
And do these impacts on your mental well-being continue to this day, or have they abated?
Certainly, they have, some have abated, yes, and I work very hard for that in terms of on the mental well-being. It's still, I jump a lot when I hear a loud horn. And also when I get this smell of gas, definitely I have a physical reaction, which is quite distressing.
And Ms. Leah, I will ask you the same thing. What was the impact, if any, on your physical well-being of living through the protests of January and February of this year?
During the time of the occupation, I struggle to call it a protest because I know what a protest is, but it was incredibly difficult to get anything done because of the noise. There was a significant impact on things like focus and, just even living day to day. Sleep deprivation was one of the first things that affected me personally, and it also affected the animals that I live with as well. They seemed quite distressed. But for me personally, it was almost impossible to get a good night's sleep or a full night's sleep, if any. And if anything, it would be low quality and often interrupted by a sudden loud horn. And when it was quiet, and because there were brief periods where it was quiet, I was riddled with the anxiety that the horns were going to start again. And when the horns started again, we were left wondering, when they would stop, if they would ever stop again. And yeah, it was just day to day living within my own home, living in fear of the sound and the intrusion, really, that they posed just being outside on our streets. And further to that, it was unpleasant, to say the least, to exit my home, but it was something I did anyways, as I didn't feel like the whole situation was wrong, and I felt almost a little bit of a defiance, wanting to go outside and continue to live my life as best I could. And when I did, oftentimes I was harassed for wearing a mask, or I was told to smile more under my mask, or, just these kinds of comments that wouldn't have otherwise occurred and on a quiet, normal walk day by day. And I think what was one of the worst things was whenever I chose not to engage with the individuals that were occupying my neighborhood, they would blast their horns at me with a smile on their faces, and then they would cheer in unison and almost take joy in my flinching and my recoiling from the noise that I had been essentially experiencing nonstop for the entire duration of the events that occurred.
And so can you confirm as well that you live in the downtown area south of Wellington?
Yes, I live near Laurier Street in Centertown.
Thank you. Ms. De La Ronde, can you describe for us the impact, if any, of living through the protests in Ottawa on your ability to go about your daily life?
Yes. I work very hard to be independent and safe as a person with a disability. That objective is very important to me. And every success in reaching that objective is coveted. So that was gone. I was trained to walk with the traffic, to walk with the flow, to negotiate and keep myself safe on the street. Of course, there was no traffic or no flow, no indicator. Or if it's idling, I wasn't sure if these big vehicles overhanging a small sidewalk, if they decided to suddenly shift or change, if they could see me. So it was terrifying. The sound was so high that I could not hear any chimes or signals that we use at the ends of the street to tell us that it's safe to cross. That was just not available. So it just was not safe in my world. Also, in terms of independence, I do everything myself. I order my groceries. I order prescriptions, and I take public transportation or private transportation to go to meetings, to go to appointments, to do my daily business. So I had everything set up for myself as an independent person living alone in downtown Ottawa, which provided such good services. But immediately, there was no taxi, no Uber, no paratranspo, no grocery delivery, which I depended on, no taxi even to go and get some, no prescription delivery. Some way had to be figured out how to obtain all the necessities of life. The restrictions on my ability to get food was gone, or was there. So that was the impact in terms of my mobility. So I found myself trapped.
And can I confirm, Ms. De La Ronde, I noticed you walk with a white cane. Can you confirm, do you have a visual impairment?
Yes.
Okay. And does that visual impairment then cause you to rely on sounds and hearing in order to get around outside?
That is a huge, huge assist in for me to have safe mobility outside and for me to remain independent, yes. Very critical are the sounds.
And so how did the sounds change then from kind of normal day-to-day to when the protest was happening in January and February?
There was absolutely no ability to negotiate my environment by using sound. The sounds of the horns, the sounds of the very, very loud music, the sounds of the people with lots of voices coming from all different places, all was disconcerting and just completely eliminated my ability to negotiate my environment independently.
Ms. Lee, can you describe for us what you saw, what you heard, what you experienced when you did go outside and walk the streets during the protest?
Well, it was the middle of winter, so really the first thing you noticed when you stepped outside was all of the snow, because services were unable to be rendered due to the occupation that was going on. And further to that, the snow was often colored yellow or brown due to the public urination and defecation that took place gratuitously, often along the side of my building and just quite literally anywhere you walked on every corner. And on these intersections, oftentimes there were illegal bonfires and, just trash burning right next to, cans of fuel, or near the same areas where these individuals would later set off fireworks. And I just remember feeling like it was such a surreal sight. It almost felt like you were in something like The Purge, because though I didn't often see direct acts of violence, there was a certain chaos on the streets, and that feeling of chaos and rule breaking and law breaking gradually increased as things progressed. I need a moment. Just sort of on my daily walks, going to the gym, getting groceries, running errands. I often encountered individuals that were associated with the occupation, and being, I'm a small Asian woman. I wore a mask most of the time due to the situation that was going on. It was, like I said, it made you a target because it signaled to the people on our streets that we were not supportive of their cause and that we were not one of them. And in turn, as I mentioned before, they would increase their honking and target their honking and shout at us, shout at me about how they were doing things for us and that they were fighting for our freedoms, when at the same time I was unable to walk the streets feeling safe, really, because it didn't feel safe. My guard was up all the time, and you had to watch every detail so carefully because these people would just approach me out of nowhere, and you really didn't know what they were going to do to you. And especially after I took action as an individual, it became different being a person walking on the streets. But I was never deterred from going outside. There was only one moment where I was very, very afraid after my identity and name had been made public, and I had really covered myself up completely so that I was completely unrecognizable, to the point where my neighbors saw this and were very confused when I said hello to them. But after that, I think I realized there was almost a protection in the notoriety that I'd gained, and I don't know, I felt like it was almost safer for me to walk the streets than the people that I lived around because of my position in the whole situation. But that being said, when it comes to my day-to-day life, I'm a really friendly person. I know all of my neighbors. Well, I can't say all of them, but I know a good few of them. And one of my daily joys is chit-chatting with them in the elevator and seeing them on the street and saying hello. And what was truly, truly terrible about this time was seeing how people I knew were being affected, and knowing that for every one person that I knew that was going through a difficult time because of what was going on, there were 20 other people that I didn't know that were going through the same thing. I knew people that were being pushed out of their homes because they were literally having mental breakdowns because of the stress and the noise and just the terror they felt from the situation. And I don't think anyone or anything can discount those real feelings that people experienced and people had. And because of the action I took, I had encouraged a lot of my friends and neighbors to reach out to me and tell me their stories, because it was so important for people to know that this was a serious thing that was going on, that people were being really terribly affected by it. One of my neighbors, she had just had a newborn baby. Her name's Hazel. She was maybe 6 months old at this time. But I remember, like, I've watched Hazel. She's a really sweet baby, but my friend, she had told me that the noise was so terrible, but that sometimes just to get her to sleep, she had to take the baby out into the hallway as far as from the windows as possible and bounce her in the hallways to try and get her to sleep before bringing her back into the apartment where there was just the unrelenting horns. And other neighbors who told me for just a good 2-3 hours of nap, whatever they could get, they would go down to the parking lot and sleep in their car because it was the only place that they could escape to. And for me, second to the hallway, my bathroom was a little quieter, so I got some peace there as well.
So would you say that you felt unsafe walking the streets? I didn't feel safe, but it's hard to describe it as unsafe at the same time because I was actively being so cognizant of my surroundings. And I'm fast. I can move very fast. So, I was always ready to, take myself out of a situation where something might happen. And you know what, like a lot of the times when they're bouncing their trucks and their cars, and I don't know how to describe it other than like roaring at us, like roaring at me with like these large giant vehicles. It's the idea was to move quick and get where you needed to go. That was the intention. And that's what you really had to do, I think, to stay safe. Because when you didn't take your time, they would always get to you, like maybe not in the sense that you're thinking, but they would try and come up to you and convince you that they were doing the right thing. And they would say to me, on more than one occasion, I would try and plead with them because, there's a certain desperation in being left in the kind of situation where the people that are supposed to help you weren't helping you. And it was just ongoing for really it was going to be an unknown period of time because really every day I woke up and I hoped that it was over and it never was. Sorry, I lost my train of thought a little there. That's okay. Ms. Delaronde, would you say that you felt unsafe walking the streets?
Yes, for two reasons. One, of course, the inability to negotiate those streets safely. Because of lack of assisted, lack of sound was the big thing. Also, being very concerned about what was underfoot because there was debris on the streets and it was winter and icy and slippery. So, and then always vigilant that someone was going to approach. On an occasion, there was a person who kept jumping in front of me. I was with someone else. I could only go out if someone came with me. And this person kept jumping in front and didn't allow me to pass. So when he was confronted, finally it stopped, but then sent messages, well, I love you anyway, they said. So that was a bit intimidating. And so in that way, I didn't feel safe for those two reasons. I didn't have all the faculties I normally use. And secondly, that someone was going to approach me and either I was going to be accidentally hurt or my big worry is that I would bump into and hurt them too. So always vigilant and concerned. Does that mean I was feeling safe? No. No, I wasn't. I just thought if I didn't have to be out, I would not go out.
And Ms. Delaronde, was there anything else that you experienced that you would consider to be a threat to health or safety?
The Sunday after the vehicles came in and occupied is so close to where I live. The relentless noise was just so unbearable, and I was so exhausted from it. And I called and begged a friend, "Can you just please, I know you have to walk in and get me out. Can you?" Excuse me, "Can you just please come and get me out?" And she did. And 2 days later, we both had COVID. So there were so many people on the street rushing toward us saying we don't have to wear those masks. There's just people around. Did I get it from them? I don't know. But it meant that I was completely stuck. I couldn't leave my home. I couldn't ask anybody to come and help. I couldn't go and stay with somebody else. I couldn't do anything. I had to be there to isolate for at least those 10 days. So once again, there was no place to go, no place to hide. It just went on and on.
And Ms. Lee, what actions, if any, did you take because of your disruptions to your daily life?
Well, the first action I took was really what I consider to be, it was really important to me, I think, because of the nature of the occupation and what was going around in the media and the news. I thought it was really important for me to walk the streets and experience things firsthand. So I did that almost every day, and I took pictures and I took videos, and I remembered what I saw. And I spoke with people. I spoke with the people that were living on our streets illegally. I spoke with the people that were stationed on intersections to protect us. And
Sorry, do you mean the police?
yes, the police. And that was really the first action I took, just having my own account of things and really living through it myself. And like I said before, I really genuinely love Ottawa. I love my neighbors, and they mean a lot to me, even if they are somewhat strangers in a sense. And because of this closeness I heard a lot of their stories, and more so, I heard a lot of their frustrations. And as egg throwing began to occur from my building, I felt that, we really needed a medium to at least express what was happening to us so that we could feel at the very least heard and maybe diffuse some of the tensions.
Can you describe what you mean by the egg throwing?
Well, there were very large trucks parked everywhere, and in some of these instances, they were parked right next to some high-rise condo buildings. And as a result, some people may have gotten some cartons of eggs and, had their little retaliation in frustration, because really, what else could they do? And when that incident occurred, I remember the police actually came to my building to inquire about the egg throwing, as a complaint had been made by the truckers. And I remember that I felt it as an affront, and that a lot of my neighbors felt it as an affront as well when they were investigating something like this in the light of everything that was happening to us and what they were really ignoring in a lot of their statements and releases to the public. And as a result, I decided to organize a meeting with a number of residents in my building, with some Ottawa Police community liaison officers, just so we could have a recorded account of what our experiences were, and really to, again, diffuse the tension and really concretely say, what's happening here. We are telling you this is our experience, and we really desperately need help, because things have gone on too long, and the residents, honestly, they had wanted to fight back because they felt that nobody else was doing anything for them.
And what was the result of that meeting?
Following that meeting, maybe 20 of my neighbors showed up, and more had sent their stories through messages or otherwise through me. And we had communicated everything to the officers so that, again, it was recorded and, all of us were there to attest to the fact that this happened and they know what's going on because we felt really and truly abandoned at that point in time. And after that, I ended up becoming the lead plaintiff in the class action, which brought my name and person to more public attention.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a little bit. I just wanted to get a sense for the honking. You both mentioned the sound of the honking. Do you have a sense for when it was it all the time? Was it louder during the day? Was it just as loud at night? Can you give us a sense of that, Ms. Lee, and then Ms. Delarond after?
Sometimes it's hard because that whole month essentially feels like a bit of a blur sometimes, but I do remember when it started on Friday night, it felt like in my memory that it never stopped, really.
So would that be Friday, the 27th of January?
Yes, that's when they began to roll in, and I remember when that happened, my feeling was that this is going to be a doozy, bad things are coming. But yeah, it was constant. It was like from day to night, even if it wasn't for every second, it was at least every other minute.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Delarond, do you have a sense for when the honking was louder? Was it constant 24 hours a day? Was it less at night? Was it the same?
When the trucks and other vehicles came into my area on the Friday evening, it was very loud. And on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I could sense the excitement and the electricity in the air. And at the beginning, I thought, I am so happy to be in a country where there's freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom to assemble. And that sentiment started to crumble as the loudness was all night and all that weekend. That's why I begged my friend, can you just come and take me out for a short time even, so I don't have to hear this? And the sounds continued constantly until at night, and they may have been somewhat diminished because there were crescendos all during the day and toward the evening in particular, and then all night. When the injunction was put in place, then it abated a bit between 11 o'clock at night and then 7 o'clock. I could hear activity out on the street. I could hear a huge megaphone starting to advise, it seemed to me, a rolling thunder of horn blowing starting at 7:30 in the morning, and then the loud music, which you could hear every word of the music they were the songs that were being sung. So your question in terms of how loud it was, how continuous it was continuous. There was an abatement of horn blowing in such a crescendo between those hours, 11 at night and 7 in the morning. But the idling continued under my window, just with these huge vehicles, the sound of the idling echoing down in the canyon of our buildings all night. So there was no respite from an assault on hearing. I tried to wear earplugs, but they kept falling out. And then I worried if I wore an earplug, I wouldn't be able to hear the smoke alarm. I wouldn't be able to hear if somebody was pounding on my door to evacuate because there was something, a fire or an explosion outside our door. So I was caught in between. And of course, I slept with a mask on because trying to abate the smell of the diesel and the other smells that were coming up in through the vents.
So I want to show a map now that's been produced at Exhibit D of the affidavit sworn by Aaron Bernard. And he's the Managing Director of Spatial Media. And for the party's benefit, it's at document COM 50736, if you want to look at that. So this was based on, this map was created based on, yeah, you can click on that, based on data that was collected through the 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks of the convoy. And what we see here is just a standard traffic noise in Ottawa during the day. And this is just based on known decibel readings throughout the area. And the decibel readings were collected at different points in downtown Ottawa. And this is a visualization of that data that was collected. So if we go to week one daytime, thank you. So this is what it shows on this map based on decibel readings collected on the ground in different locations through the first week of the convoy. And if we just zoom into, it's a bit of a heat map, so the darker the color, the louder the decibels. And if you can just zoom in a little bit more. Okay, that's good. And so you had said, Ms. Delarande, that you live on Laurier. Can you tell us approximately a close intersection that you would be by, just so we can locate that on the map?
Yes, close would be Laurier and Kent.
Laurier and Kent?
Yes.
Okay, so if we can just zoom in on Laurier and Kent. You just have to zoom in a bit there. Yeah. Yeah, just move over to the left. Yep. So we got Lyon, we got Kent, and that's Laurier. Where's Laurier? Right there. Okay, yeah. So Laurier and Kent, we see between 90 decibels, and if you go up about 100, so between 90 and 100. Okay, and it says similar to a lawnmower. Does that accord with your recollection of the sound? It says as loud as similar to a lawnmower.
For myself,
Yes.
it was beyond the lawnmower.
Okay, so you would say it was louder in your experience?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Lee, an intersection that you are near, so we can kind of locate you on the map.
The intersection I live near would be Laurier Avenue West and Bank Street.
Laurier and Bank, okay, so just over to the right a little bit on the mouse, yeah, right there. That's the corner. Okay, so again, similar, 100 to 110 decibels, similar to a lawnmower. Does that accord with your kind of recollection of what it was like?
Yes, however, I would like to note that there were points in time where, like Ms. Delarande said, there were crescendos, and during those crescendos in particular, there was a roving train horn attached to a truck. And when that truck was in our area, I would express that it was much louder and much more disruptive than the lawnmower.
Okay, and we're going to hear one of the recordings. If we go down to the blue there, you can see some of the recordings that were taken. So that one is at 100 as well in that zone. So it's similar to the area that you were in terms of the decibel readings. And we're just going to play it so that everyone here can experience a little bit of what you experienced. Does that accord with your recollection of the sounds when you were either in your building or walking outside? Ms. Delarande?
Yes, that does accord with the sounds that were always present in my building, in my unit, except there's some sounds there, not there, that were even louder and more unnerving. when you hear this and it's 24 hours, it is just, it's damaging. It's damaging to the nerves, it's damaging to my health and well-being, so it's shocking. So it does accord, but there was more. There were times when it was more than this.
Do you agree with that, Ms. Lee?
I would agree with that. I would note that many of the trucks in my vicinity had what we would describe as aftermarket horns, where the horns attached to the vehicle were much, much louder than a standard vehicle would have. And several of these trucks were idled very close to where I lived and resulted in a much more deafening sound.
Okay. And Ms. Lee, you had indicated that you took videos and photos when you walked around. I just want to take you to some of those photos if we can.
Yep.
It's COM 50713. And maybe you can just, when it comes up, describe to us what we're seeing here and when it was taken and why you took the photo. It's ending in 713. Okay, yeah, let's see the whole, yeah, there we go.
So this photo was taken on the corner of Kent and Laurier. I took the photo because I thought that the removing of the tires was a very clear message from the occupiers that they were here to stay. Now, this vehicle in particular was removed sometime later, but I believe this was near the beginning of the occupation, perhaps around February 3rd.
Okay, thank you. And then the next photo is ending in 728, so COM 50728. Okay, and do you recall when this photo was taken and what we're seeing here?
I don't remember the exact date. It was either February 17th or 18th, if I'm not mistaken. This morning, this was after the injunction date. The occupiers on Kent Street, it was a very strong encampment, I would describe it as, and they were very much rooted in their position. During the injunction period, there was I believe this was like a Friday or Saturday morning, but they had collectively blown their horns at about 6:59 a.m. And obviously it awoke myself and many other residents in the area. And at this point, we had been, 20 days into the occupation, and I, for one, was desperate, not quite defeated, but also very angry. And I think at that point, the desperation was enough where I stood on the corner of Laurier and Kent. I left my home at about 7:30, and I stayed there for about 30 minutes to an hour just waiting for them to blow their horns because I was frustrated and I wanted there to be evidence, firsthand evidence of them defying the injunction order, them breaking the laws they were breaking, and I wanted to know for myself who exactly was there so that nobody could say otherwise. And I decided to take photos of the vehicles that were there, collect their information, and that was something that made them very upset, as really it was an open act of defiance.
And is this truck parked on the sidewalk? Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and was that common for trucks to be up parked on the sidewalks?
At this time it was. I also on numerous occasions witnessed trucks driving along the sidewalks as well.
Okay, and I see we are running out of time, so perhaps I will then invite the parties to ask you additional questions. Thank you very much. Oh, before we go, is there anything else that you would like to tell the commission? I do want to give you an opportunity if there's anything else we haven't discussed that you would like to discuss.
I would like to quickly note that in this image, the vehicle next to the white truck, the red truck, on this same day, due to my taking pictures, the man in the red truck was inside of his vehicle and he actually had backed his vehicle into me. I moved out of the way, but I presume it was for taking pictures of his license plate and what was in his vehicle. I also captured video of as I approached the vehicle after he had sort of backed into me. I didn't want him to be able to claim that it wasn't him in the vehicle, so I captured the driver in the video as well. And while I did so, he aggressively opened his door at me in the car. And at that point, all of the trucks in the area began blaring their horns at me. And there was another individual who had exited his vehicle and decided to start shouting at me, giving me the finger, and say that the man in the truck hadn't done anything after I had called the police. He was yelling in the streets that the truck hadn't moved in over an hour, which I had direct video evidence proving that it was not true. So it just really showed to me personally that these people were willing to do anything and say anything to help each other get away with anything.
And Ms. De La Ronde, is there anything we haven't covered that you would like to say?
You know, I think you've done a very good job. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And I now invite the parties to ask you some questions.
Okay, now for cross-examination, have the parties agreed on an order for the cross-examination? Seeing no response, I will simply call on the parties to cross-examine in accordance with the time that has been allocated. So I think the first cross-examination is to be carried out by the convoy organizers. So who's going to be doing this? Okay, so Mr. Miller, you're on. You have 20 minutes if you need it, and given that Commission Council has gone a bit over time, I even give you a little bit of leeway, but not very much.
So good morning. Ms. Lee, I'd like to start with you, if that's okay. So, Ms. Lee, I understand you're 21 years of age, is that correct?
I'm now 22.
Now 22. And at the time of the events in question, being January and February of this year, you were 21.
Correct.
All right. And you said already you're a public servant. You work for the Government of Canada?
Yes, that's correct.
And you worked for the Government of Canada during the protest period, is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what do you do for your employment for the Government of Canada?
I'm a data analyst.
And with which ministry or department are you with?
Objection. What's the relevance to this line of questioning, Commissioner?
I'm not sure it's relevant or not, but it seems to me that it's not unreasonable.
Well, I personally don't feel there's, the actions I took was in my capacity as an individual citizen of Ottawa and not related to my work or any other activities.
Right, I understand that, but what department were you with and what were you doing for work for the Government of Canada at the time?
I was a data analyst with Shared Services Canada.
Shared Services Canada?
Correct.
Okay. And what ministry does that come under?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I understand that you know Ottawa City Councillor Catherine McKenney, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And I also understand that you know NDP member of Provincial Parliament for Ottawa Centre, Joel Harden, is that correct?
Correct.
And from some public articles, I also understand that you were introduced to lawyer Mr. Paul Champ sometime between January 28th, 2022 and February 4th, 2022. Is that correct?
Could you repeat the dates, please?
January 28th, 2022 and February 4th, 2022.
Correct.
Okay. And what date were you introduced to Mr. Champ?
I believe it was a Friday, so whichever date that Friday fell on.
Okay. And so someone introduced you to Mr. Champ, correct?
Mr. Champ had reached out to me.
Okay. And is it not true that it was Ottawa City Councillor Catherine McKenney who put you in touch with Mr. Champ?
That is untrue.
Okay. And I understand that you were the recent co-chair of the 2002 Leaders Summit for Action Chinese Canadians Together. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as part of that summit, I understand you gave a video statement about how you became who you are today. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And it focused on the protest in Ottawa and becoming the lead plaintiff in the class action that you filed. Is that right?
Correct.
And there you describe becoming the lead plaintiff in the class action as a fateful and surreal story. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said there you had the opportunity to make a difference, right?
Correct.
And you said that the lawyers needed a plaintiff.
Correct.
Right. And so you were asked to be the lead plaintiff. Is that fair?
Correct.
Right. And was there anybody else other than Mr. Champ who was asking you to be the lead plaintiff?
Emily Tamman, who works with Paul Champ.
All right. And so Mr. Champ reached out to you randomly. How did Mr. Champ get in touch with you?
It was as a result of the meeting I had organized with the Ottawa Police. One of my fellow residents and neighbor was a lawyer who was aware of the action being taken.
Okay. And so I just want to take you back as well to that speech you gave with the Leaders Summit for Action for Chinese Canadians Together. Just let me know if this is correct, what you said. This is how you described the protest. It was insane. It was the strangest Twilight Zone purge scenario where people weren't quite purging, but the opportunity was there because there was just no laws being enforced. So it was this crazy, crazy thing with hot tubs, with right-wing extremists, and then right-wing moderates as well. And then your confused average grandmother saying, oh, isn't this really a great time? I wonder what the air raid sirens are for. Those are your statements, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And when you say purge scenario, for the folks at home as well as anybody here, I take it you're referring to the film series, The Purge, right?
Yes, just in reference to the lack of laws that were in place.
Right. And it was your belief that the protest provided a purge opportunity. Is that fair?
I would not say that the protest or occupation provided a purge opportunity, but what I witnessed on the streets day to day was very reminiscent of that kind of lawless world where open fires were being held, laws were being broken in front of police officers who were not doing anything to combat them, and just a general sense and lack of disregard for public areas and really the people that lived there.
Okay. But again, you said earlier and you admitted that you stated it was the strangest Twilight Zone purge scenario where people weren't quite purging, but the opportunity was there, correct?
Yes.
Right. So you believe that the opportunity was there for a purge type scenario. Is that right?
I believe the opportunity was there, and it was an environment where these people who had been illegally occupying our streets felt that they had I don't know if this is the right word, they had the ability to do anything they wanted as they were not privy to the regulations that the rest of us members of society were. And I came to this conclusion through my witnessing of these crimes being committed, because really they were crimes. And even speaking with these individuals directly who had informed me that they were not going to face any consequences because they were protected.
Okay. So in the movie The Purge, you agree that it's about that for one day in the United States, called The Purge, that there are no laws in force and the population can commit murder, which is the purge. Is that right?
That is correct, but I was not referencing the entirety of the purge. It was a purge-like scenario where laws were not enforced specifically.
And a purge opportunity was available.
Yes, because laws were not being enforced.
Right. So people could potentially commit murder. That was your concern.
I did not make that statement.
All right. And you then, I understand from your evidence that you've provided to the commission prior, from your statement, I understand that you started to hear honking on Friday, January 28th, right? Or January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
All right. And when you provided the statement to the commission, did you provide it yourself?
Yes.
They interviewed you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I understand that you obtained the injunction on February 5th, 2022.
I think it's February 4th.
February 4th, 2022, you obtained the injunction to stop the honking, is that right?
Pardon me, the 7th, pardon me, February 7th.
Well,
The
there was-
injunction was obtained and approved by the court on the 7th.
Well, I understand there was an interim injunction approved for first 2 days, then on the 7th it was approved. Is that the correct facts, or would? Mr.
No, that
Camp
is
like
not
to-
correct. 2 days prior to the injunction being put in place, there was a deferral of the trial to that date where the injunction was eventually approved.
Trial. You said trial. I just want to clarify for the record. There was no trial. It was an application, correct?
Application, sorry, I'm not well-versed in law. I'm not a law student.
I understand. And then after you obtained the injunction, I understand that things got a little bit better, right?
For a brief period, shortly after the injunction, there was a clear silence from the noise that was previously constant. Shortly thereafter, there was a gradual ramp up in the honking again, but however, it was more strategic and intermittent than it was previously, whereas it was constant.
Okay, and so you said you gave your statement to the commission before you testified here today, right?
Yes?
And when you gave your statement, you knew you had to be truthful?
Yes?
And when you gave that statement, of course, you wanted to include all important observations and interactions that you had with the protesters, is that right?
I just want to clarify the statement being in reference, is that?
Sorry, I should clarify. She gave an anticipated statement, so it's a statement of anticipated evidence, not a witness statement. So it's not attributable to her, it's attributable to the commission, and that is different from a witness statement, which is attributable to the witness.
Right.
So I just want to clarify that.
Sure. And so when you provided the commission your statement, I take it that you would have told them all the important information that you wanted them to know?
As far as I was aware, yes, to the best of my ability.
Right, and,
I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner. I do want to interject here. Our rules provide that there can be no examination on a statement of anticipated evidence without leave, and I think leave needs to be sought if there's going to be questions about that.
okay, I won't put the statement to her, I'll move on. I understand that you noticed the honking generally stop after the injunction was granted, though some trucks still honked intermittently for short periods of time. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And so that's what happened after the injunction, is that correct?
To the best of my recollection, correct. That was the immediate aftermath.
All right. Now, between January 28th and February 5th, 2022, did you attend your employment at the Government of Canada?
I was working from home, though I struggled to maintain productivity due to the disturbances that were taking place.
Right. And at the Government of Canada, I take it that you are on salary. Is that fair?
That is correct.
So between January 28th, 2022 and February 5th, 2022, you did not lose any income. Is that fair?
That would be correct. There was a leave code that was applied for government employees that were affected by the situation.
Okay. But prior to the situation as well, you were working from home. Wasn't that also under the general COVID policy for all Government of Canada employees?
Could you clarify the question, please?
So weren't you working from home prior to January 28th, 2022 anyway?
Yes.
Okay. And how long were you working from home from?
I had started a new position on January 10th with Shared Services Canada. Prior to that, I was employed working from home with another agency.
Okay. And what agency were you employed with before?
I was employed with the Canada Revenue Agency.
Okay, Canada Revenue Agency. And so from January 28th, 2022 and before, you were already working at home?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And moving on from sort of your background with working from home, I understand that you had the interactions with the protesters and you confronted them on Kent Street. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And when you confronted those protesters, do you remember saying to them, which was recorded, go back to where the fuck you were from?
I may have said that.
Okay. And I take it that you never saw any of the, or never said to the commission or saw any protesters or truckers physically harm anyone, is that right?
There was only the, I would describe it as intimidation with a truck.
Okay. And you never said to the commission, and nothing in that regard with respect to seeing protesters or truckers threatening to physically harm anyone either, did you?
I did not make that statement.
All right. And you didn't say to the commission or see anything in your observations that could be classified as espionage or sabotage?
I'm sorry?
You didn't see anything that could be classified as espionage or sabotage?
No.
Thank you. And you didn't say to the commission or observe any of the protesters or truckers destroy or light a fire any buildings or anything like that?
Not inside of any buildings, no, just outside.
Outside. So you're saying that they were destroying the outside of buildings? Is
I
that
did
right?
not say that. I said they were lighting fires outside of buildings, as in the bonfires that were all over the city.
Right, but they weren't trying to knock down any form of buildings or property or anything like that?
I can't comment to their intentions.
Well, I understand their intentions, but I submit you didn't see them do anything like that.
Nope, I just saw the fires, open fires.
Great, and you didn't see them try to destroy any other trucks or vehicles or light them afire or anything?
I did not.
Thank you. And so I just want to talk to you a little bit about that class action as well. So you became the lead plaintiff on February 4th when it was filed, correct?
Correct?
All right. And as of today, I understand there are only 3 other additional plaintiffs to that action, is that right?
Correct?
And the first one is Happy Goat Coffee Company, is that correct?
Correct?
And Happy Goat Coffee Company is a chain of coffee shops that has 3 coffee shops in the downtown area, is that fair?
As far as I know, correct?
Thank you. And the second plaintiff is, that got added, is a numbered company, but it operates as Union Local 613, and I understand that's a restaurant and bar on Somerset Street. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And the third plaintiff is a fellow by the name of Jeffrey Devani, is that right?
Correct?
And he's a bartender and server at a restaurant in Byward Market.
My understanding is that he was employed in the Byward Market.
Okay. And that he doesn't live in downtown Ottawa, though?
Yes.
Okay. And so after you got the injunction on February 5th, I understand that both yourself and Mr. Champ began to offer the protesters and truckers an agreement that they could sign to be released from your class action if they agreed to leave. Do you remember that?
I would like to clarify that the injunction was granted on the 7th.
Okay, but on the beginning of the 5th as well, as I understand, you began to offer this release to the protesters and truckers. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And so who was it that you had going out, handing out copies of this release to the truckers? Do you remember?
I am not aware of that information.
Okay. Did you know that Councillor McKenney was handing them out for you?
Now I do.
Okay. And now you do for me telling you, or did you know before this?
Well, it was a lot of events, and I think it was mentioned that McKenney was out doing this. However, I was not directly involved other than agreeing to offer this agreement.
Okay. And I understand also that you know the NDP member of Provincial Parliament for Ottawa, Senator Joel Harden. Do you know him?
Yes.
Right. And he was contacting people and organizing events to raise money for your lawsuit. Do you remember that?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And was it not the Ottawa City Councillor, Catherine McKenney, an NDP member of Provincial Parliament for Ottawa, Senator Joel Harden, who supported you and put you forward for that claim? Is that not correct?
That is not correct. I've stated that that was not true previously as well.
Right. And so I just want to bring you to sort of another statement that you had said when you were at the Leaders Summit for Action for Chinese Canadians.
I would also like to clarify that the Leaders Summit has not occurred.
Right, but you gave a video.
Yes, correct.
Right. So can you agree with me that you stated the following? It came about that the lawyers needed a lead plaintiff to stand up and speak about what was going on and really try to make a difference because we weren't seeing any change in our community, which was not acceptable for anybody. But being a Chinese Canadian, it is a bit of an odd role to play because it's not something that is really necessarily supported or common within our culture. But I really saw the need for somebody, anybody, to stand up and speak for the people and help us out of the situation we were in. And the stars really aligned, and here I am.
Yes, that's true.
Thank you. Those are my questions for you, Ms. Lee, and then I just have a few for Ms. Lalonde.
Before you continue, would it be all right to clarify my relationship with Joel Harden and Catherine McKenney? No? Okay.
Judge, if His Honor would like, that's fine.
There'll be a brief opportunity to re-examine
Yeah.
at the end, so.
So, Ms. Lalonde, good morning.
Good morning.
So, Ms. Lalonde, I understand just from your background, and I'm not trying to poke or anything of that, but I understand you were born around 1947 in Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, is that correct?
I was born in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, but grew up in Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, and you've asked women their ages, so
I won't, I'm not going to. I promise not to do that.
they can do the math.
Yes, all right. And I don't want to get into too much with your disability, and I'm very sorry for the struggles that you've had, particularly during the convoy and protest. But I understand that about 1961 is when you began to lose your sight. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. And despite that, you thrived. You obtained a bachelor degree in psychology from the University of Saskatchewan in 1974?
that's right, yes.
Right. And you completed your law degree at the University of Saskatchewan in 1984?
1983.
83. And thereafter, you completed your Master's of Laws at the London School of Economics. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And how many jurisdictions are you a member of the bar and or a member of the solicitors group?
I was a member in good standing with the Ontario Bar and the New York Bar, but recently I resigned my membership from the Ontario Bar.
Okay.
I'm still active as a a retired member of the New York Bar, but I'm still licensed.
Right. And I understand that after becoming a member of the bar, you began to work for the Government of Canada. Is that correct?
Yes,
Right. And you spent 10 years with the Department of Indian and Northern Affairs, Canada. Is that correct?
it was more like 25 years. Just let me recorrect that. It was from 1990, September 1990 to April 2011.
Okay. And then you were also with the Department of Veteran Affairs Canada. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And around that, in the 80s, you also incorporated a company called De La Ronde International, Inc. Is that right?
that's correct.
And that company, it's still in operation?
Yes,
And is that company not a federal government contractor?
no,
No, but it does do government contracts and assists with, I believe, a lot of First Nations work. Is that right?
it could, yes.
And you worked as a lawyer for the Government of Canada. Is that right?
No, I was working on the policy side of the picture. I was not a justice lawyer with the Government of Canada. I was an executive.
Okay. And I don't know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask anyway. Can you mind telling the folks what brought about your participation in this commission?
I had a phone call from the commission, from commission solicitor, asking my permission to, first of all, have a conversation about my experience, and then asking my permission if my name could be put forward as a potential witness in this commission.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions for both of you, and have a good morning.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. So the next, I will call on the Government of Canada to briefly cross-examine.
May I just ask three questions, Your Honor? Ms. Lee, you described a lawless environment during the period of the convoy occupation, I believe, in reference to my friend's questions there. Yes?
Yes.
Did that change after you obtained the anti-honking injunction on February the 7th?
No.
Did it change by February the 14th, the lawless environment that you described?
I don't recall exactly, but I would say perhaps some of it had subsided, but it was still present. If anything, it was more underlying and more desperate in a sense.
You obtained an extension of the injunction on February the 16th. Is that right?
Correct?
And you showed us photographs on February 17th and 18th, though you couldn't recall which of those two dates it was, right?
I believe it was the 17th, yes.
Okay. And was there still a lawless environment as you perceived it at that time?
Given my experience personally, I felt that was the case.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next, I will call on the Ottawa Police.
Good morning to you both. I just have a couple of questions for you, Ms. Lee. You spoke earlier this morning about the injunction. Did circumstances change after the injunction in terms of the level of threats that you were receiving from the community?
Following the injunction, I would say the level of threats increased due to the public attention that had been placed on myself and the situation. Yes.
And once that occurred, once you were receiving a higher level of threat, would you agree that you had multiple interactions with the Ottawa Police Service as a result of that?
Yes, that is correct.
You had made them aware of the threats that you were receiving?
The majority of the threats were through the internet and on certain things. However, I was receiving calls and messages to my personal devices. However, the nature of these messages, voicemails, and calls did not seem serious enough for me to make an official report. There was only one instance where there was a serious threat received by the RCMP that had been forwarded to the Ottawa Police that was investigated.
And the Ottawa Police actually attended your residence a couple of occasions as well, correct?
That is correct.
I just want to bring up one document, if you don't mind. It's OPS 30-14460. Can you see at the top of the page that this is a document dated February 9th?
Yes.
And can you see about halfway down the page, there's a subheading, Constable Islam and Constable Lemieux?
Yes.
And it appears as though there's notes under that heading in relation to the activities of those officers.
Yes.
If we could go to the next page, bullet number 3. It says, Mo and I spoke with, and then of course there's obviously a redaction, regarding the threats she has received from her involvement with the injunction related to the convoy protest and the horns. Obviously, we can see that there's a redaction here, but would you agree that on February 9th, you did in fact speak with these two officers from Ottawa Police Service?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And if you could look at that second sentence, it indicates she feels very supported by the OPS with this. Would you agree at this time that you had received the attention in relation to the threats from Ottawa Police Service that made you feel comfortable that they were managing that situation?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next, I'll call on the Democracy Fund, Citizens for Freedom and JCCF.
Hi to both of you. I'll just have a couple of quick questions for you today. And first I'll tilt them so they're facing in the right direction. You discussed decibel levels with Commission Council during the protests. Were decibel levels ever measured inside of your apartment, Ms. Lee?
Yes, they were.
They were? By who?
Me, myself.
How did you do that?
Through decibel measuring devices downloaded onto my phone. These devices, these applications had been they had been researched to be comparable to actual physical decibel testing devices.
Can you give me the names of those applications that you used?
Off the top of my head, I believe one was called Decibel X or something along those lines.
Can I get an undertaking? Is that possible in this context? I hadn't checked.
Our rules do not provide for
Okay.
parties to request undertakings during examination.
All right, so you say you used multiple decibel apps?
There was two, I believe it was called Decibel X. However, it's been some time.
Okay, and do you remember what exactly the decibel reading was?
The decibel readings, from my memory, ranged from approximately 75 decibels to, at times, 85 or 90.
Okay. When speaking with Commission Council earlier, you began to describe how you had been pleading with the protesters and said there's a certain frustration when the people that are supposed to help you aren't helping you. Do you recall making that statement?
Yes, I do.
Who were the people who were supposed to help you?
Those people were the Ottawa Police and Bylaw Services.
And what were they supposed to be doing?
They were, from my understanding as a resident, citizen, and taxpayer, they were supposed to be supporting us and making sure us as the public and the community feel safe and that the laws are upheld.
And what laws did you feel weren't being upheld?
There were issues with noise, idling, parking, etc., illegal fireworks, illegal fires, public urination, public defecation, harassment on the streets, soup kitchens.
And there just wasn't any enforcement in your mind of those laws prohibiting those behaviors?
A lot of the time, I had spoken to officers directly. I had made calls to bylaws specifically detailing the incidences that were occurring. In one such occasion, I described fireworks in the vicinity of gasoline and other open fires, as well as things like alcohol and drugs. So that, to me, presented a safety issue, and therefore I reported it. However, as a result of my report, nothing came to it, and I was informed that the officers on the ground were to keep things safe despite the reality of the situation.
So in essence, the complaints that you made didn't result in enforcement?
No.
And you mentioned that you obtained an injunction in the context of your class action lawsuit that prohibited honking, and that for a time after the injunction was granted, the honking diminished, but it returned after a
Yes.
time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And would it be fair to say that it returned after a time because your injunction wasn't being enforced?
I would say that I can't speak to exactly why it occurred, but I would feel that enforcement would be a contributing factor.
Did you see any enforcement of your injunction?
No.
All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next is the Ottawa Coalition. Any examination there?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I just have a few questions for both of you. Ms. Delarond, can you just confirm approximately how long have you been living in downtown Ottawa?
30 years.
And have you experienced or observed other protests or demonstrations in downtown Ottawa?
I've observed other protests in downtown Ottawa, but closer to Parliament Hill. They did not come to where I was living, never.
Thank you. You told us, Ms. Delarond, about being concerned about wearing headphones or earplugs, about knocks on your door, about smoke alarm, or maybe not hearing smoke alarms. Why did you have that particular concern?
I was concerned because there was this smell, and I was informed as well about gas spills on the street, that there was open bonfires, that they were roasting food out a few meters from my building. So there was such a potential for a fire, a huge fire, and an explosion. So I was concerned that if I could actually get those earplugs to work, then I wouldn't hear if my smoke alarm went off or if people were pounding on my door to say, evacuate, evacuate.
And Ms. Delarond, you told us a bit about the diesel fumes. Was that diesel fumes that you would just smell outside on the street, or did you smell them in your apartment?
It was very strong in my apartment. It permeated drapes, blinds, bedding, carpet. It had the whole unit had a dull, gaseous odor about it.
Did you do anything about that after the protests were over?
Yes, I got eventually worked toward getting them cleaned, all of them.
Ms. Delarond, you told us a bit about the honking and how you experienced that. After the protests were over, What was your experiences with honking sounds?
Anytime I heard a honk of a horn, and particularly of a large vehicle horn, I could feel it sort of ripple through my body, and I would feel that my nerves were still frayed.
In the immediate days and weeks after the end of the demonstrations, what was your experiences with horns?
Very much like that I kept hearing them like phantom horns. I kept hearing them in my head. I also had phantom smells too.
And by phantom smells or horns, I mean they're not there, but that's what
They're
you're
not,
experiencing. Yeah.
they're not there.
Thank you, Ms. Delarond. Ms. Lee, I just have a few questions for you. There were some questions put to you about Councillor McKenney and a member of Provincial Parliament, Mr. Hardin. Had you ever had any interactions with them or met them prior to the class action being commenced?
No, I had not. Perhaps in passing on the street, but nothing, they didn't know who I was.
And there were some questions put to you about the injunction and what impact it had on the horns. On the day of the injunction argument of Monday, February the 7th, were you observing that hearing?
Yes, I was.
And were you observing or listening to anything else before or after that injunction hearing?
After, I did observe a Facebook Live video from one of the organizers who had ordered the truckers in general to stop the horns due to the injunction being put in place.
So what exactly, you were watching something online? What was
Yes,
that?
it was a Facebook Live video, I believe, from Chris Barber, if I'm not mistaken, though I can't be sure as to which organizer specifically it was, but they had been laughing about our lack of sleep and something about giving us a break from all the noise.
What did that live stream person, what did they say about the injunction? Do you recall?
They had said that I remember they were saying like, stop the horns, stop the noise.
And did you hear any, did you notice or observe any connection with that statement on the live stream video and what was going on outside?
Yes, shortly after the video, the horns had subsided, and it was like just sort of thinking back to it, it's hard to not be a little dramatic, but it really was like, it was like this respite that had came, and it was significant, the silence that was present for some time.
You were following or observing some of the social media of some of the protest organizers?
Yes.
After the injunction was obtained, you told us about listening to a social media stream on that date. Did you hear or observe any other social media streams by convoy organizers speaking about the injunction after February the 7th?
Yes, I do recall after the first video, I don't recall exactly when this occurred, but the first video, I believe that the organizer had believed that it's hard to say because there was a lot of just words being spilled, but there was something about that we, not necessarily myself or the lawyers involved, or it was a general reference, I think, to like the city or the government or just the opposition, really, that they were going to give in to some demands, but after some time had passed, they had realized that no demands were being given, and to I don't remember the exact words, but there was a call to action to just let her rip.
And let what rip?
The horns.
And after observing that, did you notice any difference in the horns out on the street?
Yes, I did notice that there were some, I remember very distinctly, there were some confused horns, because really it sounds sort of crazy to attribute these kinds of descriptions to horns, but whereas before they were sure, I think, and resounding, these were confused, almost as if, do I do it? Do I not do it? Do I do it? Do I not do it? There was a little bit more hesitation in the honking.
And Ms. Lee, just a final couple questions. When you talked about measuring the decibel levels, where were you measuring that? Was that on the street or was it in your home?
I had measured In reference to the decibel levels I had described, it was inside of my home, though I had taken some on the streets where it was much louder, closer to 100 or more.
And your apartment, don't tell us which floor, but is it above or below a 10th floor?
It is above a 10th floor.
Thank you. You told us a bit about bonfires, seeing bonfires. We're unsure if we'll get any evidence about this from the Ottawa Police, but just from what your observations were, what were the bonfires like?
They definitely varied depending on the location that you went. There were quite a few of them. Some were small and just for warmth. Others were larger for, I think there was a pig, like a whole pig being roasted. And I think it was under a fire, but I can't be certain about that. But there was that. And there were several bonfires down Wellington Street, oftentimes on corners and intersections where there were people huddled around it, often accompanied by signs and flags.
Thank you. And then finally, you responded to a question from Ottawa Police Council about that you had expressed or were thankful that the police were managing the situation. What situation did you feel that they were managing?
I felt that they were managing my personal safety correctly.
And what about out on the streets? Did you think they were managing it from your observation?
No, I did not.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does Commission Council have any brief follow-up?
No re-exam, thank you.
Okay, well, I want to thank both witnesses for their coming forward to the Commission and for their evidence. The Commission appreciates you coming forward. I also want to thank counsel for the parties. It was very disciplined cross-examination, a very good start. So we thank you both, and you're now relieved of your obligations, and someone can come forward and assist Madame de la Ronde to.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry?
While the witnesses leave, this may be a good moment to take the break, and we'll come back after the break. It will take 15 minutes, and when we come back, we'll proceed with the second panel.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes. Order à l'ordre. Order à l'ordre.
Order.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
The commission has reconvened.
Okay, I think we're ready for the next panel. On est prêt pour le prochain panel.
We're ready for the next panel.
Mr. Commissioner, my name is Jean-Simon Schoenholz. I'm Commission Counsel. I'd like to call Kevin McHale and Natalie Carrier as the next witnesses.
Bonjour.
Hello.
Mr. McHale, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Affirm.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Kevin McHale, Kevinmchale.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms. Carrier, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I wish to affirm.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Nathalie Carrier, Nathalie-Carrier.
Affirmez-vous solemnement que le témoignage que vous allez rendre devant la commission.
You say that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
I just want to clarify I won't testify. Sorry. Sometimes I switch without knowing.
Oh, we can accommodate that.
Oui, merci.
Allez-y, go ahead.
Merci. Mr. McHale, Ms. Carrier, could you please start by telling me your title at work?
I'm Natalie Carrier, Executive Director of the Vanier BIA, which is the business improvement area.
Kevin McHale, I'm the Executive Director of the Spark Street BIA and Mall Authority.
Thank you. I'd like to pull up a map just to help orient ourselves. If we could zoom in there. Okay, and let's go close to where Parliament Hill is, and we can zoom in. So, Mr. McHale, you see at the top right there of your screen is Parliament Hill, correct?
Correct?
And is Spark Street kind of the highlighted line there?
Correct. That's the 5 blocks of the pedestrian promenade.
Thank you. And if we could zoom out, Ms. Carrier, where does the Vanier BIA cover?
It covers 3 main streets, Beechwood, Montreal Road, and MacArthur, from roughly the river to Saint Laurent, with the exception of Beechwood that ends when Havelock begins.
And those are indicated here
Correct.
on the map? Thank you. And did you have any engagement with businesses outside of those 3 streets during the relevant period?
Both Kevin and I sat on daily meetings, and we also sit on the board of ACOBIA, which is the coalition of BIAs. So we do sometimes get communications from others. I have family and friends that own businesses on Bank Street, for example. And some of my businesses on Montreal Road or Beechwood would own other franchises and others.
Okay. And you're generally aware of the parking lot at Coventry Road that was used by some of the protesters?
Generally aware. I would say intimately aware since January.
Can we just identify that on the screen, please?
That's right.
And that location that's been pinned aligns with, sorry, the one on the left, please. That aligns with the parking lot that we're referring to?
In essence, both parking lots were being used at one point, so both the Hampton Inn one and the one that belongs to the city. They're joined together, but there are 2 separate parking lots.
And Ms. Carey, your BIA, as well as the Coventry Road location, would you describe that as being outside of the downtown core?
It depends who you ask and what's being done. Sometimes we're considered downtown because we have more urban issues that are, homelessness or, drug-related issues, things of that sort. But for the case of an event that happens downtown, we would be considered slightly on the outskirts, yes.
Okay. And were you liaising at all with any of the businesses on Coventry Road?
I was, just by nature of being the closest BIA to them at one point, because things were escalating and there was a lot of complaints being made. I did begin to liaise with a few businesses there.
Thank you. We'll talk more about that later. Can you just quickly tell us what was your previous experience before joining the Vanier BIA?
I was the production manager for Ottawa 2017, so I did large-scale public events like La Machine, Crash Dice, Continuum Underground, and the pre to LRT being created, Picnic on the Bridge, those kind of things. I have 20 years experience in events.
And did you have experience in that role liaising with the city and Ottawa Police?
I would say that would be more unofficially and anecdotally because of the knowledge that I carry with me. There are things that were brought to this table that were flagrant to me based on the knowledge that I have as previously as a large-scale event planner, producer.
And in referring to things that were flagrant, you're referring to events during the January and February.
Correct. So things that we saw that would be event-like during the occupation or protests referred to my previous roles.
Thank you.
And my current roles. We do events at the BIA as well.
Thank you. So for both of you, could you just start by telling me what kind of information, if any, did you receive from the city and OPS in anticipation of the arrival of the convoy?
I would say that we received very little information prior to. In fact, it was mostly the BIA in Byward that started requesting from our councillor. So to be clear, Councillor Fleury has 3 BIAs within his ward, Byward, Rideau, and Vanier. And so Byward and Rideau had started getting increasingly aware of what was happening. We had been speaking with Bank Street and Spark Street as a cobia, and they requested from Councillor Fleury to amass stakeholders so that we could better prepare for the weekend ahead. This was the week leading in, obviously, the week of the 27th, 28th.
Thank you. Mr. McHale?
Yeah, I would say it was very minimal. Spark Street experiences a number of activations and protests and marches and such throughout the years because of our proximity to the Hill. So the communication was quite minimal. I think it was only really, we started to receive some because some other BIAs and ACOBIA, which is the Ottawa Coalition of BIAs, started making direct requests as we were seeing this event starting to unfold to being bigger than what we typically experience in downtown Ottawa.
Thank you. I'd like to pull up coalition document, that's COA 6060. We can just scroll down. So, scroll back up. So this is a document dated January 27th. And if we scroll down, is this one of the emails that would have been provided to the local BIAs?
Yes.
Okay. And was this kind of representative of the information the BIAs were receiving in anticipation of the arrival of the convoys?
Yes. The fact that we actually received it was kind of, to receive something again, because I think we were demanding some more input and support as to what we needed to inform our members of. This is, again, the information provided isn't really any different than what we would receive for any other activation or any other event in the downtown core space. So it really didn't meet what we kind of expected from a level of robustness.
And what did you expect?
We expected to see a bit of a game plan as to what the actions were going to be to deal with the massive vehicles that we were expecting of the downtown core. Perhaps similar to what we see during when road closures and such are put in place for an event like Canada Day, where vehicles aren't allowed in the core for the day, and barriers or city vehicles are used to limit access to certain parts of the downtown core. So we really wanted to see was an action plan of how police and officials were going to manage the situation.
And would you agree with that testimony, Ms. Carrier?
I agree. I think we were looking for the plans that we normally get and receive or are shared with us leading into a Canada Day weekend or Winterlude or those kinds of things. So in this particular case, we were expecting Canada Day type closures. And in the case of Vanier, that would only pertain to us as it pertains to any overflow traffic that often or sometimes gets directed to Coventry or would end up on Montreal Road or Rideau or.
And did you request that type of information? Did you or anyone else in the business association community?
We requested from the counselor to have a briefing with services, which we got. And when that briefing happened, we were surprised to see that that was not this posture that OPS and city were taking, meaning the closing down of the streets in the downtown core to accommodate the level of what I was seeing on social media was heading our way.
What kind of information was provided during those briefings?
To me,
Again,
specifically,
to clarify, ahead of the convoy's arrival.
Ahead of the convoy, it was a protest that was slightly unusual because of the nature of the trucks, right? Normally when we have protests, there's buses that arrive and drop off people and then an event happens and they get back on buses and leave. In this case, the trucks were the protesters in many ways. So there was some level that it was going to be complex because of the trucks. But for the most part, we were told, by the end of the weekend, everything should be good and everyone will likely be gone.
Okay. And would you agree with that, Mr. McHale?
Yeah, I would agree.
And was that similar to were you receiving information that was similar to what you'd received in other large-scale events, Ms.
No.
Carey? No. How did it differ?
There was a lack of information for something that we deemed and I deemed, having done large-scale events on that very particular space. La Machine ran from Byward all the way to the museum and back. There was actually a Saturday night event that was here. We spent 2 years planning that because of the sheer level of people and the machines themselves were big. And so there was really no information, in our opinion, or there didn't seem to be, it didn't seem to be taken as seriously as other events.
Thank you. Now, if you can take a look at paragraph 4 here on the screen, it says, all open source information in our interactions with Freedom Rally organizers indicate this will be a significant and extremely fluid event that could go on for a prolonged period. Did anyone during those briefings provide any explanation for what was meant by significant and extremely fluid event that could go on for a prolonged period?
I think that there was an unpredictability about this event. There was reference to there being multiple organizers, but I don't think we were given much more, not to my knowledge,
Mr.
my
McHale?
recollection.
No, the feeling I have when I read a line like this, probably convoy protest, would be that this is just kind of an open-ended protect yourself, saying that, if some of the organizers decide to stay, we don't know exactly. It's not uncommon to see this kind of language, I think, in kind of an announcement like this. But again, our typical experience with other protests in the area are that people come, they protest, and they leave in a reasonable manner and where at the time when they say they will.
And that was the impression you got from the communications from Ottawa Police Services?
That's the feeling I had going into that weekend, yes, with the communication that we had received. Again, it seemed to be fairly low key from what we were receiving. My personal feeling was it was a little bit similar to the farmers' protest that we had a number of years ago here in the Ottawa core, where a group of farmers came through and brought in tractors and other heavy equipment and were here for a day or so and then left. So it was kind of my feeling of it was, again, having been on Spark Street for 9 years and working in the core for 20, that this would be a loud, boisterous weekend event, and that by Monday morning I'd be trying to figure out how to clean up my street, which wasn't the case.
to clarify, was that your own assessment of the incoming convoy?
Correct. Yes, it's my own assessment. Again, that's taking that assessment based upon the information we were provided.
Right, thank you. Did anyone during these meetings with city and police officials ask why access to the downtown core was not being blocked? Ms. Carrier?
I feel like at some point, all the BIAs there were 5 of us, did. I remember my colleague Kaylin from Byward certainly, making mention to why this wasn't happening, or why couldn't we block streets like we do often for protests or events? Why couldn't we prevent access to our core? There was no real answer to that.
You don't remember any specific response to those questions?
I remember Chief Slowly saying publicly, and not specifically to our daily briefings, but publicly saying things to the order of, I can't stop trucks from driving in the city of Ottawa. I can't stop vehicles from driving in the city of Ottawa, which was baffling to me personally as an events person, because we had and we do often for events.
Mr. McHale, do you recall any specific response to that question?
No, the response would be to what Natalie alluded to, which is that basically they didn't have the rights to stop the vehicles from coming in.
Did they provide information on why that was?
No, nothing written.
Thank you. Who from the city of Ottawa was participating at these meetings, Ms. Carrier?
It evolved. So in the beginning, it was basically the 3 BIAs. We added in the 3 BIAs being Rideau, Byward, and Vanier. We added in Bank Street and Sparks. And there was bylaw, traffic, so a series of city services, bylaw, traffic, police, OPS, our NRTs, which is our neighborhood resource team members, which is a police term for police that are dedicated to specific problematic areas, for lack of a better term, like Byward and Vanier, and other areas. There was, I recall, it was evolving. So depending on the day, depending on what was happening, and as the situation was evolving, people would come in and out of these meetings daily based on availability, or, there's certainly city management services. Acobia was there, so Michelle, the executive director of Acobia.
Did the mayor of Ottawa or the city manager of Ottawa ever participate?
I don't know.
I can't recall. I don't believe the mayor participated in one of these calls. I believe someone from his staff was on the call a couple times. Really, on the political side, the call was driven by Matt Fleury, councillor for Vanier. And he and his staff hosted the call every day, and there'd be mixing in. Councillor McKinney was on the call a couple times. Who else?
I remember this.
Fortier, yes.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No. The MP for Vanier, Fortier was on the call as well. Yeah. Joel Harden was on the call.
Later
as well.
when the occupation became the occupation and not a protest, the call of roughly 20 people was 70 people at times daily. So there were MPs that would join in on those calls. But for the most part, the senior city person, and to my recollection, was Kim Ayotte, who was emergency services. So he was the person sort of speaking on behalf of fire, paramedics, and obviously police when police wasn't on the call.
And did,
sorry.
No, finish your thought, please.
I was going to say, oftentimes the police representatives we had on the call are not people that I would consider senior OPS that I would have seen in other events.
Did any of the senior OPS officials, former Chief Slowly, deputies Bell and Ferguson, did they attend?
I have a recollection of Chief Slowly joining the first week, so between the first and second weekends. I don't recall what day exactly, but there was one call that he was on with us.
Yeah, he was on one or two calls at the very beginning, and then as the situation continued, he was no longer on the call.
Okay. And the deputies, did they attend?
No, generally, police representation was Constable LeMay, who's the community officer. was the primary police contact on the phone call.
And there was, and I apologize, I do not remember her name, but I believe she was the deputy who came once or twice on the call as well.
Ferguson?
Yes.
Yes,
Trish
correct.
Ferguson. Thank you.
Sorry.
And do you recall, so you say Chief Slowly attended once at that first week, so after the first weekend. Do you recall, anything specific that he said during his attendance?
This is difficult because these are people we work with. These are people that we rely on. I remember being scared personally. I'm sorry. Because I remember the chief saying at one point, "You guys are scared, I get it. I'm scared too." And I thought, if the chief of police is scared, something much bigger is happening here than a protest. And that personally scared me, and I think a lot of us on that call were shaken. There was also a sense that week that things were starting to get shaken up. There was instability. I sensed a sense of defensiveness. Everyone was caught off guard, I think. Everyone. I don't think any of us could have dreamed that this event that we, in our biggest thinking, would equate to Canada Day, sort of, the infractions that happen, the closures that happen, the people that come in, the disturbances it creates, the loud noise, the fireworks. None of us, I think, could have understood that would actually get so much bigger.
So did you each feel that the business community, the BIAs that you represent, that they got the information they needed to prepare for these events?
No.
No.
Despite us asking vehemently daily.
Même si
Information were you seeking that you did not receive?
So there are things that pertain to businesses that are very specific in events like this, and I'm sorry, I keep calling it an event, that's my knowledge. So things like, will they have access to loading zones? How can deliveries happen? Can staff get in? Where will the bus routes be? And because there was so much fluidity to what was happening, there was no sense that the plan today was going to be the plan the next day. There was some fluidity to it, but mostly those are the things we needed to know. Can staff take OC Transpo and get from Vanier to their job at the Rideau Center? Will the Rideau Center be safe? Those are the things that pertain to businesses. Like, can they have deliveries picked up, and can they still do click and collect, and can Uber Eats and skip the dishes get through? And to give context to it, though we're 5 kilometers away in Vanier from the downtown core, Uber Eats was not servicing. They were not servicing. So unlike what could be said to have happened to businesses during COVID, businesses were completely crippled, and that has to be understood by this commission, because there were no deliveries, there was no loading zone, there was no Uber Eats, there was no clients in the stores. A lot of the protesters that arrived did support businesses, and I'm not going to say that they didn't. They supported some businesses, but there was a lot of chaos. There was a lot of businesses that were deeply affected by protesters, and then there was this sense, there was a lawlessness, if I can speak specifically to restaurants, which are often the most flexible of all of our businesses, right? They adapt very quickly. They can figure out things very quickly. But restaurants often had catering tables organized by protesters right outside their doors, offering free hot dogs, free chocolates, free, to everyone. Meanwhile, the business that was trying to stay open and survive was not getting any business.
Thank you. I'd like to pull up document COA 6063. So the document we'll see here, Mr. McHale, is an exchange between you and Councillor McKenney.
Mm-hmm.
If we can scroll to the bottom, please. Yeah, further up. Okay, so I'll just let you refresh your memory and read that exchange. So Councillor McKenney is asking if you need any additional information.
Mm-hmm.
And your response is, and if we can go up just a tiny bit. So on January 28th, so before the arrival of the convoy, you say, "I think we are good," and then you continue. Can you just help maybe explain to us what that meant in the context of what you were just communicating to me?
Yeah, I think again, it comes down to having been on Spark Street for over 9 years now and having a very veteran merchant mix. There wasn't initially going into it necessarily a lot of concern. So again, having a bit more, dealing with protest and activation through the core all the time. Again, as I said earlier, I felt that this was going to be large and boisterous, but not obviously the 3-week event that it was. So we and in Spark Street, we tend to be a little self-sufficient. So we were very active on social media, making sure we were getting information from OPS and bylaw as we were directed to through comms, which was said the fastest way to get our information oftentimes was Twitter. And so Catherine did reach out to make sure that we had got what we had. So again, yeah, it was very much, I think we're good. The members are aware. Again, my members go into an event like this, any other protest, not thinking about closing their doors, not really concerned about staff. An event, as I always say on Spark Street, people march up to Parliament Hill, determined to get their message out, to tell people about what they need to be, what they think that needs to be told, and say their piece, and then they leave satisfied and happy that they've accomplished what they set out to do, and then they end up visiting our coffee shops and our restaurants, etc. It was only kind of into Saturday night, Sunday when we realized this was there's a different energy in the crowd, if I can use that term. That's when, again, a lot of my businesses who on the Saturday were open, we're trying to open, regulations in Ontario were starting to be lifted, or they're being ready to lift, I believe, on the Monday, on the 31st. And so our businesses were kind of actually getting ready for the province to be reopened and to welcome customers back inside their businesses after a very long January, December. So again, I wasn't overly concerned at this one. There's very casual nature to the conversation, and it's kind of how I speak and how I flow.
In hindsight, were you prepared at that time?
In hindsight, yeah. I mean, as I say, I was here. I talked with staff along Spark Street. We have bollards that can be installed. We use them in the spring, summer, fall to control traffic. They're out right now on the street if you're out there today. Wintertime, we have to remove them for snow operations. So we had actually taken them out back in November, and so the street was open. And again, it was at that point where the same time we were sitting here saying, okay, do you think we should put them in? When we start seeing vehicles coming in, we didn't want them on the street for what we thought was just the weekend. So my event supervisor and I made the decision, and we had to dig out the holes, and they're all full of snow and ice, and dig them out and vacuum them out, and we put the posts in for the weekend. And I think it was kind of a fortunate decision for us to do that, because I feel that the street would have ended up as kind of a secondary holding spot for vehicles and other activities.
Did you consult OPS?
Yes, we had reached out to Constable Sean Kay, who we had a conversation with a couple months ago for another activation. The constable's job is to liaise with marches and activations like that. So we had reached out to Sean to say, do you think we should do that? Is it going to interfere with operations? Again, having a knowledge of the street. In the past, when there have been activations or incidents, Spark Street can sometimes become a holding spot for, or just a cut through for police services or other entities, operations and such. So we just did a reach out saying, hey, is this going to interfere in any of your planning or any operations? And he said, no, nothing. So just let us know when it's done. So we did that. Later at the beginning of the week, I want to say about February 3rd or so, we reached our second or third. We reached back out to let them know we were taking them out. They had done their job. They kept the vehicles off the street. The feeling was there's two things happening then. I felt that the vehicles couldn't move anymore. They were kind of jammed into the spaces. And we had snow falling. And so we had to pull them out so that snow clearing could happen. What ended up happening was there's no snow operations for the next 3 weeks. So we had a nice layer of snow and ice on Sparks for that for the remaining convoy.
So did you keep the bollards in for the whole period?
We end up removing them, and then what we realized from observing the crowd, the vehicles, and everyone around us, and the way the groups were operating, was that we felt Sparks was okay without them. in at that point because we didn't think anything large could get in anymore. There was a lane for fire and such, but that was about it, and that was being respected by everyone. So, and it would have been, again, these are mechanical bollards. They're not automated. It's not a heat system. It's a pretty simple system. But by that time, to get to put them back in was going to be very difficult after a snow event.
Had you ever put these up for another protest before?
We had not.
Ms. Carrier, I understand, again, as you previously said, that you had some, you liaised to a certain extent with the businesses on Coventry Road and visited that location. Is that correct?
Correct.
And why was Coventry kind of a significant location in these events?
Because the businesses were right next door to the encampment. So to put it in context, there is a hotel, a parking lot for the hotel, a parking lot for the stadium, and then there's Canadian Tire, Best Buy, and a Starbucks that are right there. There's also, just at the corner of Lola, there's a veterinarian and emergency hospital for animals. And also one of our organizations that we liaise with a lot, the Minwashin Lodge, is there as well. So there's organizations that are racialized that are in and around that area. So in my expertise as being a business relations person, I started just checking in on them to see if they were okay.
How frequently did you go visit that location physically?
Usually once a weekend. The weekends were definitely the worst, but Canadian Tire, I must have spoken to them 5 or 6 times, different people at each time. Sometimes it was the customer service person, sometimes it was a manager on duty or another. The Starbucks, I would be going in to get a coffee because I spent a lot of time at Coventry, and anecdotally I would ask questions and spoke to the manager once, I think.
Okay. So what did the manager or other personnel from Canadian Tire report to you throughout this period, and maybe trying to identify at which time?
So in the beginning, it was, they were selling a lot of stuff. They were selling gas tanks, and they were selling rope, and, all the type of things that I think you would buy if you were camping out. And they also reported that large groups of protesters, by large, I probably mean 3 to 10, would come in at once and then do the sort of thing that was, that is now sort of cliche, but would go up to the workers with masks on and say, why do you wear a mask? Why are you doing this? They would disrupt the sort of general, the store. They would disrupt the store. And there was also there was things that were relayed to me that the protesters had been putting up posters throughout the store that looked like public health posters, but saying things like masks are stupid or masks aren't needed, or, so counterintuitive sort of things that staff, nothing, violent, but definitely disruptive. The most terrifying call I had was on the third weekend, where the manager was talking to me and he said, Natalie, I don't know if this is something, but I feel like I should tell you, we've sold out of knives and bear spray this weekend. And that is something that I reported immediately to OPS.
Thank you. Did the Starbucks location and their manager report anything to you?
Just disruptions. There's a lot of LGBT people that work in OPS in Starbucks and OPS as well, I'm sure. But there was a general feeling of annoyance. It was an annoying thing. It was, it was fine, but it wasn't, the pleasant sort of, there's some protesters were perfectly pleasant and lovely. That should be said. They're not all homogenous, right? But there were definitely the ones that would make comments about why they'd be wearing a mask in a window and the door would be, the window's open, you don't need a mask, those types of things. And again, I think we have to put this back into context of the first weekend being our stores were still closed. You couldn't go into a restaurant that first weekend. That was reopening on the 31st. So the feeling that we have about masks today really has to be brought back to how weird that felt then.
I understand that you also visited the Coventry Road parking lot that the protesters were using during this period, correct?
Several times, yes.
Okay. And you took some videos?
I sure did.
I'll show a few to you. So if we can pull up COM 50744, if you could tell me when this was taken and where.
I believe
The Hampton Inn.
I'm going to say it for
Sunday
myself.
night of the protest.
Sunday night of the first weekend.
Just doing a little recon mission here. See what's
Sorry.
living in our neighborhood right now.
This is very embarrassing.
Not sure
Has to be
if
said.
we'll Get in or out. Doesn't look like it. It's been blocked apparently because nobody can come in or out and they're directing their own traffic.
So this was the first weekend you were telling me?
Correct, on the Sunday night. And it, again, has to be put in context. The reason I took this video was to share with my colleague at OPS, because that day we had been told that, now we're gonna move towards egress, but I was trying to demonstrate there's no sign of egress at Coventry.
And when you say, sorry, you said your colleague at OPS, you mean the kind of the police liaison?
The person that was on the calls with us at those daily meetings, yes.
Thank you. And can you describe what you saw in that video? Anything significant stand up to you?
Well, two things. So this video, to put in context, is next to the stadium. So on, depending what map you're looking at, but not on the hotel side, but on the other side. What I had observed during that weekend, and it increased during the week, and certainly in the second weekend, was this sense of directing their own traffic, of allowing certain trucks in or people in and not. So there was a sense of security security system of some sort that was building up. I observed large-scale tents that, again, from an event planner perspective, signified to me, lots like organization and places to work and places to make food. I saw food being brought in. I saw deliveries being made. This is over the course of the 4 weeks. And I saw that encampment grow from an overflow parking to an encampment. A very solid, very organized, blues fest, large scale event style. We're here for a long time and we have the infrastructure to stay.
Thank you. Let's just play COM 50743, please.
Staying.
That's the same night, the other side of the parking lot.
Don't know what the way out is. Here it is, packed side by side, kind of like this. Many people deep, full campers, set up. Nobody's going anywhere.
Again, terribly embarrassing.
Here to stay.
Sorry.
So, so your understanding.
Everybody hates their own voice, right? No. Sorry, I just have to say that out loud. I'm nervous.
So based on your observations that day, it sounds in the video, did you conclude that people were there to stay longer term?
I am somebody that is very savvy with social media. To me personally, it was clear that the 70-kilometer train of trucks that crossed the country was not coming in for a small protest in a day. And to me, that Sunday night was the proof that, somebody somewhere had underestimated or not listened to the anger, frustration that at that point, large number of people felt. They were coming to the city of Ottawa as the representatives of what they thought, and they were going to stay there. They were going to stay there until they were heard.
I want to just show one last video, COM 50749. So when was this video taken?
I believe that's the second weekend.
Okay.
And what you see in that video are things that, again, as an event planner, I took because it drove me crazy, because there was a propane tank next to diesel with like wooden pallets packed right next to it, which an event would be not even allowed to operate. Second, would be shut down, and police trucks would be there, bylaw would be there, and as an event planner, I would be fined. And there was no fining. I saw tents that normally, as an event planner, both in my BIA role, but also previously, you need permits to put up tents like that in the city of Ottawa. You pay a permit, an inspector has to come, there has to be an engineer evaluation. To my knowledge, none of that had been done at Coventry. So I essentially had a festival happening in my community that was neither sanctioned nor was it protected by the normal standards that the city of Ottawa would adhere to. And in the city, there's a thing called the SEEK program, which is Special Events Activation Team. And any event that goes through the city of Ottawa must go through this very, very stringent process of being evaluated by that. And none of it had been done. I witnessed downtown stages on the back of a truck, wooden things wooden things with diesel being poured onto them, like just things that were, in my 30 years experience, absolutely baffling and quite frankly, dangerous.
There's a few other videos I won't take you to because of time, but Ms. Lee this morning testified that she saw urine in some of the streets.
Yep.
Did you ever witness anyone dumping urine somewhere?
Yeah, I have a video that I submitted when I was driving to see one of my staff, and I was coming back towards on Nicholas between D&D and University of Ottawa, and I was taking the video to demonstrate that there was lawlessness. Like there were trucks parked on sides of roads and in the middle, like this is an on-ramp to a major highway. And as I was driving past, I saw somebody out of their thing dump a chemical toilet, and I caught it by accident right outside D&D.
Thank you. From what you observed, were the participants in the convoy respecting the rules of the road at all times?
I think some were, and I think a lot weren't.
And what did you observe that led you to that conclusion?
There's another video that I submitted where at Coventry, I don't know this for a fact, but I deduced that there was sort of a shift change that would happen. There would be a series of trucks that would leave in the morning, and some would come back, and they would sort of do this convoy style. Obviously, they're a convoy. So, but on several occasions, I would be trying to sort of leave that parking lot, and there would be 50, 60, 100 trucks all in a row, not respecting traffic, not respecting traffic lights, and sort of operating as a parade. But again, in the city of Ottawa, when you do a parade, you have to have police escort. There are certain laws. It's announced ahead of time what your trajet, sorry, I don't know that word in English is. Route, merci. And, so again, these were things that would happen. I saw convoys of trucks, like farm tractors driving down Vanier Parkway, which is not even a trucking route. You're not even allowed a truck on Vanier Parkway normally. Like none of our businesses could get a truck to drive down Vanier Parkway to come give them a delivery. And yet, we are seeing these types of things. So I saw a lot of that.
Thank you. Mr. McHale, can you describe generally the impact on the businesses in your BIA?
Yeah, generally for Spark Street businesses, for the most part, especially after that Saturday, the first Saturday, I would say about 85% of them just stayed closed for the remainder of the protest and for the week afterwards. It was difficult for them. I mean, the businesses that were open would suddenly end up with 5, 10, 15 people in the store unmasked, wanting to use the bathroom or just to warm up, not actually getting any services, especially if it was a retail business. Food businesses initially on that first weekend, reported to me, the staff would report to me that they had difficulty managing the customers coming in. Businesses of course, were under the regulations for the closure and such, so if they were allowed customers in, those customers had to be masked. There was limits on what they would do. It was impossible for them to enforce it. And that was something I think we did bring up on one of the calls eventually, which was, and then again, initially we were told, no, it's up to the business to enforce that. If the business has to make the decision whether they're going to stay open or closed, it's up on the business. And then it was brought to their attention, it's quite impossible for a single shop owner to police 5 or 6 people who are determined not to follow the local health ordinances. So we did get some clarity on that eventually it would be in the best judgment of the bylaw officer whether or not they would impose a fine on the business or a warning.
And are you aware of any businesses that received fines for?
No, none of my members reported anything.
It was said, though, sorry, I have to say, it was said that if fines were given out, they would be given out to the business, not to the people. And so that's, again, another deterrent to keeping your business open, because if you can't control or have security there that at your own expense, which most of these stores didn't have at that point. Again, we're coming off of a 2-year COVID, and then we all got caught off guard right before Christmas that we were shut down again. So a lot of these businesses had no money for security or anything. So they thought, well, if I can't police it, I'm going to get a fine, and it's not worth it. So they would close.
Mr. McHale, do businesses on Spark Street typically close during protests?
No. When this started getting bigger than it was, or I was talking to my chair specifically about this, he's been downtown as a business operator for over 50 years and has never closed his business. And that would include during the G20 summit when it was here a number of years ago and other activations. It's never occurred to them to close during any event before. This was the first time where he felt a concern for his safety and any staff he were to bring in during that time, which led to him closing his business.
Thank you. What other impacts, Mr. McHale, on Ottawa businesses generally are you aware of as a result of the convoy?
Yeah, a business of mine who was publicly against the convoy as it was interfering with their business had their Google review attacked. So they suddenly randomly started getting one-star reviews on their business. And that's something that's very difficult for a business to, it's an easy thing for someone to do if they're ticked off somebody is to give somebody a one-star review. But in this day and age, of internet reviews and such, those things are so important to a business. And suddenly a business that had a 4.5-star rating was suddenly trending, I believe, at like 2.5, which is, it's difficult to recover from anything like that. And it's very difficult to go to the providers, the Yelps and that, and say, these are all fraudulent reviews. This is a bike shop owner, and so his business at that time of the year is very quiet anyways, but he does have some customers coming in doing maintenance during the wintertime and such. And the intention was to be open for his mechanics to do work through the winter. And during this period, it was just impossible.
Thank you. Those are all, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it should also be noted that the Rideau Center in its history and in the history of Cadillac Fairview had never closed for every day. And even when the stores are closed, the Rideau Center is the walk-through for transit. So it's always open 24/7. You can go to the washroom there. You can go warm up in there. It closed, and that cost them $2 million a day, and they were closed for, three weekends, the worst of which would be Valentine's Day and Family Day. And I think for businesses, we have to state how important that is. I have a business, Quelque Chose Pâtisserie. They have their bakery in I'm sorry, I'm going quickly. Their bakery in Vanier. They also have 2 other franchises, now 3. But and they had trouble at the Byward one, so they closed down, but that affected the bakery and it affected also Westboro because their Westboro location, people were told to stay home, so they didn't have it. So again, that losing for that bakery to lose Valentine's Day and Family Day weekend carries them through the first quarter. Those 2 days, it was said to me yesterday by that business owner, that carries them through January, February, and March. And again, that's a normal January, February, March, not one where you were shut down at Christmas, not one where you've been shut down for 2 years. So it was devastating.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions. We're out of time, but I do want to allow you, if there's anything that I haven't covered that you think we need to share with the commission, briefly.
Go.
No, you can go. I've been going first, so you can.
I just think it's difficult to explain. It's been very difficult sometimes for us to explain how devastating it's been for our business community in the downtown core. A prime example, I think, was about halfway through the event. I'm in line that night after spending 12 hours on the street, and in line at a coffee shop in Canada, just to pick up some coffee for the next morning for my family. And I'm looking inside this coffee shop and I'm seeing customers inside. And my brain said, oh my God, they're in violation of the health orders, And then I realized, no, the rest of the province has been allowed to open. It's just downtown Ottawa. And I think that's the effect that this had, was because this activation happened for as long as it did, police directed the residents and visitors to not come downtown. It's something we still deal with today with the Wellington closure and such, and the reputation of the city and the downtown. We've already seen it in tourism numbers this summer. They're down. We're continuing to see that the reputation of the city has been, as a place to visit, has been greatly tarnished. And it's going to take us years to truly recover for that in the downtown core if we ever do.
Thank you.
I have two things I would add. One, just to say to that, I have friends who, decided they would have this beautiful Ottawa staycation day this summer, and they go and they bike, and they go to the market, and then they're sitting out in the market at the end of this really amazing day, and then all of a sudden this protest comes up and people start yelling and screaming, and so this was months afterwards. So to Kevin's point, it's still happening now. There's still disruption to businesses. The second point I'd like to make in closing is that, and I don't know that this has been tackled, but Vanier is the most diverse BIA of all the BIAs in Ottawa, and we have the highest level of racialized people within, or racialized business owners. So MacArthur specifically is a street, which is the closest street to the convoy, a street that is very multicultural and has a lot of specific cultural groceterias, restaurants, those types of things. Anecdotally, there was a lot of it was very difficult for some of those business owners, and though they may or may not have closed, the sense, and I think, the speakers this morning sort of talked to that, there was a sense of like foreboding in the city. There was this intense feeling. And specifically, one of our organizations that we worked quickly with was intimidated to a certain extent by having men standing outside their windows looking in, again, comments being made, and this is a shelter for Indigenous women and children. So, it has to be said that the damage done, I think, was somewhat disproportionate to those in our city that are equity seeking and equity deserving, especially our small businesses.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Okay. Thank you. I'd ask, has there been any agreement on the order of cross-examination? Seeing no indication, I will call on, again, in terms of the length of time that's been allocated, starting with the convoy organizers.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Brendan Miller. I'm counsel for Freedom Corp. I've been asked to make sure that we introduce ourselves before we start. I just have a few questions for you, and just so you know, most of these are what we call Brown and Dunn questions. I just need to give them to you so that there's some other evidence down the road, and I need to be fair to you, so I need to put a lot of this to you, okay?
Just to be clear, Brown and Dunn is simply that
Yeah.
they put a statement to you that it may be contradicted later, so you should have a chance to comment.
Thank you for that clarification.
So yeah, sorry, I'm too lawyer.
I was trying to fake it till I made it on that one, so.
Oh, it's good. It's good. You did a very good job. You sold me. So, okay. So I understand that after the protests, there was two funds set up. One being $20 million was set aside by the federal government to compensate Ottawa businesses affected by the protests, and another one for $10 million from the provincial government. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And to date, or at least as of June, I understand that of the federal government funds, only 8.6 million have been used? Is that fair?
I don't have that knowledge. I know a lot of my businesses took advantage of it.
I can't comment on the total, but I could state that the majority of my Main Street business, my storefront businesses did apply to the fund.
Okay. And of the $10 million provided by the province, I can't find if much of that was used. Can you tell us, do you know any amounts with respect to the amount of money that was used from the provincial funds?
No.
Okay, thank you. You had said in your evidence, ma'am, that Uber Eats wasn't available during the protests. I'm going to put it to you that it was.
Okay.
Can you, I'm giving you an opportunity.
I'm not sure.
That's the purpose of this. So
Right.
I want to be fair to you. I'm going to put it to you that Uber Eats, in fact, was operating during the protests and was, in fact, even delivering food to the protesters.
I would say there are likely times that Uber Eats was operating and other times on the weekends, which I think our businesses would deem to be the most busy times where a lot of them weren't. There was a lack of drivers. I know that was a major issue. And then because of the closures, there was zero access for it. So whether the app was open or not, I'm not aware, but I can tell you that many of our restaurants in Vanier and others could not use that service as a method to sell their food. Further to that, some would make the orders and they wouldn't be picked up, so there was an additional loss.
Okay. And did you yourself experience any inability to use Uber Eats?
I did not use Uber Eats in that time, no.
Did either of you have contact with Member of Parliament Mona Forche during this time? That she, I believe, is the
Yes,
President of
she's
Treasury?
the MP that represents Vanier, so I do, yeah.
Okay. And I take it that when you contacted her, at one juncture, you asked her to help you with respect to removing police blockades that were affecting the market and your area. Is that fair?
I did not, no, that was not my request.
Now,
That may have been my colleague in the market, but it was not me.
and in the videos my friends from the commission played for you, those videos taken by you, you would agree that there was no honking or noise in the background in those videos, was there?
In some, there were, not in those particular videos, but at times there was honking. There wasn't as much honking at Coventry, no.
Yeah. And what time? I saw all the videos, it was...
Roughly
it was
6 p.m.
Roughly 6 p.m. So,
Well, the first weekend, that was roughly 6 p.m. On the second weekend, it was 9 a.m. in the morning.
okay,
So it depends. I was there at different times.
right. But you agree in both those videos, there's no loud noises, there's no honking while you're driving and taking those videos?
There was honking, yes. There was definitely honking. There was some loud noises. Whether they were as loud as downtown, no, they were not.
Okay.
But there was definitely honking, and depending at times too. Also, yeah, no, there was not.
Right. And were you aware that on January 25th, 2022, the City of Ottawa received an email from the Hotel Association here in town stating that the truckers and protesters had booked stays for over 30 days?
I was not aware of the email, but I do know that Steve Ball from the Hotel Association was on many of our calls, especially in the third and fourth weekend and near the tail end of them. And he did make that aware to us. He also pointed out to the fact that there was a lot of hotels that couldn't be accounted for because they would be booked through third party.
Right.
So the hotels.coms or things like that.
So is it fair to say that, to your knowledge, that the municipality of the City of Ottawa knew on January 25th, 2022, that these protesters and truckers were intending to stay a lot longer than the weekend?
It appears to me that they should have known that, yes.
Right. And you had mentioned that you saw some folks pouring out urine and other fecal matter or what have you.
Just urine.
Yes, okay. And what date was that? Do you recall?
The date is on the video. I believe it was the second weekend, possibly the third weekend. I'm sorry, it's on the video, but
But it wasn't at the beginning?
it was not at the beginning, no.
Okay. Were you aware that the protesters and the truckers had applied for and had been given permits for porta potties originally, but those permits were then pulled?
I'm not aware of that, no. But I'm kind of happy to hear that at some point something was permitted, yes.
Well, that was the
Sorry.
beginning, at the beginning. And I just, again, trying to be fair to you.
Thank you.
And you had mentioned that you had seen or heard from some store owner that they had sold out of knives and bear spray. Is that right?
The Canadian Tire, yes, that's what it was told to me.
Is it fair to say, though, that you never saw any protesters or truckers running around waving knives?
Most of the people I know that hunt with knives don't wave them around.
Right, good. I
So
like
they
that.
would be concealed perhaps, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, I don't think waving around a knife states whether or not the knife exists.
All right.
Did I see the knife being waved around? No, I did not.
All right, and you never...
Do I trust that the Canadian Tire is telling me the truth? Yes.
Right. So, and you never saw protesters with bear spray?
I was not in the heat of it on the last weekend, if that's what you're implying, no.
And despite that Canadian Tire had sold out of these items, you had no knowledge of who they sold all of these items to, is that fair?
I had none, no.
So you don't know if you sold them to protesters or if they sold them to local residents, would that be fair?
I suppose that would be fair, yes. I mean, I suppose we could probably cross-reference credit cards at some point and figure that out, but I don't think that
Credit
is
cards,
the case.
well,
Well, I don't know.
I think the feds will need to get another order for production for all that.
Likely. Way above my pay grade, sir.
Way above mine, too.
Thank you.
So I believe those are all my questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call on the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon to you both. My name is Jessica Barrow, and I represent the Ottawa Police Service.
Thank you, Jessica.
I want to start, we had a bit of a discussion earlier, we heard a bit of a discussion earlier about what information BIAs would typically receive as the city was preparing for a protest or an activation, as you called it, Mr. McHale. And so I want to unpackage that a little bit, and I'll start with you, Mr. McHale, if that's all right. So in terms of the types of information you would expect to receive, would that typically include the nature and location of any traffic disruptions,
Yes.
as well as any plans the police may have to mitigate any such traffic disruptions?
Yes.
You would also presumably expect to hear about any information the police have available to them about the expected behavior of the protesters,
Within reason, yes.
as well as the expected number of the protesters,
Yes.
and perhaps how disruptive the protest is likely to be to your local businesses?
Yes, on occasion, we've been told about how the levels of cooperation between the organizers and city officials, so yes.
Right. And you would expect to be advised where businesses could direct any concerns they may have should those arise throughout the course of events, correct? I take it, though, that you would agree with me that there may be circumstances under which there are impediments to police disclosing certain information to local businesses. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Or that may impede the police's ability to consult with the public or community members or business members and jointly agree on strategies?
Agree with that.
For example, there may be sensitivity or confidentiality around certain operational planning techniques that may be going on at OPS,
I'd agree with that.
as well as in relation to any intelligence information in the possession of the Ottawa Police.
Yes.
And I take it you would obviously agree with me that you could not expect the police to provide information to the public which is not yet known to them.
I would agree with that.
And you would agree that the police may need to quickly or unilaterally adopt or change strategies to address the changing circumstances of an event.
Yes.
We heard earlier about the experience that local BIAs, and in particular the downtown core, have with events and demonstrations and protests in the city of Ottawa, correct?
Correct.
And you've indicated that they're a fairly regular occurrence.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that the convoy was unlike any of the previous demonstrations or protests the city has seen?
I would.
More specifically, the size of the convoy was unlike any previous protests local businesses have seen?
Yes.
And the volatility of the convoy was unlike previous protests?
Yes.
And in fact, you indicated that previously businesses have never been required to close,
That's correct.
and that this time they did because this protest was very different from all previous ones.
Many chose to close based upon what information or lack of information was provided to them, yes.
So I want to talk now, we talked sort of in generalities, now I want to focus on the specific communications that were provided to BIAs in the lead up as well as during the convoy. I want to start with a document, it's an OPS 403228. And if we could go specifically to page 6. If you just maybe scroll down a little bit. Thank you, that's perfect. Can you see here that there's an email exchange between the Ottawa Police and the City of Ottawa?
Yes.
Perhaps just scroll back up a little bit so we can see the date. It's on January 26th at 12:09 p.m. And would you agree with me that it says that the community police officers are in touch with downtown BIAs and are providing them with updates to expect large crowds and traffic disruptions? We cannot tell them to stay open or to close, but some businesses may elect to close so as not to get tied up in an anti-vax demonstration.
I see that, yes.
Do you recall that as of this time, which is January 26th, OPS community police officers were in fact reaching out to local BIAs to share information in advance of the convoy's arrival?
Yeah, information is being sent to us and other organizations, yep.
And this is 2 days prior to the beginning of the convoy starting to arrive on the 28th?
Dates are correct, yep.
And businesses are being told that there will be large crowds as well as traffic disruptions,
Yes,
and that there is a possibility of anti-vax demonstrations in downtown establishments by convoy participants,
yes,
but that ultimately the decision has to remain with the businesses as to whether or not to close.
correct.
I want to take you now to OTT 50166. There's also a .0001 on the end if that's required. And if we could just scroll down a little bit, you'll see an email to the January 25th email below. That's perfect. So you can see here it's an email from Sebastian LeMay on January 25th at 11:38 a.m. And you would agree with me that Sebastian LeMay is one of the community police officers, I believe that was testified to earlier.
Yes, he's not mine.
No, but he's, yes, okay. And you would agree that it tells us a few details about the upcoming convoy, and this is as early as January 25th, correct?
Yes,
The Ottawa Police are in the process of continually monitoring the progression of the convoy. Correct?
yes, sorry.
That they can expect significant traffic disruptions,
Yes,
that police resources will be deployed to mitigate safety risks,
yes,
and it points you to where you can go to receive regular updates.
yeah, as we always check regardless.
Right, and then of course it promises to disseminate any new information as it's being received. And would you agree that further information subsequent to this was disseminated in a similar fashion from either this community police officer or others that were local to your area?
Yes, we'd get other emails of similar nature and broadness.
Great. Ms. Carrier, I want to turn to you, if you wouldn't mind for a minute. I'm going to take you to OPB 401257. Thank you. So this is the minutes of the Ottawa Police Services Board special meeting that took place at 1 p.m. on January 26th. And if we can turn to page 2 of that document, we see an agenda item that reads operational briefing on weekend demonstrations. And it's the chief's report. Did you watch this meeting?
I did.
You did. So we may not need to go through all this since you obviously watched the meeting, but would you agree that the meeting informed community members on the fact that this was a fluent event that could go on for a prolonged period? And we, of course, saw the same sentence in another communication as well. Is that correct?
I would agree that that's the information that was made to all public, yeah.
And that the event was unpredictable?
Yes.
And that existing intelligence was that protesters were peaceful, but that they would update if that were to change?
Yes.
And if we turn to page 4 of this document, the second last bullet, we can see here that there's questions being asked by Councillor Fleury, and we see here in response some advice to business owners. Is that fair?
Sorry, the second last bullet or the?
Sorry, it starts, I guess, the last
at-
bullet. If we could
Okay.
keep scrolling. Right, okay, so sorry, the second bullet on page 5. There's a question raised in relation to the BIAs in particular.
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay. And do you recall that there was also information at this point that the police were anticipating numbers in the 1,000 to 2,000 range, but that even within the hour, they expected that that was information that was continuing to change?
Yes, I remember that, but that's not a lot of people normally. So again, that doesn't, I just want to state, because I think it's important to state the context. 3,000 people on Parliament Hill is not a lot of people, like when you look at what the numbers are on Canada Day. So again, it doesn't point to something that I would look at that and go, oh, wow, 3,000 people, we're going to be, in this for the long run. So 3,000 people is not a ton of protesters, no.
But they were indicating that they were giving you the information they had at the time, and that as that changed, they were going to update the information, correct?
Correct. And again, this wasn't to BIAs, this was to the public.
Right, but you were permitted to attend and did in fact attend, correct?
I just want to point out you're out of time.
Okay.
So if you want to wrap up or get to
Sure.
a point, a lot of this, I think, has been a bit repetitious.
Sure, I'm happy to wrap it up. I just want to ask a couple more questions to you, Ms. McHale. Is it true that you were in a fairly frequent, sorry, Mr. McHale,
me?
Ms. Carrier, you were in frequent communication with your community police officer throughout that time?
That's actually a very good question, because our NRTs in Vanier were pulled from us and taken downtown. So I was not in communication with my own normal OPS people with who I transige, I don't know what that word is in English, but that I work with.
With whom I normally interact?
Was in liaison with the community officer for the byword, who was now doing 5 BIAs.
But you were speaking with, I believe, with Constable LeMay, correct?
Yes.
Right, okay. And you would frequently,
Just so we're clear, that's not the constable I would normally deal with.
right, but you were in communication
Mine were taken away.
with someone from Ottawa Police, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and he was responsive?
Yes.
Yes, and you would raise complaints or concerns?
Yes.
Or information you had found on social media, for example?
Yes, though there was a sense that he didn't necessarily have the I don't know how to explain it, but he's not a senior level executive of the Ottawa Police.
Would he indicate, though, in response to those emails that he was passing the information
Yes.
along to whomever maybe would be that senior individual?
Yes.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you both for your time.
Thank you. Now, okay, former Chief Slowly's counsel, please.
Can I ask you to start with both of you separately? Would you agree that the event that you've described, this protest, was in your experience unprecedented?
Yes.
Yes.
As to its scale? Yes?
Yes.
As to the demeanor of the protesters?
Yes.
And equally as to the police response. There was a larger police response to this protest or occupation than you had seen ever before.
I would say at the end of the occupation, there was a larger police presence than before. I would say that from my vantage point where my office was and where I'm located, that the police presence throughout didn't appear to be much larger to me visually compared to other events.
Right? Over a longer duration, obviously.
Yes.
You agree?
I would
Ms. Carey?
agree with what Kevin said, yes.
Okay.
In the beginning, not so much, but near the end, definitely more.
Understood. Now, in respect of the things, and my colleague from the police service just asked you this, but just so I understand it and for the commissioner's purposes, neither of you is suggesting that you have better insight into the community of security intelligence or police intelligence than have police agencies.
Correct?
No, correct.
Okay. And you would, I want to come to the meetings, if I can, that you had with police. And you've had your police liaison officers in the community with whom you've spoken, both of you, correct?
Correct.
And in that respect, you had the same or perhaps better access to police than you have had in other protests. Would that be true?
I would say that the call initiated by Matt Fleury's and in his office allowed us to have a daily conversation with community officer or occasionally somebody slightly higher in rank. I would say that throughout that, we didn't receive any additional insight or information more than what was being released in press releases during that time.
Daily, just stopping there, you had daily contact with police?
Almost daily, as long as they weren't being pulled into some other action or meeting. Yeah.
And which, if they were, you understood. Why?
Completely.
Ms. Carrier, you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
And Mr. McHale, a couple of things. You told us, I think, that you had met with Chief Slowly, or he attended these calls on one or you thought two occasions, correct?
Yeah, again, we held about 30 some of these calls, so I can't remember all, but I would absolutely state that he was on at least one call.
Yes.
Sure. Yes.
And you thought perhaps two, probably two?
Possibly two. And again, I apologize.
Okay.
We had a lot of them.
Ms. Carrier?
I only recall one.
Okay. And you both gave statements to the of your anticipated evidence. You were interviewed by our friends for the commission, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And did you read those statements before you came here today?
I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner, again.
I'm coming to that.
Okay.
I understand the issue. Did you read them before you came here today?
No. I have not.
No.
Okay. At the time you gave the information to the commission, you did your best to provide information that was accurate and complete, correct?
Correct.
To my knowledge, yes.
And you knew it was important.
Yes.
You knew, for example, that it was going to be disclosed to, among other people, the lawyers and parties who are here today, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Mr. Commissioner, there's one issue I wish to raise that concerns the rule about the use of these statements, and it specifically concerns the suggestion that Chief Slowly made a statement that one of the witnesses, Ms. Carrier, referred to. May I simply ask the witness to confirm that the statement that she provided to you was not found anywhere in her statement?
I think you can go ahead and ask whether or not that's, she's made that statement before. But
Thank you.
I don't think you can cross-examine on that statement, unfortunately. It was not put into evidence, and we don't know the circumstances in which that was done, et cetera. But
That's fair.
I'll give you some latitude.
Thank you very much. Ms. Carrier, prior to your saying that Chief Slowly told you on a call that he was scared, am I correct that you didn't say that before to anyone?
To the commission?
Yes.
I've said it several times, yes, but not to the, perhaps I didn't say it the day of the commission interview.
Well, do you accept from me that the statement of your anticipated evidence doesn't refer anywhere to a statement?
Wait a minute, I don't think that's correct.
Okay.
This is
All right.
not a statement of anticipated evidence. I think that's been made clear.
Okay.
And I think that's going beyond what I allow.
All right, thank you. So then, may I, Mr. Commissioner, because it's important, I'll simply say this, Ms. Carrier, isn't it true that what Chief Slowly said on the call was that he understood why people in the community, including presumably from the BIA, were frightened in respect of what they were observing and experiencing? But at no time did Chief Slowly say that he was scared or frightened personally. Would that be fair to him?
No. I
Right.
think he said, I think it was definitely in the intention that you were saying. I don't think that he was like, I'm terrified and I don't know what I'm doing. That's not what I'm implying. What I'm implying is that he was very candid with us. We had gone through a very difficult weekend. He was very candid with us, and he, I think, was relating that he too was scared. There were things that were happening that, there was a lot going on.
But that was not something that you have said previously.
I have said that several times previously, but not to the commission.
Okay. And can you tell me, please, Ms. Carrier, on what date did that meeting take place?
To my recollection, I don't recall. I believe it was the Tuesday after the 1st.
But you don't
So the
recall?
1st or 2nd of February, I would assume.
Right, you would assume. Can you tell us what else the chief described? Any specifics that he described?
He described a very fluid moving protest and occupation. He described what he had said a lot in the press conference, that there were lack of resources, that this was something that was evolving by the minute, that this was unprecedented. I want to say I have tremendous respect at that time for Chief Slowly, and I believe, I don't know what his intentions were, but I believe in that moment, It was fluid.
Right. Can I just leave it on this basis? Because of course you can imagine that your statement that he said
Right.
that he was personally scared is going to, I just have to tell you, he's going to say he didn't say that.
Right.
That instead he was expressing why he understood people were frightened.
I would
But
concede to you that that was the intention, yes.
what I said, that
Correct.
expression of empathy.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and thank you to the witnesses.
Okay, that's, the next is the Democracy Fund, Citizens for Freedom, JCF.
Good morning. My name is Rob Kittredge, and I just have a couple of questions for you. For the sake of time, I will just address them to Ms. Carrier. Ms. Carrier, when speaking with Commission Council, you said that businesses were completely crippled and noted that access to loading zones, access by delivery services, et cetera, was an issue for some businesses.
Excuse me, Mr. Commissioner, there has been a couple references during this examination to these statements of anticipated evidence, and I think it's important that the nature of those statements get clarified before any questioning continues. Those are statements that are provided to Commission Counsel. They are not attributable to the witness. They are statements of what Commission Counsel anticipate a witness may or may not say. They should, Commission Counsel's view that they should only be questioned upon in extraordinary circumstances, and they shouldn't be serving as the basis for these examinations.
I'm basing that on a statement that was made to Commission Council that businesses were completely crippled.
Are you referring to the statements during the hearings today?
Statements during the hearings.
Okay, then that's fine.
And all of these items came from statements during the hearings. I'm aware of the issue. Would it be fair to say that from your perspective, the primary cause of these issues was congestion resulting from illegal parking in downtown streets?
I think that was one of the issues.
But specifically I'm talking about specifically the issues with regard to access to loading zones, access by delivery services, and those sort of things. With regard to those issues, would you say the primary cause was congestion?
Sorry, when I consider congestion, I consider that a fluid moving traffic of congestion. This was not a fluid moving traffic of congestion. This was blockaded. These were cars that were parked that weren't moving. These were loading zones. These were handicap parking that were being blocked for hours and days on end, well beyond the normal scope.
I think we may be in violent agreement here.
Sorry,
you'd say that illegal parking was the
Definitely.
proximate cause of those issues.
Correct.
And does the City of Ottawa typically enforce parking laws and bylaws?
Typically, yes, very well.
And in the context of the convoy protest, there wasn't any real enforcement of parking laws and bylaws, was there?
There wasn't the usual level that we would be accustomed to in a circumstance like this.
And you were not satisfied with the level of enforcement?
I will be honest and tell you that this was not a problem that was specific to Vanier, but on behalf of my colleagues in BIAs that are central, we were not satisfied with the level to which those types of things were being dealt with.
Thank you. You mentioned that unlicensed free food services were being operated on the sidewalks immediately outside Ottawa restaurants and that this negatively impacted restaurant revenues. Do you remember making that statement today?
I do.
Does the City of Ottawa typically allow unlicensed food services to operate on city sidewalks?
Absolutely not.
In the context of the convoy protest, there was no real enforcement of food licensing requirements, was there?
No.
All right.
And I can tell you, I just ran an event where there was 2 people serving food, local businesses, and they were more enforced
Right.
than anything I saw then.
Right. You also stated that you saw a tent set up. I believe this was, and I'll skip this one for the very issue that you mentioned. You indicated that, or it was indicated that many businesses chose to close during the convoy protests and that this was a choice and not a requirement. Do you remember that statement being made by your colleague?
I do remember that statement being made by my colleague.
But some businesses chose to remain open and did quite well revenue-wise due to the increased foot traffic resulting from the protests. Is that correct?
Some, I think, did well, yes.
All right. Well, those are my
To my
questions.
knowledge.
Thank you very much.
To my knowledge, no, they did not. I don't know. I'm not the best person to answer that question, but sorry.
Okay. Next is the Council for the Government of Canada.
Thank you, Commissioner, and sorry to single you out, Ms. Carrier, but I wanted to ask you just a few questions about your emails. My name is Brendan Van Nieuwenhuis, and I'm one of the counsel for the Government of Canada.
Thank you.
Could we call up COA 6073? While that's coming up, Ms. Carrier, you provided some of your own content that we watched earlier to the Ottawa Police Services, but you also provided some open source social media content from what you found online, right?
I did.
And that was usually to a Sebastian Lemay there?
Correct.
Was that your usual contact?
During the occupation, yes.
Okay. And so this item here, if we can just go down to the bottom, you're providing Sebastian Lemay with a link to a TikTok live, is that right?
Correct.
And you say it's Ottawa Jam, the airport.
Correct.
What do you recall, or what was your interpretation of what you saw and sent to him?
I believe that specific TikTok live was Pat King TikToking live, so broadcasting live from his car, stating that he and other vehicles were leaving Coventry and on our way to the airport to disrupt the airport as well.
Okay. If we can go to another example, it's COA 50118. And again, if we just go to the bottom here, this is on February the 8th, is it?
It looks like, yes.
Yes, and you sent, again, another TikTok live to Sebastian Lemay at the Ottawa Police Service?
Correct, yes, I did.
Yes. You say on this TikTok live, they are openly discussing tactics for breaking laws, right?
Correct.
Do you recall anything about the specific content of this TikTok live that you were reporting to him?
There was a lot that I sent, but I believe in this particular one, it was just references to, I think this particular one was references to diesel cans being filled with water and not diesel to confuse police officers. And I don't recall the rest. Okay. I apologize. Okay. I did not review this particular.
No, that's fine. That's part of the nature of the TikTok live. Is it
Right.
that it is it ephemeral or it goes away after the stream is done generally?
Correct. Yes, although you can save copies of, you can record your screen on your phone. So,
Am I correct?
Often TikTok lives will be rebroadcast as non-live events.
And in fact, if you go up to the top of this document, you see Sebastian Lemay's reply to you addresses that precise question, right? Do you know if there is a way to view TikTok lives after the fact, right?
That's correct.
And you've just told us that you can do that if, am I correct that that's only if the streamer actively chooses to make their TikTok live available as a live replay?
To be clear, I'm not a TikTok expert. I'm just a hockey mom that watches way too much TikTok. But my knowledge is, and certainly during this period, to my knowledge, the person can take their video and rebroadcast it. But also, if I'm watching your TikTok, I can record my screen and then share a version of that. So there are times after this where there were TikToks that I recorded parts of the screen for my own posterity to remember.
But there's a large volume, as you say, out there that you were looking at in large volume that from time to time you would send on to the police, right?
I wouldn't say a large volume that I sent on to them, but I would certainly report back to them and Sebastien. And in the daily meetings, there are things that I would report from what I'd seen the night before.
Okay, and you weren't in a position to be able to record large volumes of it for a permanent?
I was not in that position, no.
Yeah. Can we go lastly to COA 6068? You were asked earlier about complaints that you had received from members of your BIA and their contacts, and some of those questions were about being informed that the Canadian Tire store near Coventry had sold out of bear spray, right?
This particular one, I believe, is the, oh yes. This particular email is not the bear spray email.
This is not, that's correct.
Right.
But I'm just reminding you that you were asked about that earlier.
Yes, I was asked about this earlier, so I would report back on some of the things that I would hear from the manager.
Sure. And here again, this is you know, the top is Merci Natalie, it's Sebastian Lemay thanking you for sending this along, right?
Correct.
And if you go to the very bottom of this, what you're forwarding here, if you keep going to the very bottom email from February the 10th, you see that?
I do.
This is what you're relaying on, that the Canadian Tire, at least according to what you've been told, has also sold out of gas cans, Canadian flags,
Correct.
and the powerful handheld horns and smaller marine horns?
This was on the first weekend, or like around the first and second weekend, yes.
Okay.
And this was from my community association with who we work very closely, so.
Okay. And you reported that on to the police?
I reported it to the police, correct. There was a sense at times that BIAs were sort of in a position to have the ear of people, so there oftentimes our community associations will rely on us for those types of things.
Thank you, those repercussions.
Thank you.
Okay, and finally, or next is the Ottawa Coalition.
Gonna keep asking you.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Kevin and
Afternoon.
Natalie.
Afternoon.
Think you're going to be a TikTok star after your
Oh my
forms
God.
today?
My husband told me this was gonna happen and I said no. Sorry.
Kevin, I'll just start with a couple questions for you. We heard that some businesses did stay open, notwithstanding the different people coming in with masks and so forth. Did you hear from your members or have any information about how those businesses felt they did revenue-wise as compared to they might at other times?
A couple businesses. We have a number of tourist shops on Spark Street. So the owner reported, he sold a lot of Canadian flags. They're moving out of his store very quickly. It's a product he sells regularly. And we had some eateries that would try to open and try to close. In particular, on that first weekend, again, they were just trying to serve customers. And some actually even saw it as a potential opportunity because, again, we had been under this unexpected lockdown over the Christmas season and through January. My members, we were all set to host Winterlude, which is a massive event here in the city of Ottawa. And my members, we had just found out a couple weeks before that it had been canceled because of the COVID surge. So a lot of my businesses were like seeing that, maybe there's an opportunity again on a weekend to make some money. But the ones that did open, vast majority found it just impossible to manage the crowd and keep their staff safe and to avoid confrontation in their stores.
Right. And just to confirm, I'm not sure if it's been clarified precisely in the evidence so far. At the time of the first weekend of the convoy, there had been a complete lockdown. Stores and restaurants weren't allowed to be open. Is that right?
Correct.
And then after, when they were allowed to open, public health regulations around the mandatory wearing mask was still in place. Is that
correct?
Right? Okay.
Very much so.
And you told us that about some businesses concerned about being open because of having to enforce the mask public health guideline. Did some of them encounter other issues making it difficult for them to open? For example, staff being able to make it to their location?
I didn't specifically hear that. A lot of the businesses, again, many of our businesses, because COVID didn't have staff, where they'd have 2 or 3 staff working a sandwich shop, as an example. It was down to just the owner and the business. So that owner would try to make a go of it on their own. But that would be the unmanageableness of there's still limitations on the number of people in your business, and then again, getting a large group of people in your place and trying to manage that crowd, and it was quite difficult for them.
You told us that some of the information that you were told to get from the Ottawa Police was by following social media and so forth.
Right.
Of the police. Can you recall, were the Ottawa Police putting out any guidelines or advisories with respect to the population generally in Ottawa about going downtown?
Yeah, advisory to citizens was to avoid the downtown area if possible, which vast majority of people just take as stay away. And we've seen that twice now with the motorcycle event a few months later, and some other activations now. But businesses never get that instruction. The instruction to business has always been business owner must make that decision on with their best judgment. And so that can be very difficult for a business. Again, they feel the pressure to, if they do have staff, keep their staff. They don't want to cut their hours, but business has been so hard. It's how do you, if you do have staff, now you're paying them, it's coming out of your pocket. It's been economically, it's been a very difficult 2 years for small business. And so it's hard to make those decisions. So even when they would try to just open themselves again, no one was coming into the businesses to buy per se, certainly on the retail and service side. They were just coming in to warm up and see if they could use the bathroom more often than not.
Thanks. I'm going to ask you a question about a document, and I'll just ask Registry if they can put it up. It was the OPS document ending in 3228. It's OPS 3228. And when you get it up, I want to go to page 6. While we're waiting for that to get up, Kevin, you'd mentioned about Google reviews. I've heard of a local law firm that has suddenly seen their ratings plummet from these one-star reviews. Have any of your members heard of any way to correct that?
You can contact the Google or Yelp and look to provide evidence as to why that could happen. Yes.
And just to follow on, if you followed up with Google several times about that, any other tips or guy?
They're a bit of a beast to deal with, yes.
Thanks. Okay, great. So this is OPS 3228. Can you roll to just the end of this page?
Excuse me.
Okay, just stop there, actually. So our community police officers are in touch with downtown BIAs and providing them with updates to expect large crowds and traffic disruption. So that was the phrase or the information that was put to you by the Ottawa Police Council. Can you just go down, keep going down? Keep going. Okay, here. This is internal Ottawa Police. They're talking about what information should be provided to BIAs. Hi, Julie. Do you know if OPS is or will be in discussion with some of the BIAs that could see big impacts? And I think this is about January 25th. I recall OPS having these types of discussions for previous events. Is that the case for this event? So just on that, when there's other big events that are happening or big demonstrations or protests, does OPS share information with the BIAs typically about road shutdowns or interruption in service or bus routes and stuff like that?
Yeah, I would usually I go back to the Canada Day as a prime example, or a Remembrance Day as an example, where road closures are in place to allow the celebration of Canada Day or support our veterans and our past veterans. Where there's a memo will come out with road closures and et cetera, et cetera. It's pretty standard down in the core. It's very rare that I would get something per se from OPS, which is very detailed. I mean, we saw that note come out that said call 911 or call 311. That's pretty standard in Ottawa for years. That's how you triage everything here. But in terms of actually having a Zoom call or a specific communication going just to BIAs in our area, specifically around Parliament Hill, which would be myself, Bank Street, and Byward, no, I don't often get much.
Thanks, Kevin. Natalie, I just have a couple questions for you. Just to assist some of the people and some of the council who may not be from Ottawa, I think there might be some misconceptions about where Coventry Road and the location, the parking lot where all those trucks were set up, where that is in relation to downtown Ottawa.
So it's slightly northeast, 5 kilometers from downtown Ottawa.
So it's, okay. So
But it is joined, so you can loop normally you can loop from Beechwood to St. Patrick's to King Edward or Dalhousie, and then back from Rideau that turns into Montreal Road and so forth, so.
Right. And we've heard some reference at time, or we will hear reference about a red zone that the Ottawa Police was calling the red zone. Where was the red zone?
I believe in the beginning,
Roughly,
there was
your
no
understanding.
red zone in Vanier. I think it ended at the river.
Yep.
There was no red zone in Vanier, despite me stating that there was more happening at Coventry.
Right.
But the red zone was not, Vanier was not in the red zone, no.
Right.
It was, to my knowledge, I think, SJAM, so Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, to, I think it was Bank, Catherine, and then down towards the market.
So Coventry Road was about 5 kilometers from the red zone?
Correct. Well, it would have been at that point, like the edge of the red zone, maybe 2 or 3 kilometers from.
And the continuous honking, was that going on at Coventry in the same way as it was in the red zone?
There were moments that it was very loud there, and other times that it wasn't. There was a sense that that was their recovery area as well. That's where the hot tubs got delivered on the second weekend. There was, food, and there was a very jovial sort of atmosphere at times, and other times a very tense atmosphere there. So there was, daytime you'd see a lot of families. They were heading downtown, and then in the evenings things would seem a bit more.
So it's like
Depends on there was tension days, right? There were days that were, it's a long period. Some days were different.
So like it appeared that some people would go to the red zone and then go back to Coventry
Correct.
for a respite from.
As
the
I said
noise.
earlier, it felt like there was like almost shifts that were running, people that would either bring stuff downtown and then come back. There was a sense of like, almost like a base camp where sandwiches were being made and then shift downtown. And then, I saw myself lots of jerry cans being filled with gas in very unsecure, certainly not legal, by normal standards ways, off the back of a pickup truck in a big oil barrel or cisterns or things like that on the ground in Coventry parking lot.
Yeah, and you told us a bit about permits and so forth. Permits for tents, for example. You were mentioning about like engineering that to be checked for. Why would they be checked for engineering? Because of
Most tents used in events have to be fire retardant. So if you're going to cook within a tent, it has to have a fire retardant fabric so that if anything happens, it won't cause a huge fire. There's also levels of pressure. So often big tents need to be anchored either with spikes into ground, or they have to be held back by big concrete slabs. And often an engineer has to determine, how much concrete needs to hold it if the wind takes it. So there's lots of different regulations around building it to build it as high. So you would need fall safety to put some of those tents up, depending on, how high your pole is. Anything over 6 feet that you climb on a ladder, you need a fall safety training, for example. So there's lots of just little things like that. That people likely do in their farms or anywhere most times, but not usually as part of a big public event in the middle of the nation's capital.
right. And these permits, what is your understanding of the purpose of these permits? Is it just a way for the city to generate revenue, or do they serve?
No, I think it's all about public safety, right? It's about public safety and standards of operation that are based on years and years of the city. Ottawa is often called the festival city. We host, I think there's 120 festivals in the summer here in Ottawa. So there's a lot of, it's really about public safety.
You're
My last
time.
Can I ask one last question?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. You had told us, Natalie, about the interaction with Chief Slowly and your recollection of what he said. Is there some reason why that resonated so much to you? Or should I put it another way?
I think because at times like this, in what was considered for us at least a crisis, for a lot of people in Ottawa, a crisis, you turn to your leaders to have a plan and to be stable. And I remember very specifically feeling, and I will say feeling for the sake of, this audience, feeling like there was a sense that maybe our leaders were a little shaken. And that's scary.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Commissioner, for that indulgence.
Okay. Any brief additional questioning?
I have one question in re-exam. Mr. McHale, it was put to you some questions about federal assistance. Were there any costs that federal assistance did not cover, or federal or provincial, sorry?
Well, there were limitations on how much coverage there was. So each business was 15,000 total. Which, depending on the size of business, so while you may not have hit the full use of the fund, an individual business may have only incurred $2,000 or $3,000 of expenses during that time. It didn't cover potential lost sales, as an example. So that's obviously a big thing. So you weren't able to factor in your gross revenues lost that you could compare to a couple years ago or a year before. Your rent may not have been the full coverage amount. The other side would be is that a larger operator, a large independent restaurant would potentially, their rent would be $10,000. So the $10,000 or $15,000 was really insignificant to their operating costs. So it was, I would say that the majority of my members did absolutely benefited from that funding. It was very much appreciated, especially in the way how quickly it flowed into the downtown businesses that were affected. I'll use the word unprecedented positively in the sense of how quickly it came in. Unfortunately, for a lot of businesses, it didn't quite meet what they needed in order to make the recovery from the 3-4 weeks of business loss. I would also say that because businesses specifically on Spark Street were actually fenced in after the protesters and activation was moved because the security perimeter was kept up for an additional week. So there was a lot of limited number of businesses in the downtown core were affected for a week after the occupation was done.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're at the time for lunch. It's if we could come back at 2 o'clock, that would be much appreciated because we have a big afternoon, which will probably take us past 6 o'clock and maybe even past 7 o'clock. So again, I want to thank council for respecting the timelines. That's much appreciated, particularly on a day like today where we have a lot of evidence. So we're going to rise until 2 o'clock. And thank you to the witnesses. I forgot. Thank you both. Thank you. Much appreciated. Un grand merci.
I am thanking you, and you are going back to my city of origin.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, thank you. Merci. Vous remarquerez.
Thank you. You will notice that I try to be on time. I can't guarantee you that it will always be the case, but it's following 20 years as a judge, and I apologize in advance, but this is the way we will be working.
Okay, so we have, I believe, another panel that's ready to go. Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to call Councillor Catherine McKenney and Councillor Mathieu Fleury to the stand, please.
Bonjour. Oui, oui. Prenez votre temps. Take your time. Get settled down.
Yeah, share the notes.
Yeah.
Councillor McKenney, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I'll affirm, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Catherine Ann McKenney, CATHERINE, ANN, MCKENNEY.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Monsieur Fleury, voulez-vous prêter serment ou faire une affirmation?
Mr. Fleury, do you prefer on the Bible? Please indicate your name and spell it. My name is Mathieu Fleury, M-A-T-H-I-E-U. Last name is Fleury, F-L-E-U-R-Y. Do you swear that the testimony that you will offer to the commission will be the truth, just the truth, all the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon to both of you.
Afternoon.
Can I confirm you both had an interview with Commission Counsel on September 8 of this year, is that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
And you've had a chance to review the interview summary that was prepared as a result of that interview, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes. And we have that witness interview summary at WTS.6025. And I'm just going to pull it up here for you to see. And while we're doing that, Councillor McKenney, do you have any corrections you would like to make to your witness summary?
I do not.
Okay, and Councillor Fleury, are there any corrections you would like to make to the witness summary?
There are.
Okay, yes, please, as we're waiting for that to be pulled up. Yes, thank you. And do you know approximately?
I could pull it up. I have it in email.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we'll scroll down a bit and maybe just tell us what areas.
It's the area about, keep going down, keep going down, going down. I thought maybe it was above there.
I think it might be up a little bit.
Yeah.
So let's keep going up. I believe it's on this page here above the harassment section. Let's see there, physical
that's
violence
right.
or threats. Okay. So maybe I'll give you an opportunity then to indicate what needs to be corrected.
So the paragraph that begins with Councillor Fleury's home address was posted online without his consent. As a result, a group of protesters drove in a pickup truck to Councillor Fleury's home and attempted to intimidate him. He and his family had to relocate until the protests subsided. Councillor Fleury reported the situation to OPS, but he never heard back from them. Councillor Fleury's wife is Chinese Canadian and was subject to online threats and abuse.
Okay, so how would you like to change that witness statement? What aspects would you?
They're
like
really three separate components. I would define them as the first one is any public office holder. Our information can unfortunately be found online in some instances, and I believe that that's how protesters were able to find my home address and show up. The second section, as a result, all the way to back from them is accurate.
Okay.
And then the final piece relating to my wife is about the abuse that we received as elected officials through email, phone calls, online.
Okay, so we will make those changes, and subject to those changes, the witness summary will be entered into evidence.
Thank you.
Now, I understand that both of you are councillors to the City of Ottawa. Is that correct?
Correct.
And proud.
Yes. Can you tell me a little bit about the wards you represent? Catherine McKenney, we'll start with you.
The ward I represent is Somerset Ward. We're located in it. The boundary is the canal to the Trillium line, just west of Preston, and then north to the Ottawa River, south to the Queensway, except at Preston, it goes down to Carling for about 3 blocks and then back up on the Breton.
Thank you. Councillor Fleury?
So my area is called Rideau Vanier. It is the communities of Lower Town, some would say the Byron Market, Sandy Hill, which includes the University of Ottawa, and the former city of Vanier. My western, or where Councillor McKenney and I share a boundary, is the Rideau Canal. So the first property in my ward is the Chateau Laurier.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to pull up a Google map that we've created. It's been shared with the parties. And the orange section on the left there, Councillor McKenney, can you confirm whether that accurately represents the boundaries of your ward?
Yes, it does.
And the area, the orange area on the right there, Councillor Fleury, maybe we can just go over where the boundary is, especially in the middle of the two. It's a little bit hard to distinguish yet.
Yeah, the Rideau Canal, that's right.
Yeah, that's the Rideau Canal there, okay. So Councillor Fleury, can you confirm that that area represents the boundaries of your ward?
Correct.
And now I just want to take a moment to look at the geography of Ottawa as it relates to the events in question a little bit more closely, because as we know, there are people from outside of Ottawa that are watching and may not have a sense of Ottawa geography. We've touched on a few things this morning, but generally we can see Parliament Hill, if we can just zoom in on Parliament Hill. Okay, there we go. And there's a gray line that's directly in front of Parliament Hill there, and that represents Wellington Street, where a lot of the protest activity was happening. And if we zoom out from here and we look at the areas that are south of Parliament Hill that are captured in your wards, Councillor McKenney, can you give us a sense for where the residential areas are on this map and whether they're confined to a specific area or they're kind of sprinkled throughout, or whether there's a larger concentration in some areas?
Yes, of course. So the largest concentration occurs from Laurier going south.
Okay, so Laurier, if we can just zoom in a little bit, that's Laurier there, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, and it goes south from there?
And it goes south from there. And of course, Laurier from Kent going west. On Laurier, there are several high rises as well.
Yes, and so we see Kent, we have the cursor right now at Kent and Laurier, so that's the intersection there.
Correct.
And then on the east side, how far on the east and west sides do the residential areas expand?
The densest parts are to Metcalfe to the east, although there are some residences on Elgin, but Elgin is a traditional main street. So Metcalfe
Yeah.
Certainly, and then going west, Bronson. However, Bronson going down, past Bronson going down Wellington towards Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway also has some multi-residential buildings there as well. But Bronson certainly in the Centertown area is the border.
And Councillor Fleury, where would the residential areas in your ward that were affected in this case by the convoy, where would those be located on this map?
I think the first location would be right beside the new Senate, the former Union, which is 700 Sussex, at the corner of Sussex and Rideau.
Okay, so yeah, that's
Right beside the Chateau Laurier.
Yeah, so we're right there.
Across the street. So everything behind it is mixed use. There's a lot of ground floor commercial, but a lot of low-rise residences in the Byward Market. And then along Rideau Street, you have these very high density buildings that are 20-story and above. Right starting at the Rideau Centre with 90 George. You have the 4 Claridge Towers. You have the East Market condos, which are on Cumberland. And you have a lot of density along Rideau, one street up, one street south, which would be on Besser, and you have a lot of density along Cumberland as well.
And Councillor McKenney, can you, if we can go back to the residential Centertown kind of area. Okay, yeah, there we are. Can you maybe give us a sense for, and we'll get to the basis of your knowledge on this in a second, but can you maybe give us a sense for how widespread the trucks were when the convoy was in Ottawa? Where do they go to in terms of blocking the roads and kind of establishing themselves?
So primarily on Kent, going south, as far down as Kent and Somerset is as far as the occupation ever really extended. So Kent to Somerset, Bank Street.
So just one second. So let's just get to Kent and Somerset for a second, and maybe we'll just, we'll put a pin in there just so that we can visualize it. So I believe Somerset is
just up from
just up, just in that corner there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, so that's Kent and Somerset. Are we able to drop a pin? Okay, well, we'll have to then just visually visualize it ourselves. Okay, so let's zoom out from there. Okay, and then so that would be kind of the southeast, the southwest corner.
Correct.
And where else from there?
Bank Street had trucks parked on it. Down Bank as far as, I would say, Lisgar. So Lisgar is just north of Somerset.
Okay. Yeah.
1 block north.
Yeah, 1 block north of there. Okay.
And then Metcalfe and O'Connor, but it would expand during the weekends when more vehicles came into the city on the weekends. So Metcalfe and O'Connor, at times, mostly on the weekends, could have a lot of vehicles parked.
Yeah.
But it did expand and contract depending on the time of the week.
So several blocks south from Parliament down to Somerset is about maybe
Correct.
6 or 7 blocks south, and then expanding maybe 5 blocks east to west?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Fleury, then, in terms of where the convoy expanded into in your area, can you give us a sense based on the map?
Yes, started in front of Chateau Laurier.
Yes, okay, yeah,
So what would be 1 Rideau?
right there.
Yeah, went through the intersection of Sussex. There were a number of, further down towards the Shaw Centre, further up towards George Street, all the way down Rideau Street up to Waller,
Okay, yeah, so we just got to go up on the map a little bit here.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're.
Other way.
It's going east.
There we go.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. So we're going that way now, okay?
So towards King Edward,
Yeah,
there were rigs along King Edward, and there were rigs all the way to the Loblaws on Rideau, which is at Nelson and Rideau. So that was the furthest eastern segment. And then there were sections of rigs beside the University of Ottawa, Desmarais building on Nicholas.
right. And we see a pin there just on the bottom there. Now, there's a pin at the top there where it says Shepherds of Good Hope, and I understand there was an incident there. Did the trucks expand up to that area?
Correct.
Okay. So if we can zoom out rather, so we can, it seems pretty expansive then if we're looking all the way up there and then down to the residential areas into Centertown. Okay, so that's very helpful to get a sense for the scope and breadth that we're talking about when we're discussing some of these issues. Okay, I think we can take the map down for now. Just at a high level, and we're going to get into more details, but I just wanted to ask at a high level how the residents in your ward were impacted by the protests of January and February of this year. Councillor McKenney, I'll start with you.
Well, on the first weekend, people were braced for, what they anticipated would be serious disruption. They were surprised and frustrated and angry when the city and/or police allowed trucks to actually enter non-truck routes. So trucks, very large trucks parked along Queen Elizabeth Driveway, for example, which is not a truck route, and stayed there for the weekend. And then coming down Kent, Metcalfe, O'Connor. So there was, that first weekend, more of a bracing, just to kind of get through the weekend. Started to see almost immediately, and I started to receive emails, and it was on social media, symbols of hatred, swastikas and Confederate flags, pride flags being, targeted. So there was fear. Certainly people that first weekend who were reporting back to me and calling me and emailing me were fearful, but they were braced for it and, had been told that it would end on Monday and waited for that. So after Monday, when it didn't end, it just became in the words of people who were, calling me and talking to me, they felt that they were under a great deal of threat. Seniors reporting that they, had trouble going out. They felt threatened when they went into a grocery store. Residents not being able to leave their apartments. I had to help one couple leave the downtown with a police escort on the first weekend. There was a pride flag in their window. Their apartment was targeted. Somebody had defecated on the back step. And then later that night, a pickup truck with angry people in it came back and were harassing and yelling at them. So at that point, they felt very unsafe. And we had a police escort them out. So it was, a general sense of fear, terror, and dismay that they felt abandoned by their city and by their police.
Councillor Fleury, how about you?
I'd like to add, so just to recognize that everything my colleague said is very similar to the realities that I face, that our communities face. I would add that the number of closures, you have in my community one of the largest commercial properties, which is the Rideau Centre, located at the corner of Rideau and Colonel By. There's 300 businesses in the Rideau Centre. I'm told by the general manager close to 3,000 employees. And they were forced to close on the first Saturday, midday, and it took them about 4 hours with help from police to properly close the facility. many of the businesses in the Byward Market. There's around, it's hard to give you an official number because there's businesses along Rideau Street, there's businesses in the Byward Market. Many of them closed for the weekend and never reopened. Those who stayed open, many closed after that first weekend because of incidents with staff. And many incidents were reported relating, there were a number of restrictions in place at the time. Mask wearing, restaurants were not open. There's a number of elements like that which created many incidents with part-time restaurant staff in the Byward Market and on Rideau Street. And then the nonstop noise of that first weekend, we have, as you've seen this morning and as we've encountered through the realities of walking through the site and communication with businesses and residents, just non-livable area for folks who lived in the Byward Market, lived on Rideau Street, lived on the northern part of Sandy Hill. Non-stop noise, the intimidation when they went out, specifically if they followed regulations and wore masks. There were a number of incidents where bus detours had to be conducted, and we have communications with residents who, for example, waited for a paratranspo. Paratranspo is the accessible bus of Ottawa, couldn't get to their cancer treatment because the bus couldn't get there and they were not mobile. There were a number of incidents, as you know, in both Councillor McKinney and I, we have the LRT, the tunnel section. So if you want to access transit, you have to go through long escalators to the platform. And there were a lot of movements between Saint Laurent Shopping Centre and the downtown core, and many incidents on those trains that went unreported. And fortunately, OC Transpo did adapt, but those first few days to weekends, it was quite challenging, and so much so that many of the transit routes downtown just didn't operate.
And Councillor McKinney, were the businesses in your ward similarly affected?
Yes, they were. Spark Street in particular, and also Bank Street. Bank Street ended up being closed down with trucks parked on it, all the way south to just north of Somerset, so I would say Lisgar. Again, on the weekends is when things would escalate. The transit stations were taken over. They were makeshift kitchens. There were barrels with fires burning on the street. And it was impossible for anyone to move about without encountering the people in the city who were occupying the city at the time.
Thank you. And I understand that during the second and third weeks, particularly, both of you visited the site, walked around, walked the streets. Can you maybe describe a little bit of what you saw during those walks? I'll start with Councillor Fleury.
Very different from weekends to weekdays. On weekdays, it was more, let's call them permanent occupiers with the larger rigs. As the weekend approached, it was pickup trucks that would be parking anywhere and everywhere and kind of add to the existing weapons that were on the street and that tension that was existing.
Sorry, by weapons, what do you mean by weapons?
Well, for us, having the physical truck on the street created a big weapon in the spirit of the noise, the pollution of the fumes, the ability for folks to operate their businesses, to open, for us to offer services. There were a lot of rigs at the corner of Sussex and Rideau, and Rideau Centre is kind of that connection point on transit, and for many of the access in and out of the market, and on transit for routes that are coming from the western part of downtown and the eastern part of downtown. So not having access to that Rideau-Sussex intersection created that congestion in that space. So, I mean, I could go on and on, but I think you get the picture that there were really, like, you couldn't live. You couldn't live in that space. It was nonstop noise, nonstop pollution. You couldn't get out because you'd hear yells, you'd get yelled at. There were a number of microaggressions on the periphery of the red zone, particularly in residential communities, with which both Catherine and I lived firsthand and heard directly from residents. And then through the weekend, it was this influx of pickup trucks who would not follow rules. Like, for example, in the market, if you know the Byward Market, and just to locate you a little bit at the corner of Byward and George Street, there's the bay on one side. So there's this big kind of sidewalk, if you will, that leads to Sussex. The road is pretty defined. It's a one lane in each direction with parking bays on each side. Well, pickup trucks were just parked anywhere and everywhere in any direction, on the sidewalk, in vehicular lanes. So even if residents or businesses, for example, like the Bay chapters and so on, their loading zone is right there. They couldn't physically get garbage in and out or their equipment if they wanted to open. So you kind of, I'm giving you an example. It was the same issues along Rideau, it's the same issues along Nicholas and in different parts of the Byward Market.
Thank you. Councillor McKenney, what kind of issues did you observe on your walks?
So I started to go out after the first weekend, Monday, when we knew that, about 80% of the large trucks left, but the 20% that were left were remaining and had, we could see, no intention of leaving anytime soon. And as Councillor Fleury said, we would get this surge of people coming into the city who were sympathetic to the original convoy that had entered. I started to go out that week, walk around. I would go through the convoy and observe. I would meet with residents who were feeling threatened. I delivered food to some people. I delivered pet food to some people in particular who were living in some of our community housing buildings who felt very threatened and not able to go out. I organized one, what we called a safety walk, so that we could come out together as a community. And that happened the second week, but we stayed within the residential area away from where the convoy had taken root. We had organized a second one and we called it off because the environment just felt more threatening, and I didn't. My fear through all of this and my key concern through all of this was the safety of residents that I represent, and there was nothing more on my mind than the safety of the people that live in the city and that I represent. So, again, we would get the surge on the weekends, and I have stated before, I will again. I was always careful when I went down, walked through the convoy. I was accosted on a few occasions, but not never felt that I was in any real danger. But walking home through the residential streets was always when I felt the most threatened. It's often when I was threatened, homophobic slurs, transphobic slurs, just, people recognizing me, from media or other means. So it was more, on the streets going home, it was more those isolated incidents that were the greatest threat throughout and that's what I heard from residents as well. It was uncomfortable. They had to stay safe walking through the convoy, especially if they wore a mask, racialized. But it was outside of that where it was more so the people who were sympathetic to the convoy who were coming into the city and causing that type of fear.
And I'm going to take you then, Councillor McKenney, to a document that you received. It's a video that was sent to you by a resident, and you have mentioned that residents were communicating with you and sending you correspondence. It's at OT 000-12814. Now, first of all, do you recall receiving this video from a constituent?
I do.
And the email indicates it was on February 1st. Do you have a sense for where the video was taken, just based on what you could see there? And we could just show it up again, just to, maybe just a still shot of the video. Yeah, you can pause it. Oh, just on pause there, yeah. So does that give you a sense for where the video was taken?
Yes, it would indicate that it's on Metcalf Street, either Metcalf, Nepean. It's just behind the Shopify building, which is on Elgin.
And that's the one we're seeing, that blue kind of beige one that we're seeing there, that's the Shopify building?
Correct.
Okay. And so this is a residential area?
Yes, it is.
And it's in your ward?
Yes, it is.
And is this consistent with the kind of sound level that you experienced in that area?
Yes, it is.
And this is, one video that was sent to you, but were there others in similar kind of nature, or how would you describe this relative to the other emails and communications that you received?
Certainly, it was very consistent with other messages I received, but also social media that I was being sent, and also just being in the area for days and having that type of horn noise going on almost 24/7. It was very, it almost never stopped. It might for half an hour now and then, and it would start up again, and it just traumatized residents. It was very difficult to absorb that terror that residents were living under. It's why I just went down every day, just so that I would be able to give voice to it.
And I'm going to take you now to another email you received, and it's at OTT 30-14415. And so we can see that it's dated February 2nd, and the subject line is Centertown Convoy Disruptions and Noise. And the sender starts by saying, "Good afternoon. I hope you're all having a peaceful afternoon. I'm not. I live on the intersection of Metcalf and Cooper Streets in downtown Ottawa. Since Friday, I have had a nonstop barrage of truck horns, a very illegal train horn, drunken revelers, and plain old guys screaming in my neighborhood. This is oftentimes directly outside of my window, and I am just above street level. See attached video to experience how loud it was this past Sunday. This started as early as 7 a.m., and over the weekend, I heard honking and screaming until well past 1 a.m. Do you recall this email?
I do.
And this person indicates that they're at Metcalf and Cooper. And can you confirm that's a residential area within your ward?
Yes, it is.
And this person describes horns as early as 7 a.m. and at times going past 1 a.m. Does that accord with your experience as well?
Yes, it does.
And if we look at the fourth paragraph, this person says, besides all of this, I have anxiety, constantly being on edge, not knowing how long I will have just a little bit of peace and quiet, or if I will be able to safely get groceries. It's taking its toll on me. My jaw hurts from clenching nonstop. My heart constantly races. I have been sleeping on average of 3 to 4 hours a night. I can't stop shaking. I'm barely eating, and my stomach is constantly upset. My anxiety is well controlled in normal times, but prescribed medication and coping mechanisms can only do so much when the threat is real and constant. How would you say this resident's description of the impacts compares to the overall tone of communications that you were having with residents?
This is one of hundreds of emails that I received with this very, very similar description of what was happening for people who lived in the residential area in Centertown. By this time, anybody who could leave was leaving. I had parents calling me from out of town, trying to get their adult children out of that area. So this was the beginning when people in Centertown, if they could leave, they were, and people who were left behind for the most part relayed this type of experience to me for 3.5 weeks, and they had nowhere else to go.
And we're just going to look at the video that the constituent sent to you. It's at OTT 30144416. And Councillor Fleury, did you receive similar emails regarding impacts from your constituents?
Very similar daily. Everything that Councillor McKenney is describing is what we were both hearing from any resident that was within the red zone or on the periphery of the red zone, plus a number of microaggressions that are described. People were scared to leave, even if they weren't in the red zone. And when they left, there was a number of incidents near the red zone, which created additional anxiety. The noise, the smells, the fumes, nonstop. I think this email is actually pretty light compared to some of the emails we received. Frankly, people were losing it and losing it on all, locally on us as their counselor. We were trying to do our very best on the city, on authorities. I think this email is actually pretty tame compared to some of the stuff we've received.
Thank you. And so for your ward, did you showed us on the map how far east the convoy was kind of established. Would you say that the noise issues were spread in a similar fashion to where you indicated the trucks were located in your ward?
Yes, as you know, Rideau Street is very high buildings, so the noise did bounce off some of those buildings, creating larger zones, because it is the kind of the winter period, so the noise travels much further into this is mixed-use zones along Rideau and the Byron Market, but into the pure residential zones of Lower Town area and in the northern part of Sandy Hill particularly.
Thank you. And we're going to go to a video provided to us by the affidavit of Sean Flynn that's been submitted by the Coalition of Businesses and Residents. And this is at COA 50132. Yes, 50. And Councillor Fleury, are you able to tell us the location where that video was taken, just based on the surroundings there?
Yeah, that's on Rideau Street, on the north side of Rideau Street, right before you get to Sussex Avenue.
And you walked through that area
Many
during,
times.
okay. And does that accord with your recollection of what it was like walking through that area?
Yes.
And we know from this morning that on February 7th, one of the residents, Zexi Lee, who testified earlier today, obtained an injunction to stop air horns and train horns in the downtown area. Would you say that the noise level improved after February 7th? And if so, did it stay like that, throughout, or did it come back? How would you describe the noise level after February 7th? I'll start with Catherine McKenney.
Yes, it did. It did subside. The horns certainly subsided. There were still some instances, in the following days where, horns would start up again. But overall, we were not getting, that constant air horn from 7 a.m. till 11 or 1 even. It did have it did make a dramatic improvement in terms of the horns.
Councillor Fleury.
Agree.
And I want to just take you to another video, also in the affidavit of Sean Flynn. It's at Exhibit F, and the doc ID is COA 50136. And before we play it, I just want to preface it that based on the affidavit, it indicates that it's on February 12th. That's what the affidavit states, which would be after the injunction. And the affidavit states that it was on Albert and O'Connor. So with that context, we can watch. So based on that, would you say that that accords with your recollection of what it would have been like around the 12th of February in the downtown area?
So I'm not certain if February 12th was the weekend. What I can tell you is that on the weekends, when we would get a surge of people who were sympathetic to the occupation coming into the city, it would become much, much more disruptive, much louder. But also, even though after the injunction, things were quieter, it would kick
Flare
up
up.
at times, absolutely.
And February 12th would have been a Saturday. So,
That makes sense. It looked like a Saturday, just judging from the video.
and Councillor Fleury?
Yep, agree.
And in terms of any kind of threats to safety, unruly behavior, was any of that type of personal safety issues reported to you? And or did you witness any of that yourself? Councillor McKenney?
I didn't personally witness any acts of violence. I was, I was told about them. I had, actually, it was a friend. It was reported in the media. She's 70 or was 70 at the time, and she was at the corner of Somerset and Bronson, and this was on a weekend. And a man who had come into the city, who had flags on him and was part of the surge, the weekend surge, punched her in the face. So that's a friend of mine. It's somebody I know. I didn't know it was her at the time when it was reported. I found out later that it was her, and someone reported to me that a friend of theirs was wearing a mask on our light rail train, was accosted for wearing the mask, and ended up having his nose broken. But that was, that's not something that I witnessed firsthand. Also, we had instances, where people reported back that, they would try to go out, they were circled by people, intimidating them, asking for police help. It just wasn't there. People just felt very abandoned while there was, while this was happening in their residential area, in their neighborhood. They also had no security. Everything was focused on Wellington Street and north of Laurier, and police just weren't responding to the threats that people felt that they were under. So that was reported to me in hundreds of phone calls as I was downtown with people. And just, general lawlessness without any security available for people.
How about you, Councillor Fleury?
Yes, I would concur with the description and give additional additions to the matter. There were detour bus routes that were in effect, that were on the kind of the periphery, if you will, of King Edward and Rideau. And there's an elderly couple waiting for the bus with their mask, who they were stripped off the mask, waiting for the bus, just while they were waiting for the bus. In the Byward Market, on the edge of the Byward Market, we have a Andrew Fleck Child Care Center, where there were a number of incidents, and I believe they had to, I was communicated by the executive director that they had to close. They had reported a few days earlier incidents that were happening, and ultimately, I believe on February 6th, they decided to close for kids and their own staff's safety. There was media reports, and I had discussions with the executive director at Shepherds of Good Hope of the incident around one of the homeless residents who was assaulted and beaten up, and where food was stolen at Shepherds of Good Hope. There were a number of incidents, too many to give you a full description, but there were a number of coffee shops that were remaining open, because coffee is sort of an easy pick up and go environment. And there were a number of incidents where crowds would come into these coffee shops and take over the space and threaten staff. And there are a number of encounters on Rideau Street and in the Byward Market specifically.
So these were all incidences that were reported to you by constituents or business owners?
Business owners, the staff, and we would take that information, ensure that it was appropriately reported to the authorities, and we'd ask for clarification. At some point through the process, we had a liaison officer who we hope, we were conveying that, and we hope that was following up on these incidents, but they kept happening. They kept happening. I describe them as microaggression because they, it wasn't the punching in the face, but it was all these microaggressions in transit, walking to businesses, childcare, homeless shelters, a number of these incidents that created an unsafe environment for residents and business operators in the area.
And when you say you were forwarding these to the authorities, who in particular were you forwarding these incidences to?
It depends. It depends, but usually it was an official at the City of Ottawa, either someone in emergency services or the city manager, and the Ottawa Police, and that depends as well. Early days, they weren't as coordinated, so a lot of information directly to the chief, and then after that, they created an environment where we were, all councillors, but obviously Catherine and I more so, because we were flooded with communication by residents. We were providing that to the police authorities.
And Councillor McKenney, did you forward also reports that you were receiving from your constituents to authorities, and if so, to whom?
Yes. So early on, I was, not every email. I would, answer emails, respond to emails, try to get as much information out to residents as possible. Every day, I would consider what residents, what information they needed, so I would respond in that way. It was hundreds of emails for staff who did nothing but respond all day long. Certainly when it was, if it was something that, was being relayed to me that was, criminal, I would forward that to police. But by, a weekend when I just didn't feel anyone was taking the complaints very seriously, and they were just getting more and more, what I was hearing was just getting more and more serious and worrisome. Every day I would bundle up emails and send it to who was then the chief of police, police services board, our city manager, mayor, and I would just send it all and tell them, I guess I knew I would be here one day. It was for the inevitable inquiry into what is going to, what will be an inquiry into this. I just didn't know what else to do by that point. I just didn't feel that there was any support available for us.
Now I want to show a video that was part of the City of Ottawa's productions, and it's at OTT 30010436.
Yeah, it is part of, yeah.
Now, first of all, have either of you seen this video before?
I have.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. And do you know the context in which it came to us in our productions? Do you know who it belonged to, or how it came to us by any chance?
Do not.
No,
I don't.
What I want to ask about it is, Councillor Fleury, you had used the term weapons when describing the trucks, and here in this video we see some unsafe behavior. It appears to show a truck driving in the wrong lane against traffic on the sidewalk. Did you observe any kind of unsafe use of the trucks, or can you expand on this notion of weaponizing that you mentioned earlier?
Sure. I was describing earlier the Byron Market, where on weekends there would be the surge of folks, and obviously we're used to protests in Ottawa. We're used to events. We're used to Canada Day, where 100,000 people come to the downtown core and celebrate our country. There's enough parking. There's parking underground. There's parking in the Byron Market, paid parking. The rules of parking were not followed. People would park in any direction, would park on sidewalks in a very pedestrian area. If you know the Byron Market, it's small businesses, storefronts. It's really clear where you're supposed to park and where is the pedestrian realm. So the surge of vehicles, pickups, is one of the aspects, and we saw that in different areas of my community. The Bikers Church in Vanier was one area. De La Salle High School was another one. Along Rideau Street and the Byron Market were other areas. Nicholas were others. So there's those incidents of people not following the rules of the road in pickup trucks, which is a different vehicle, which is a weapon in itself. But the weaponized description to me is really the rigs who take space on the street and make noise through the horns that you've shown in video, the fumes. And I know, reading through the evidence, preparing for this, we weren't informed of Ottawa Public Health and the risk to the health, but we were getting a lot of complaints from business operators and residents in the area of the smells, the intoxication of those smells. So the compounding effect of noise, smells, the physical presence, the inability for folks to, in some areas, walk on the sidewalk, walk safely at a crosswalk. We have, like any community, folks with mobility needs, and getting on and off a curb anywhere and everywhere, it doesn't work safely. So that's the description of the weapon, is that truck took space on the road. The truck itself created an environment that was unsafe for the immediate neighbors and made it impossible for what is our responsibility in terms of safety and well-being of residents and businesses in our community to safely live and be in the zone.
Thank you. Councillor McKinney, I want to take you to an email that you received. It's at OTT 30-17349. And if we go down to further down, okay, so let me see, go down a little bit more. Let's go down to the bottom. Okay, there we go. So this is an email from Redacted. It's a constituent, so it's been redacted. It was sent on February 4th, and the, oops. There we go. And the subject line is complete absence of police on Metcalfe, Ottawa occupation. And so this email describes says the occupation is growing on these streets. And then the second paragraph, it says, OPS at 9:30 a.m. today said 150 officers would be deployed, but there isn't one in sight 6 hours later. And they are only digging into their Metcalfe stronghold. Do you recall receiving this email?
I recall receiving emails. I can't say I recall this one in particular, but I recall receiving emails that indicated that the residents did not feel that there was an OPS presence in Centertown.
Okay, and if we go a little bit up from here, we'll see that you forward that on the same day to City Council, Peter Slowly, some OPSB members. You copy a Member of Parliament, Yasser Naqvi, Minister Mendicino, and Steve Kanalakis, the City Manager. And You talk about an absence of police presence in our downtown neighborhoods and the ever-expanding red zone. Do you recall sending that email?
Yes, I do.
And why did you forward this complaint? Was this part of just a general practice of forwarding complaints on to this group of people?
It was the beginning. This was, the first weekend, Monday, we expected the convoy to leave. It didn't. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, things were just getting more and more chaotic, more dangerous for residents. We were told that there would be a heightened police presence in the residential areas, and it just didn't happen. You could walk around the residential areas, and while the chaos was happening, people were being harassed. Sometimes they were being followed. They, certainly reporting back to me, people who had been, assaulted, and there was no police presence in their residential area. It was just all up on the hill on Wellington and the parliamentary precinct area.
And if we go up a little bit from here, you say, if you go up a little bit more just to look at the top, yeah, so just the bottom part of that page. The next day, it looks like to the same group of people, and you say, this is the message I received back from OPS, which says, today we had 20 to 25 officers patrolling Centertown, as well as NRT members. And then you say, 20 to 25, a friend went out last night at midnight into the heart of Centertown and reported not one visible police presence. We continue to be abandoned in Centertown. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And if we go up a little bit more, you get a response from Carol Ann Meehan, and I understand she was a member of the Ottawa Police Services Board at that time. Is that right?
That's correct.
And she says, so very sorry, Catherine. Wish we had the power to do something besides watch. Now, when she said that, what do you understand? What do you understand that she's saying there, seeing as how she's a member of the Ottawa Police Services Board?
I took it as an indication from the councillor, who was also a member of the Police Services Board, that she was also frustrated with the police response into the occupation.
So when she says, wish we had the power to do something besides watch, did you understand her to be speaking about you and her? Essentially, the two of you?
No, I took it to mean the we. I took it to mean we as my council colleagues, we as Police Services Board.
And Councillor Fleury, if we go up, you say, you respond to this exchange now, and you say, no police in Byward Market, Rideau either. Do you recall that?
I do.
And what does this email thread capture the sentiment from constituents about lack of police presence, or some people have talked about this morning feeling abandoned by authorities? What can you say to that?
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the date of this, I believe the red zone was smaller and only encompassed sections west of the canal. And police were, at the time, describing their presence in the red zone. So although we were sharing community concerns on the periphery of the red zone, the reports we were getting back from the Ottawa Police was few incidents in the red zone and presence in the red zone, which our focus was where we were hearing concerns on the periphery. It's not a new issue in Ottawa. I want to be clear, like we have about 99 demonstrations a year. Every time there's a demonstration in Ottawa, local taxpayers of Ottawa lose their local police force to those demonstrations. That means neighborhood officers that are in Centertown, in the Byward Market, in Vanier, are then focused on whatever is the demonstration. In this instance, that was the initial, but it grew into something much more significant because of no actions. There were incidents, vehicles driving on the sidewalk, police nearby not taking action. So it grew into a lot of questions from all of us, including residents and businesses, on what are we in a state of chaos? Who's gonna respond to elements that are happening that we wouldn't tolerate from just living in society or living in our city, and the not to lower the issues of the red zone, but where we were pushing for more presence and support for community members was on the periphery of the red zone, where folks were either living in the red zone, going to shop, or getting out of the zone, and the number of incidents, or the opposite, coming into work and there were incidents. I shared with you in one of our conversations the situation in the Rideau LRT. Rideau LRT is our biggest LRT station, largest volume in the city. Ottawa Police refused to go into the LRT station. I had to get the head of OC Transpo to come and meet with us. She recognized the incidents. They see it on camera. There's a bunch of CCTV cameras through our LRT network. They brought special constables in. She had to go herself and her leadership team in red vest to give a sense that there was safety in these stations because the Ottawa Police refused to go in.
And when you talk of the red zone, what is your understanding of the boundaries of that zone? What do you mean when you say the red zone?
If you go back into official submission by the Ottawa Police, their Twitter accounts or their official communication in the City of Ottawa, they defined a red zone. They basically took a map of both of our wards and would mark the red zone. It started off as being west of the canal and north of Albert Slater towards Parliament. And it grew all the way to, I believe, Somerset in your area, and all the way to King Edward, eastern part in mine.
So that would encompass residential zones. I just want to make sure that we're not separating red zone from residential zones, because it sounds like there were residential areas within the red zone as well.
Yeah,
There is.
Yeah, if I could, at least from my perspective, it was Laurier and south of Laurier where we had no police presence. So I'm not entirely certain if at that point it was being referred to as a red zone, but it was north of Laurier where police resources were almost exclusively focused. And if I could just give one example, and you know, I work very well with our community police officer. She's the head of our NRT, our neighborhood response team. She was my direct contact. And one day I asked her if she would come with me to a building that had an attempted arson with doors taped. Residents were very frightened, and she just reported back and said, I'm sorry, but I'm being repointed to the convoy. So I knew then that police felt their response to the convoy did not include residential areas.
Thank you. I want to take you to another email, OTT 405554. And its subject line is forward update, read trucks back on Metcalf blocking 2 lanes as of this morning. It's dated February 8. And this, if we go down to the original email, yep, there we go. This sender says they are quickly multiplying in numbers with cars now being added since I first saw them at 9 a.m. Here are videos and footage from another neighbor. And if we go down, we see this photo. Are you able to, Councillor McKenney, based on the photo, give an indication of whereabouts it was taken?
Yes, this is Metcalf, just south of Laurier.
And if we go up to your forward, it says trucks and vehicles taking over Metcalf as I write a message to you. And if we go up, I just want to see who you were sending this to. So you sent this to former Chief Slowly and copied Mayor Jim Watson, Member of Parliament Yasser Naqvi, Minister Mendicino, Councillor Fleury, and it looks like some other people,
Colleagues,
other councillors, yeah. Did you get a response from former Chief Slowly on this email? Do you recall?
I don't recall getting a response, no.
And can you confirm then that the footprint of the convoy in the residential areas, as this email seems to indicate, was expanding over time?
Yes, certainly it was moving east, Metcalfe, O'Connor, and then south down Metcalfe, O'Connor to, Lisgar probably was as far south on Metcalfe and O'Connor that it expanded to. But yes, it was starting to grow at that point. Again, more so on the weekends, but people were very nervous when seeing that this occupation was expanding onto the streets where they live.
And you observed this kind of expansion yourself. It wasn't just through people reporting this to you.
Oh no, I went down pretty much every day.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Fleury, in your ward, did the area of the convoy grow over time, or was it static over the course of the convoy?
It was certainly static in the Rideau Sussex node and along Rideau Street. I'd say east of King Edward towards the Loblaws, the Nelson and Rideau, it did change, I believe, on the third week, and same thing along King Edward near the shelter. When the incident happened, we saw that over time it was the parked rigs were getting closer to Rideau Street, so they had kind of doubled up on King Edward instead of being a long stretch along King Edward.
Okay, so they were concentrated more on
Rideau.
On Rideau. Okay. So, Councillor McKenney, I want to take you to some videos that you took while walking through the neighborhoods. If we can go to OTT 30053. And if you can just describe to us what we're seeing in this video.
Yes, this is Kent Street. It's late at night. There are trucks idling, constant idling, and the reason for the video was to demonstrate the effect on people's homes. They're parked in the front steps of people's homes, essentially, with emissions pouring directly into people's bedroom windows.
And was this a kind of a one-off? You saw this and took a video, or is this something that you were seeing constantly through your walks?
I saw this every night for the entire occupation at this area, in this area.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fleury, did you notice idling as well?
Yes.
I'm going to take you to a video that's attached to an affidavit provided to us by the Coalition of Businesses and Residents, and it's at COA 50112. Okay, and Councillor McKenney, it looks like that's you that is depicted in the video. Can you confirm that?
Yes, it is.
And do you know who recorded you?
Yes, Kiavash Najafi.
Okay, and it's Mr. Najafi's affidavit that this is attached to, so that makes sense. And why in the video, it looks like you are taking a recording of a toilet, outdoor toilet. Can you explain why you took that video? What was your concern there?
So this was the Wednesday of the final the council meeting just before the occupation ended, when I went down to Kent Street to record what I was seeing, I called into council from Kent Street. And what I was doing, in order to demonstrate to my colleagues what was happening, and and to show others what people were living under. And at this point, this was at the beginning of the council meeting, and we were still on Zoom. So at the beginning of the council meeting, it was only the people who were allowed in as panelists, so council, the clerk's office, et cetera, staff, senior staff, who could see what I was videotaping. So normally the camera would be turned back at me. I would be sitting in my dining room, but I was down on Kent Street, turned the camera around, and while council was being introduced, rather than just sit there, I had the camera turned so that it would be evident to people in the council meeting what was happening on Kent Street that day.
And would that be the February 16 council meeting?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and I want to take you to an image that was also provided in the Najafi affidavit, and it's at COA 50129. Are you able to locate this area or indicate whereabouts this is?
Yes, this is also on Kent, Kent at Nepean.
Kent and Nepean, okay, thank you. And did you observe personally what's being depicted in this image?
Yes, I think I spoke to at least one of them on one occasion, one of the gentlemen here.
And can you describe what we're seeing here?
Yeah, so this is Kent Street, where the occupation took very strong root. And each block, I learned this because I spoke to people as I traveled up and down Kent through the 3 weeks. Each block had a block captain, and there would be supplies brought in. There were often fires burning in barrels, trucks running. It was just an occupied street, I guess, is the best way to describe it. Yeah.
And what concerns did this raise in terms of health and safety, or any other concerns aside from obviously they don't intend on leaving?
Mm-hmm. Well, certainly, as you can see, there are fires burning in the middle of our downtown street outside a residential area. There are, you can't see it in this photo, but some of the video that I took shows jerry cans around with oil, with gasoline. Often at night, in the middle of the night, there were fireworks. So everything combined just made for an exceptionally dangerous environment for people feet away from their bedrooms, their kitchens, their children's living area, schools in the downtown.
And Councillor Fleury, in your ward, were there similar types of encampments or, I guess, similar to what we're seeing here, where there's a stockpiling of food and wood and fires?
Along Nicholas, right beside the University of Ottawa, Sussex and Rideau, and at times on George Street.
Thank you. Now, Councillor McKenney, I understand that on February 15, you attended a counter demonstration, as it's called, in the Billings Bridge area. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you know about how this counter demonstration came about, or what the purpose of it was?
I started to hear from residents early that morning, and a colleague, Sean Menard, who is the counselor for that area, that again, it was a weekend, that vehicles were expected to enter, into the city to join the occupation. There were 2 locations where they were expected. One was a more residential area in the Glebe, Fifth Avenue, and the other route was along Riverside at Billings Bridge. Through some communication, it was decided that people would go down and try to stop these vehicles from coming in and joining the occupation. It was decided that the residential area would not be the location for this counter demonstration. There was always a fear of violence affecting residents in their homes. So it was decided that it would occur on Riverside, where there were no residents living.
And can you were there at some point in the afternoon,
Yes.
is that right?
Yes.
And what did you observe? What was happening while you were there?
Yes, so by the time I arrived, there were hundreds of people there. There was a line of mostly trucks, pickup trucks, with the flags that indicated they were sympathetic to the convoy, lined up, stopped, and it was, it certainly, there was no threats of violence there. It was relatively peaceful. The general mood of the people in their vehicles is, I went up and down the street, was one of, I think, a bit of surprise that residents, at least who were there, weren't welcoming them into the city. But it just continued until about 4:30 when it started to get dark. It was February, and the decision was made just to allow each vehicle to leave one at a time if they, if they would ensure that they would just leave and not go into the downtown, which they did, and they were asked to remove the flags from their vehicles.
And so how were these trucks being prevented from going into the downtown? Were people physically standing in the road? Was it cars
Yes.
that were being parked? Maybe you can explain that.
No, sorry, it was people physically standing in front of each of the vehicles and not allowing them to move any further. And by the time I got there, there were enough people that it was just blocked in. The street was completely filled with people surrounding each of the vehicles.
And I'm going to take you to a video that I'm hoping you can confirm whether it shows some of the events of that day. COM 50741.
Sleepy Ottawa! Mighty, mighty Ottawa! Mighty, mighty Ottawa!
And these are just some images. So Councillor McKinney, can you confirm whether these images are of that counter demonstration that you attended on the 15th of February?
Yes, they are.
And we saw some police liaison team members there. What can you tell me about the police presence in that counter demonstration?
Yeah, again, it was, as you can see, almost celebratory. It was peaceful. Police interacted mostly with residents, it was a watershed moment, certainly, in terms of the overall occupation, where it became very evident that residents were no longer going to just sit idly by, that they were going to take, action where they felt that they could. And this is what you were seeing.
And what impact did this event have on the residents based on your interactions with them?
Well, that day it was very celebratory. I went down in the afternoon. I had been in the morning. I'd gone down onto Kent and onto Wellington, walked around, visited residents who were feeling threatened down on McLeod at Bank. There had been an incident where the doors of a multi-residential building had been handcuffed shut. So I'd been down into that area. So I went later to Billings Bridge. So it was probably about 1:30 before I got there, 2 o'clock. By the time I got there, it was a celebratory mood, really.
Now, the commission may receive some evidence that the counter demonstration forced OPS to deploy resources away from the downtown to engage in de-escalation at the counter protest, and that this did not assist OPS's efforts to resolve the issue of the convoy. What would be your response to that?
We needed OPS to protect residents. This was residents' only way to ensure that what was happening to our city was going to be recognized and responded to by OPS. There was not a large number of police present. So out of the hundreds of police officers up on Wellington, this would have been a small number.
Okay, thank you. So I want to speak a little bit now about the effects on the businesses, Councillor Fleury. If we can go to OPS document, OPS 403441. If we go down to the January 26th original email. We'll go down a bit more to the first email in the chain. Yeah, let's just go down and make sure we got it. Yes, okay, if we can keep going to the bottom. Okay, so that is the bottom. So now we'll go to the top of the email. So this is from, if we can just see the from Byward Market BIA Executive Director, and it is directed at you on January 26th. So this is now before the convoy arrives. The subject matter is Byward Market BIA concerns ahead of January 29, 2022 demonstration. And if we go down to the actual body of the email, I'll just leave that there for a second to give you a chance to review it. It appears that the Byward Market BIA Executive Director is raising a number of concerns. I'll just give you a second to read some of that.
Yes.
So this email outlines several concerns regarding safety and security, regarding having more information about what to expect, suggesting that people may not be following public health restrictions. Was this one of the first emails that you received ahead of the convoy alerting you to the business's concerns with respect to the convoy?
I believe so. We had just received a city briefing, and there's starting to be city communication and local media coverage of the risks. And as you can see, the BIA is both connected on what's happening at the city, but also with its own members, and describing very early some of the incidents and concerns.
And so in the third paragraph, the last sentence says, this, of course, in the context of coverage detailing that there are some protesters suggesting and hoping that this weekend will be a Canadian equivalent of the American riots of January 6, 2021. Were either of you aware of news coverage of these intentions by some of the protesters, or was this the first time that you had seen this suggestion? I'll ask Councillor Fleury first.
Until the convoy coverage started to come to our attention, and until the city called a briefing, we received very little communication. But residents started to inform us. As you know, Ottawa does have the universities, we have active residents, we have informed businesses who were following it and who were asking questions early. And if you, I believe if you go back to the first briefing from the city and OPS, councillors and I, and Catherine certainly, were asking very concerned questions around what will Ottawa Police, what will the City of Ottawa do to prevent risks for us residents and businesses in our area, with few answers.
And Councillor McKenney, had you heard any suggestion that some of the protesters' intentions ahead of the convoy was something similar to what's being described here?
Yes, mostly through social media. As Councillor Fleury did, started to ask those questions. We saw the messages coming out of, more Western provinces leading up to January 28th, that week leading up. But every day just became a bit clearer as to the intentions. At that point, we called them disruptions.
And if we go up a little bit, we're going to see that the email you then, let's keep going. You forward that, if we can go up. So you forwarded that on the same day, the 26th. It looks like to former Chief Slowly, Roger Chapman, who I believe is the bylaw, the head of the bylaw and
That's right.
regulatory services, Kim Ayot, who's the head of the emergency management, and a few other people there in the city of Ottawa. You say thank you to the constituents, and then you say Chiefs Slowly, Chapman, and Ayot, could you review the Byward BIA concerns and connect with the BIA ED ahead of the weekend? I have CC'd Rideau BIA as well as GM of Rideau Center, who have similar concerns. How are we supporting local businesses through this demonstration, from risk of ignorance to public health measures and pressures on a business they fear? Thanks for the prompt consideration, support, and response. And if we go up, we can see that former Chief Slowly then forwards this to Deputy Chief Ferguson and says, Trish, I got a message from Councillor Fleury wanting to follow up with you on this email and other related matters. He will contact you directly. And if we go to the very top, sorry about that. Yeah, Deputy Chief Ferguson says, as a means of follow-up, this has been looked after. So were you able to speak with Deputy Chief Ferguson about this matter?
I don't recall. To be honest. The information I received from police at the time was certainly very limited.
Okay, so
it was often, they would receive the information we were providing, saying, we have this information, we're on to it, but I wasn't able from there to say open or close, or here are measures that Ottawa Police will put in place so that your businesses can operate. Here's a liaison that's being put in place so that we can structure that. So you're going to see a lot of these communications where police says, oh, it's a short call, as if it's a resolution. Like the feeling, if you're an outsider, if you're just reading this, the feeling is like, oh, there's a resolved matter. The resolved matter is ultimately the BIA or the executive director, they report back into 600 members. So they need something in writing from the City of Ottawa or OPS at that point to share what should members know about and how can they prevent and what are their contacts if there are concerns. You can see by this communication that there was nothing in writing provided to myself or to the executive director of the Byward BIA to bring response, to bring closure.
Okay, so then is it fair to say that the concerns that were raised by the BIA were not satisfactorily addressed in your interactions with Deputy Chief Ferguson?
Well, that's the Thursday. I believe that following Saturday, the Rideau Centre, Ottawa's largest commercial property, was closed at noon because it got out of control and individual businesses were worried and the mall security couldn't maintain safety of the operation. So it took them 4 hours to close the Rideau Centre. That is an epicenter of a very large commercial property, but a reflection of hundreds of businesses along Elgin, Bank Street, Byward Market, Rideau Street, and information that we were being asked by local business operators and their staff.
And on the subject of the Rideau Centre, I understand they were closed approximately 25 days straight. Is that your understanding as well?
24 days.
24 days, thank you. And is that unusual?
If you've been in Ottawa, or if you live in Ottawa, the Rideau Centre is closed 1 day a year, and that's barely, because they're connected to the LRT station. They play an important function in the transit routes, the connection between the residents, the commercial district, the University of Ottawa, some of the nearby amenities like City Hall, for example. So the Rideau Centre being closed is an anomaly. Being closed for 1 day a year is kind of their standard. So you could see the pressure, and the general manager of the Rideau Center was in daily contact with myself. The owner of the Rideau Center, Cadillac Fairview, did meet with us, did meet with authorities at the city, including the mayor's office, to share concerns and try to find solutions in that first week.
And do you have a sense for why it had to close on that first day? Was it because of safety concerns? Was it because there were too many people? What was the concern there?
Microaggressions, I don't know that I'm describing the term appropriately, but people walking in stores and stripping masks, people questioning why people were wearing masks, large gatherings in the food court. At the time you could pick up food, you couldn't stay in the food court. The food court wasn't able to be cleared. The security had requested that those who were there to leave, and they weren't leaving. Kind of the closest, warmest spot with public washrooms and a great commercial offering. I can understand the attraction, but that was kind of all of the microaggressions in one instance was that on that Saturday at noon.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Fleury, I understand that you organize daily meetings with affected business improvement areas, hotel associations, affected stakeholders. Do you know when did you start having these meetings?
The first week. So Ottawa is unfortunately, and I've been on the council table for the last 12 years, we've had a lot of crisis. I've had to live the Rideau sinkhole, which would have impacted a very similar range of businesses in my area. We've had to live, obviously, the COVID impacts and how we were informing businesses. So we struck a business leader group, which included the business improvement associations for Vanier, Byward, Rideau, Ottawa markets. Based on strong collaboration with my colleague, we included Spark Street, Bank Street, some of the association members, so the hotel association. There's a number of large hotels in both of our wards, and the tourism partners. I might be forgetting a stakeholder or two, but that's from the external point of view, that was that. And then we had at those meetings invited all elected members that were I'll call it the federal riding of Ottawa Centre and Ottawa Vanier. So you had the local councillor invited, you had the provincial MP and MPP, and their respective representative. And at different times we had provincial minister staff from Minister McLeod at the time, and other ministry offices, as well as same thing federally for different, I don't recall the specifics, I'd have to go back to my note, but there were also attendees. And at the city, we had a broad range of representation from traffic operations, emergency services, bylaw services. We had OC Transpo, as I described earlier in the session, Ottawa Police, and at times communication and economic development.
Now, in your interview summary, you stated that the mayor, the city manager, and the chief of police did not personally attend the meetings with the BIA. Were they invited to attend?
I believe they were. They organized 2 early meetings, and then I started to organize a daily meeting, which they were invited to and were not attending.
Do you have an explanation from them as to why they didn't attend? They never gave one.
You'll have to ask them. I think they're coming in a couple of days.
Okay, but they didn't give you an explanation?
No.
Okay. And did local businesses and BIAs express that they were content with the information they were receiving from the city?
No. We were often repeated the same public information that was available earlier in the day. There were some very specific questions. How can I make sure that food can enter the zone so that my deliveries can continue? How can I accommodate that? For example, we know during the COVID period, the Uber pickups and the food distributions are very important. Those vehicles couldn't access the zone. So there's a number of business issues that came to that table. And ultimately it's, hey, city, AOPS, what's the plan? Should we be worried? Are you, and then, these amounts of businesses are closed. What can we do about them? And it became complex, right? Because you had employees of those businesses who had to pay rent, then couldn't pay rent. So then another set of conversation was there, like the group that represents the BIA were at the table as well. Then we hit a period between obviously January and February where you have to, those landlords need their pay. So those commercial businesses had to negotiate with their landlords. So that was another set of conversation. So there wasn't one conversation theme. It was all about how do we get back to operating? How can we get back to operate safely in the area? It is an important time for us at the city. I think that's the other measure that's maybe not understood is those weekends, late January, early February, are the winterlude, is when we celebrate the winter activities. And there's thousands of residents who come to the downtown and visitors who come to skate on the canal, to enjoy what we have to offer as a winter capital city. And those businesses were there was restriction loosening at that point. So they were also hoping, they had purchased food, they had prepared their staff for larger gatherings, none related to the convoy, just preparing to the period, and yet often had to return them home. So there's a number of, Rideau Centre shared with us, and that was covered in the news, there are 3,000 employees at the Rideau Centre. Most of them are part-time staff. And like the Apple Store, it's 200 staff at the Apple Store. You have food court and chefs, and you have cleaner, you have security. So that, it's not just closing a commercial property, it's all the family ramification of, can that employee who's not working, not able to pay rent, can they negotiate? And what's the pressure on that? So its impact is not simply a geographic one, it's all the ripple of having a massive impact on the local economy in the city's core.
And you mentioned that at these meetings, the businesses were getting the public information that general public was receiving. Is that unusual?
Yeah, I've gone through a lot of crisis, unfortunately, as I described earlier. Usually, very important information is provided at a white table from the city and other needed authorities for what all residents need to know in terms of what would impact them. And then there are stakeholder information. Is transit going to operate? Can I get my distributors in? Is it safe to walk on the streets? Those are the types of basic information that our business members were trying to get from the city. And we were creating that area, that daily space with yet few interaction. And we kind of saw a number of situations where the city's there, the city's adapting, it's closing streets, it's removing, some of the parking areas, it's adapted. You remember in part of it, like there's a closure of bridges. So the city, from an operation point of view, is adapting. Bylaw, not so much so, not because of their own doing, but because they fit into this command center, police operations, who call the shots on what can be enforced and not. And through that, there's a number of concerns. How are we communicating to the members? How are we communicating to the public? What's the risk to residents? I know that one of the documents you have is around a pickup truck with gas in the Rideau Centre parking lot. I can assure you today, if a pickup truck showed up with gas, police would evacuate, police and fire, and all the authorities would show up, they'd evacuate them all, and in that situation, they'd remove the vehicle extremely quickly. They'd protect the public safety, and after that, they would remove the situation. No response to that. I mean, you have a pretty extensive thread by the general manager at the Rideau Centre, and what I'll call confusion amongst authorities. And ultimately, very fortunate that the Rideau Centre was able to support, find the operator and get them out of the situation. I mean, that's the type of uncoordinated approach at a very micro level that we weren't able to get clarity to local businesses. And hence, I mean, you think about all of the residential properties and what it takes for people to go in and out of their properties, to access transit, to get their vehicles out. So it was chaos for both Catherine and I, not just on the business and the operations of that, but on the residents' concerns. And we had little information or little hope of a plan that was going to be enacted to bring back safety and well-being for residents in our city's core.
So the city officials and police representatives that were at these meetings, were they able to give the type of specific information that businesses were looking for, such as what you described, or not generally, no?
No, and if you see, there are a number of times following those meetings where I respond to the authorities and ask for clear, please follow up on this, please follow up on that. And at times there's also the business membership who's writing in to get clarification or get action. I believe there's one, for example, at the Chateau Laurier, where there was a sprinkler issue and fire couldn't get. Apparently fire tried to go down Rideau Street as if it didn't know that there was rigs on Rideau Street. Like that's the, you know, we were very fortunate that no more serious kind of life incident in those particular situations happened, because having the manager of the Chateau Laurier share that with their member association, and for the member association to say, what's going on in city operations? How come you can't respond effectively to, you know, if there's a paramedic call, how does the paramedic get to some of those residential buildings or some of the commercial? You know, we were all very frightened on our ability to respond at the level that residents would expect.
And to your knowledge, did the city ever ask local BIAs to restrict material and financial support to the demonstrators? So not sell them certain items or anything like that?
I haven't thought about that. I have to think about it.
Okay, maybe you can think about that
Yeah.
and get back to me at the end. Okay, so in the interest of time, because I know I'm sure a lot of the parties have questions as well, we're going to just move on to the city's response and your experiences as councillors.
Pause 5 minutes pour aller aux toilettes.
Could we take a 5-minute break for a bathroom break?
So we're going to take 5 minutes. Going to be a bit of a dictator, so they're going to be short. This is 5 minutes, not 15. So 5-minute break.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, councillors. I just wanted to ask a question with respect to the emergency lanes. We have heard that the city or NOPS attempted to maintain an emergency lane at all times to allow for emergency vehicles to go through ambulances and fire. Councillor Fleury, you also mentioned an incident at the Chateau Laurier where fire or first responders were not able to get to the Chateau Laurier. So I'm just trying to understand to what extent were emergency lanes maintained open? Was this on every street? Was this on some streets? Maybe you can describe a little bit about what you saw with respect to maintaining an open lane. And I'll start with Councillor Fleury.
Thinking about the Byron Market has a minimum access points, if you will, and crossing Rideau at either King Edward or Dalhousie and entering those corridors through that north to south movement is vital. I can't speak to particular situations where that wouldn't have been possible, but based on the videos, based on what I saw when I was on the ground, I'm not sure that emergency vehicles were being if other vehicles were moving out of the way for emergency vehicles. I did see videos of different emergency vehicles at times throughout the 3 weeks trying to get different areas of our zones. I'm not familiar with why was the call or why was the vehicle in that space, but we did see how there was some social media video about how challenging and delayed the operations were. I can't speak to a particular incident or location, but you could see how clogged the streets were and how that occupation took hold, how challenging it could be. But I don't have an eye on in terms of were all of the paramedics and fire aware of routes and corridors and how they could get to each property. I don't know the specifics of that.
But in terms of streets in the Byward Market, for example, did all of them have one lane of traffic open to them or no? Were there streets that were completely cut off kind of on either end where any kind of vehicles couldn't enter?
Properties that were on Rideau, properties that were on George Street, properties that were on Sussex, Mackenzie Avenue, the Nicholas Daly area were extremely difficult to get into by motor vehicle.
Okay, and Councillor McKenney, what can you tell us about the maintenance of an emergency lane in the kind of downtown core?
Well, certainly there was never a lane open on Kent Street. There was never. Bank Street would have the lane open maybe as far as Lisgar, but on the weekend certainly you could not get past Lisgar going north. And the same with Metcalfe and O'Connor. On the weekends, often they were completely blocked, but Kent in particular, you could never get any emergency vehicle down.
So were there some streets for which an emergency lane was maintained throughout? Do you know?
I don't have that specific information, no.
Okay. Councillor Fleury, in your interview with the Commission, you spoke about problems that you perceive with the city's bylaw enforcement and their response to resident complaints. Can you speak a little bit more to that issue? What were the issues specifically that you were concerned about?
I apologize. You were asking the earlier question, and I just want to wrap an idea that maybe was not raised, which is in Ottawa, the proximity between Ottawa and Gatineau and the economic drivers of both sides do have an impact. And we were informed of long-term care. We were informed of some of the hospitals who were quite concerned around the ability for shift staff to get to the facility and provide operations. I think of Bruyère, for example, in the Byward Market. I think of some of the long-term cares that are city operated or privately operated. I think of Montfort Hospital particularly. So getting in and out of the area, and unfortunately, many of our interprovincial bridges were in this red zone catchment. So if you look at cameras of that time, there was massive backlogs because of either street closure or the rigs on King Edward specifically. So fluidity and getting emergency, it's not just the emergency vehicle, it's actually the workforce into those health contexts was raised by those institutions.
And so with respect to your concerns about the City of Ottawa's bylaw response to resident complaints, what can you tell me about that?
Bylaw is an automatic mechanism in the space, and sometimes it kind of slings back at them. But you call 311, there's a violation, someone is parked on the street illegally, or we have in the Byward Market, bylaw goes proactively and tickets if you didn't pay for parking or if you're not parked properly, they'll tow you. So in regular operations, bylaw is on the ground on parking. It's ensuring that some of those rules, and in more complex situations where, you know, if there is noise, if there is a fire, then different authorities in and around bylaw, like fire services or other, will come and intervene. We as councillors don't intervene in that. It's an automatic process through 311. And when there are incidents, or if there lack of follow-up, then often the resident would inform us, and then we would convey that or connect with the police, with the fire chief, the bylaw chief and their team, and they would follow up accordingly with the resident without political influence. It's important for us to inform, connect, but we know where our authorities are. They're through motions of council, not influencing operations in that regards. And what was frustrating is the amount of parking in illegal lots or even in the Byward Market, and vehicles that were abandoned or vehicles that were improperly parked. And we conveyed that through to the authorities, and it was this chain of command. Instead of going through a 311 and bylaw goes out and responds, it was, the 311 call is referred to police in the command center, and if the command center judges that that is an applicable element, then they would share with bylaw. But the problem is they didn't. They were so focused on the red zone or the elements of the red zone that even basic bylaw services that we would expect were not enforced, which compounded a lot of the tension point. And so much so that we came to realize that there was a trend. If you call 311 and there was an illegal parker, the operator would say, okay, can you describe the vehicle? Oh, there's a flag. Oh, then it was like already police command. Even if we're outside of the red zone, like we're talking, blocks and blocks away, there wasn't proper enforcement because of the way the system had shifted to emergency operation and shifted under police command.
So then when a resident would call 311, they would be asked to describe the vehicle what was your understanding for why they had to describe the vehicle?
I've never heard that. Yeah, I never heard that until the occupation.
And so is your understanding then that was in order to determine whether it was a vehicle associated with the convoy? Was that the purpose of kind of giving the description?
It's the feeling that it gives me.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make the illegal parker legitimate from my perspective, and creates this, we're here representing residents and businesses in our area, and if rules don't apply, like rules don't just apply, we're often told by councillors, there's not a good business or a bad business. There is a license, and if the license allows them to operate it, they operate. Well, it's the same thing with our rules. They should apply to every resident, not because the vehicle's a particular size or color or there's a particular element. So that compounded a lot of the issues that we were facing, that regular enforcement on the parameter, Cumberland Street to name one, Wilbrod, in the lower town area, were just not enforced.
And do you have any knowledge as to whether bylaw was choosing then not to engage, or whether this was Ottawa Police telling bylaw not to engage? Do you have any knowledge of that?
You probably referred to a number of interactions that I would have had with the manager of bylaw, Jen Thurkelston, or the chief, Roger, or Kim Ayud, where I was trying to get, hey, what's happening? Why are we enforcing these? And then eventually it came to be a description that, no, this is under police command. We require the police command center to give us authority to go in and do it. There are other considerations prior to our enforcement, is the gist of what I was described.
And that would have been those three individuals who told you that, the three people you named?
Yeah, I mean, they were pretty aligned and consistent in this is a police operations. We rely on their comfort for us to enforce our bylaws.
Okay, and that was regardless of where in the city this was taking place? Like, I imagine at some point you're far enough away from the main site that bylaw is doing its regular work, say in Canada, Orleans, and Barrhaven. How far was this extending? Do you have any sense of that?
I don't, but specifically for my ward, we have a bikers church which was sympathetic to the occupation, and there were a lot of illegal parking situations. We're talking like on the other side of the Rideau River. So if you want to bring back the map, it's a number of blocks, probably maybe 2 kilometers away from the red zone. You're into the old city of Vanier, and there's no enforcement for parking violations. That's kind of I don't know how far that went into the city. I can only speak to the information I had from community associations and residents about this loop of I'm calling in, they're asking me to describe the vehicle. Obviously the resident is emotional, saying, yeah, there's ex-Trudeau, or there's a flag, or there's a pickup truck, or whatever. And then, oh yeah, they took my complaint, but there's no actions. It's been 2 days, 3 days, sometimes a week. And that really, we recognize as councillors, we recognize we don't have authority over police enforcement. But on the City of Ottawa side, we're responsible for the safety and well-being of residents, and we do have bylaws and other tools that, in this situation, I still don't understand why they got caught in the police command outside of the red zone. I can respect the red zone. There might be tactical reasons or safety reasons, but I really don't understand that. And to this day, I still don't have a city explanation that I can convey to a resident about that situation.
Councillor McKenney, do you have any sense about the bylaw kind of structure and when it was being enforced and when it wasn't?
Only what I was able to observe. Obviously, within the core of the downtown, bylaw was not handing out tickets to, large trucks. As you went west, by the time you got onto the other side of the Trillium line tracks, we were starting to get complaints that, parents parked outside schools were getting tickets. So they were ticketing, and in some instances, certainly outside of the ward that I represent. But, I don't have any examples of calling bylaw. I didn't call bylaw to come and ticket large trucks. I don't think anyone did. But as we moved west, certainly bylaw was active.
And I'm going to take you both to a letter that you co-authored on February 2nd, and it's at OTT 30-14570. And this is, Councillor McKenney, you sent this on February 2nd to Mayor Watson, former Chief Slowly, councillors, members of the OPSB. And I just want to go down to the signature line just to show that it looks like you both signed off on that. You see that there?
Yes.
Okay, and we're just going to go back up. So it says, Mayor Watson and Chief Slowly, Ottawa's urban core is in crisis. For 6 days and nights, downtown residents have been under siege. They have faced unprecedented noise and pollution. Wearing a mask in public means being threatened with violence and sexual violence, or being spat at and screamed at. And then you go on to describe the horns, keeping people awake, drivers threatening pedestrians, open fires, tanks of fuel being delivered to vehicles, illegal parking, downtown gridlock. And you're being told that more trucks may arrive this weekend to reinforce the convoy's members. And then you say, therefore, we ask you, Chief Slowly, have you requested that the RCMP assume full operational control of Parliament Hill and the parliamentary precinct so that OPS can be deployed into the neighborhoods to restore peace? Mayor Watson, have you spoken to the Prime Minister, and what assistance did the Prime Minister offer? Have you requested that the federal government take control of what is happening in our city? And you finish off with a plea. And do you recall authoring this letter and sending it to those people?
Yes, I do.
And did you receive a formal response to this letter from either the chief or the mayor?
No.
No.
And what you describe in the letter, if we can go up a little bit in terms of the open fires, tanks of fuels, blasting horns every day, drivers threatening pedestrians, et cetera, was this based on circumstances that you yourselves witnessed or that were reported to you, or a combination?
Combination.
We're a married couple now.
I'm going to start calling you McFlurry from now on.
McFlurry.
And do you stand by the contents of this letter today?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fleury, at one point you asked the city to look into imposing a curfew. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit where this idea came from and what happened, what came from it, if anything?
So there's a number of information. We were, as you know, I represent the University of Ottawa. There's a lot of to-be lawyers that are at the University of Ottawa, very, very smart residents who have ideas, who along the way we convey, you happen to pick, to choose one of them. We were trying to find a way to see a plan and enforcement so that we could get back to the safety and well-being for residents and businesses. For us, there were a number of instances. You talk about the curfew. We have the police chief who tells us, well, there's no more canister movement, and then that continues. And then all of a sudden, we get the pressure from residents and the city saying, what's happening? Like, why aren't rules being followed? So I know you want me to address that particular point. I guess my point is there was a number of these ideas that were shared with us that we passed along, and either through formal motions of council, when I moved to ask the Chief Justice to change the bylaw fines for an increase, or the curfew examples or other as well. So I don't recall the specific reason behind the curfew, but it does fit the range of criteria that we were asking for information. Injunction was another one that we asked the city's legal team to look at, and as you know, came really late and really slow.
Okay, so you don't recall what happened to the idea of imposing a curfew specifically?
No.
Okay. And Councillor McKenney, in the letter we saw a minute ago, and also in a motion that that was eventually brought, you had asked to formally petition the Government of Canada to assume responsibility for public safety and security within the parliamentary precinct in order to allow for Ottawa police officers to patrol neighborhoods and be in charge of the neighborhoods. And that was then a motion that was eventually brought to council. What was the purpose of this motion?
So it was quite evident that the local police force was solely focused on Wellington Street and the surrounding parliamentary precinct. And when I say parliamentary precinct, in this case, I'm including Wellington, although I know it's not formally part of the precinct. So it was very clear that our local police force was focused on what was essentially a federal protest, a federal occupation. So I was doing everything I could to appeal to our federal government, our federal partners, to assume responsibility for what was happening, and without getting any reaction, I ended up bringing a motion to council asking for the mayor to appeal on behalf of the city.
And did that motion passed?
I believe so, but
it carried, yeah.
I think it carried.
Yes.
Yeah.
And did it have the intended effect?
No, it did not.
And do you know why not?
I mean, nobody ever really followed up with me as the local councillor, so I can't tell you specifically, but nothing ever came of it. The assumption of or the addition of extra police resources didn't happen until much later, of course.
So I'm going to take you to an Ottawa document, OTT 405837. And so this is an email dated February 8th, and it is from former Chief Slowly to Jim Watson, Mayor Watson, and Councillor Deans, and copying Ottawa Police and city officials. And it says, "Dear Mayor Watson and Chair Deans, I am writing further to yesterday's special council meeting wherein the motion of Councillor McKenney regarding the parliamentary precinct was passed by City Council." So this would be the motion that we were just discussing.
Correct.
And then he goes on to say, in Ontario, policing is governed by the Police Services Act. In accordance with Section 5, Sub 1, Sub 1 of the Police Services Act, the City of Ottawa has discharged its responsibility to provide police services by establishing a police force, the Ottawa Police Service. As a result, the Ottawa Police Service is the sole police service of jurisdiction. It is important to note that the Police Services Act defines police force as either the Ontario Provincial Police or a municipal police force. The Ottawa Police Service maintains that Councillor McKenney's motion is absent jurisdictional authority where it intends for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to assume command of the response to the ongoing demonstration in the City of Ottawa. And he goes on from there. Were you made aware of former Chief Slowly's response to this motion the day following the motion?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. And then in the kind of second to last paragraph, he says, although any deployment of officers will be under the direction of the Chief of Police as an operational consideration, the Ottawa Police Service will make every attempt to meet the spirit of the motion and have Royal Canadian Mounted Police officers work in and around the hardened area of the demonstration. To your knowledge, did that attempting to meet the spirit of the motion, did that have the intended effect that you were hoping the motion would have?
It did not.
Okay. Now, I'm going to pose some kind of more general questions to both of you about generally the response to the events and authorities' response. Specifically, we'll start with City Council. How would you, Councillor Fleury, describe City Council's response to the events in Ottawa, the events of the protest?
Too slow. Too slow, and obviously we're ward-based, we're elected ward-based, and only a few, we're a big territory in Ottawa. You have to understand we're the size of Montreal, Toronto, Edmonton, Calgary, and Vancouver in one city with 1 million in population. So our suburban colleagues, or even within the Greenbelt, they weren't directly impacted. And as you know, outside of this commission, there's big divides on this current city council. So, you know, it certainly, it was in a crisis time, it was hard to bring us all together. I think eventually we got there, but it took way too long for council to even get, okay, this is happening, this is serious. They're not moving, they're not gonna get out. We have to be organized, we have to be intentional. And you could sort of see it by the frequency of the meetings and also the motions that were starting to pass. But if you go back to that first council after the beginning of what was at the time protest, which became occupation, our own colleagues refused to delay agenda items that were very significant, non-related to this, on planning matters, on other matters, just to show you that we were living the crisis, we were getting flooded with the emails, and yet it took like a lot of time for our colleagues to wake up to the seriousness of the issue and the impact on us as a city, not just a neighborhood and not just the capital precinct components of it.
Councillor McKenney?
Well, there wasn't much in terms of jurisdiction that City Council could do. Certainly, this was, you know, under the jurisdiction of police. This was a police matter. It was a public safety issue. You know, outside of, you know, delaying committee meetings to allow myself, my colleague, Councillor Fleury, to focus on what was happening, calling on, you know, police or even writing to the federal government, asking the mayor to write to the federal government to, ask for help. There really wasn't a lot that a city council in itself could do to end this or to respond in any significant way.
Usually we agree, but I do want to kind of share my piece, which is following all of this, I've submitted a number of inquiries to council, to the police services board. I believe this was shared to this inquiry as well.
Yes.
When was this illegal? And I keep getting a non-answer from different authorities. When was this declared illegal? When we are politicians, we're elected to represent our residents. When did it go from a protest to an occupation to a siege? I've asked clearly those questions a number of times, and in a weird kind of way, it says, oh, well, it's when the mayor declared a state of emergency. Well, the same day the mayor declares a state of emergency, he tells everyone there's no impact of that, it's symbolic. But then everything unfolded around the declaration of a state of emergency. Well, if that's the case, then yeah, council didn't wake up. He declared a state of emergency. I don't have the date, but I think it's February 6th. We were living that since January. Like, that's many days later. I mean, you wake up a Monday morning and there's no plan. We're told, oh, by Wednesday they'll be gone. Wednesday night or Thursday morning when they're not gone, what happens then? It's a lot of days later.
So, but council is not the one who declares a state of emergency. That's the mayor, right?
I understand, but council can move a motion to ask the mayor to declare a state of emergency. There's a number of pressure points that council can enact. As you've seen, I described the bylaw, for example, right? The increase in fines. Well, we can't increase fines, but we can ask the justice to increase fines. And if council's behind it and we explain it, there's a number of areas like that council wasn't quick. It wasn't aligned on its intentions, which I think we didn't have the full tools to resolve this, but there's tools we could have used earlier that would have signalized the urgency of the situation.
And there never was a motion brought with respect to declaring a state of emergency, was there?
The mayor declared it, but he knew that we had a council 2 days after, and I had drafted that motion.
Okay, so it was coming, is what you're saying?
It was coming to the floor of council, and good that he didn't wait for 2 days, but it should have come earlier.
Okay, thank you. There were several motions we know that were brought to council, many of them which passed, relating to responses to the convoy, petitioning the federal government, asking the government for assistance for residents and businesses, for example. How would you describe generally the various motions that were brought to council and that were passed? Like, we know there's different types of motions. Some of them are more political in nature and are more symbolic. Other ones actually have an effect where they can make a change. So what kinds of motions were these? Councilor McKenney?
Yeah, so the motions that started to come forward certainly were, of the nature, if you will, asking for a more coordinated response, but I will say this, and again, it's not necessarily council, but, where the city did fail residents was in not, we have, a legal department, we have expertise on staff, and, it took a private resident to, come forward with an injunction to stop the horns. That's where, in my opinion, the city failed in its responsibility to residents. The declaration of an emergency was just that. It was symbolic. Nothing occurred as a result of that. Horns didn't stop. Trucks didn't stop idling. The harassment didn't stop. Nothing stopped. If that's all that had happened, it had no effect, essentially. So when the motion started to come forward, and, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, like, some of it was, to demonstrate that we're, as a council or different councilors trying to do something to move it forward. It became desperate, really. It was, grasping at straws, really, to find a way as a city to bring to end what was a federal crisis.
And my understanding too is that there was an amendment to the idling bylaw, which then made it a breach of the bylaw, if you will, to idle below a certain temperature. And that was because in the winter, if it's below a certain temperature, you can idle, but of course, this was being used, or this was not being implemented because the trucks were out there idling, and so they raised the temperature, or rather, they lowered the temperature such that it would apply even in cold weather. Have I accurately captured the spirit of that motion to amend the bylaw?
Yes.
Okay. And did that have an effect? Did passing that motion and amending that bylaw to make it applicable in cold weather have any practical effect?
No.
Okay, and why is that?
Well, again, it wasn't an injunction. There was, I think that you could see from the evidence that trucks continued to idle. People, who were occupying those streets. It was February. It was extremely cold, and trucks and large trucks, vehicles, in some cases cars, just continued to idle.
Councillor Fleury, do you have any information as to why that didn't do very much?
I go back to the bylaw enforcement. Was bylaw authorized to enforce? And how many tickets were issued? We're under the same mindset that we're not informed that there was a slew of fines, and that wasn't a tool that was used by enforcement authorities to start to advance the dismantling of the occupation.
And at some point, I understand there was a suggestion that there were enough votes in council to pass a motion to request military equipment under the National Defence Act. Councillor Fleury, can you explain what that was all about and what came of that?
I think the context of that is very important. So we have a former military member who's a member of council who's fought in Afghanistan, and the conversation relating to that in its period is two-pronged. One is we have Chief Slowly, who's now at that point officially requesting additional resources from the OPP and the RCMP. And we have our city and OPS saying the tow trucks are refusing. The tow trucks under contract are refusing to offer service. And we can't procure more. We've asked provincial partners. They're not coming with solutions. So I know it's controversial because of the use of the Emergencies Act, and you're going back a generation on the use of that act. But the spirit of that conversation is relating to equipment to remove the truck. So the towing equipment, not the military. It's the equipment of the military to enable dismantling of the occupation.
Okay, so if I understand it, the City of Ottawa tow truck companies that were under contract with the City of Ottawa were refusing to tow and offer towing services, and this was a way to fill that gap. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and what happened to that motion?
I don't believe it was ever brought because it got entangled into the federal politics of that, and I believe the Prime Minister and others commented that there would be no use of that act, but it lost sense of why the conversation was happening at the local level, I'd say.
I see, so it never made it to the floor.
No.
So in your view, both of you, was there more council could have done? And I'll start with Councillor McKenney.
Well, certainly, as I indicated earlier, to have an engaged council and staff looking at all options, which included, in the end, injunctions, on horns, injunctions on idling, but with strength. Certainly that would have, at the very least, eased some of the stresses, the pressures that residents were under throughout the siege. In the end, I still contend that it was our local police who, in the beginning, made error in allowing trucks to come into our city off of routes. Actually, I think they put up signs and actually, pointed to where they could park. And that, and then, our federal government, our provincial government not responding in a way that in any way suggested that they felt that having their capital under siege or losing their capital, really. We had a residential neighborhood that was lost, that was under siege, and no other level of government was taking it seriously. And until that happened, we weren't going to see an end to the occupation. And it really was about the resources in the end. It really was about what I called for early in the occupation. We need to have those extra resources brought in. Local police were not going to be able to respond once the occupation took root.
Councillor Fleury, was there more that City Council could have done?
I support the idea of an earlier injunction. It's pretty obvious now. The state of emergency, although symbolic, was used by provincial and federal elected officials to advance dismantling or solutions to dismantle our bylaws. It took a while for us to raise the fines, and not just raising the fine, but actually untangling the command of the bylaws and start eating away at the red zone and start limiting the impact in the residential and main streets of Ottawa. The way the city communicated with residents, I think, was also a lot of concerns around, call 311, but then if 311 is not efficace, if it doesn't work, then what happens? So, I think there's a lot of this, and I want to come back to one of the points, which was on I believe it was the Wednesday or the Thursday prior to the convoy arrival. Was it the 26th of January? We were briefed by Chief Slowly at the time and Kim Ayot and a number of councillors, I believe, including Councillor McKenney, Councillor Brockington, and Councillor Eglai, who's a lawyer by profession. We asked, will our truck routes be respected? And we were told no because of a charter. I won't recite because I'm not a lawyer. But then for us, from an outside perspective, hey, the following weekend they're at Queen's Park, they're in Quebec City, and wait a minute, the trucks are controlled. They're not walking right into the front doors. And adding to that, we're weeks into that, days into that, trucks are moving in and out of the zone, moving. It's like, whoa, it's like a triple effect of this. Like there wasn't a plan in place to limit truck movement. Then truck movement continued, and there was no operational resolution to that. Like, okay, you can't move in the red zone. You're out of the red zone. We're not letting you back in. That took until basically the last days before that was taken seriously.
So you're saying that before the last days, that during the first few weeks anyway, trucks could leave the red zone and then re-enter?
Yes.
In your views, I want to ask you about the mayor's response to this. Councillor McKenney, do you think there was more the mayor could have done, or how would you describe his response to this event?
Well, certainly his response to me as the councillor, responsible for the residents of the downtown of Somerset Ward, I never received a phone call from the mayor. It wasn't until somebody mentioned it publicly that a meeting was called. Myself and several councillors and the police chief and the mayor. So, there was no attempt to work with me to provide guidance, to provide resources, support for residents. It's not about me personally. I didn't need any of that, but people I represent certainly did. There was no urgency from the mayor to respond, to provide the information that people needed to respond to the concerns that were being brought to his attention and that of many others. I forwarded, in the end, many emails and instances of, chaos in the, in the residential areas. So yeah, it was very difficult. It felt like, for myself that I was on my own to respond to what was happening in Centertown.
And Councillor Fleury, with respect to the mayor's response, what would you say to that?
It's easy when you look back, you can judge, and I know he'll be on, so you can ask them this specifically, but I think I'm going to bring it up to kind of the conversation that it needs to have, which is, the mayor represents every resident of Ottawa, and when there is an area that is impacted, you want to work closely with the mayor and legal team and so on, so that everyone's on board with the actions, right? So I bring you back to that period. I'm the only councillor basically at City Hall. I can't work from home. I'm at City Hall. I'm in my office. That entire building is empty. Like, it's empty. So, there's the factor where councillors live, where the mayor lives, where city staff live. They're seeing it on their screen. They're seeing it on social media. They're not living it. So I'm not casting a blame. I'm describing the period, right? There's a period of time where people are behind their screen at home. We're living the impacts in real time, and it happens extremely quick. And then, there's the other piece, which is the period, like the crisis. At the city, again, I go back, I'm young but getting old. 12 years later, we've had a lot of crisis. Flooding, power outages, a recent derecho, the sinkhole on Rideau. It's pretty standard what you see at the city. There's a table, a white table with name tags, a water bottle. You'll have communication. You'll have the service lead. That'd be through the COVID, it was public health. Through other crisis, it might have been Hydro Ottawa. It might have been a city official, the mayor, and maybe other jurisdiction. I didn't see that white table during this situation ever. And I out of all the crises I've seen, it's a bit unique that I didn't see that. And I've never asked, he's never explained it, but that to me is like, as someone who's lived the crisis at the City of Ottawa, is atypical of not seeing that confident, we have a plan, informing residents. It came through, but it came through police chief, through police communication, and some city information, which was often criticized because of street closures and the tone that was used in city communications and police communications in the first few weeks.
Thank you. I want to take you now, just to close, to OTT 30058. And it's a video, Councillor McKenney, that you filmed. And I believe we talked a little bit about this day that it was filmed, but I'll ask you to confirm it. We're just going to stop it at 150 because I think there was some maybe audio issues at the very end of the video. So we'll stop it at 150, but we can go ahead and show it.
Anyways, Councillor. So Councillor McKenney?
Yeah, they are next, Mayor.
Thank you. I am out here on the street, as you can see, where people live.
We're never fucking leaving.
Yeah, hi there. Where people live. And here we are Wednesday, in the evening. We couldn't even have this meeting early in the day. I have not heard from anyone, whether it's the city, whether it's police, anyone. What is the plan to protect the people who live downtown, who are under siege, who continue to be under siege? And there is, I don't know who is, hey bud, I don't know who is counting trucks. I can tell you that the street is not cleared. Our residential area is not cleared. The smell of diesel fumes right now is actually sickening. And I want to know, and I want to know specifically, and I'm going to ask the city later on, what is the plan for this weekend? What is the plan so that we don't get thousands of people back on our streets, adding to this mayhem and chaos? What are we doing? How are you stopping people from coming in on the weekend to add to what is already here?
Thank you. So can you confirm, Councillor McKenney, that this was filmed on the day of the council meeting on February 16?
Yes, it was.
And you say in the video, I don't know who is counting trucks, but I can tell you that the street is not cleared. What was that in reference to?
So this was a council meeting after the mayor had made some arrangement with one of the convoy organizers to remove trucks from the residential area. That did not happen. And this council meeting was Wednesday. I was very, very concerned, more than concerned. I was really quite frightened that another weekend would bring just so much more chaos. We just could not go through another weekend. And I was very concerned that, that the mayor was relaying to council and to the public that that trucks had been relocated off of residential streets. I decided, probably an hour before council that I had to do something, and I went down to Kent Street. And I called in council from there to demonstrate that these trucks were still here. I needed people to see what was happening. It was very difficult because you would hear from people. I would get emails. I got exceptional amount of hate throughout the whole 3.5 weeks, but it was getting worse. Personal threats to myself, my family, and there was so much, people were dismissing what was happening. Not everyone, of course. I got tremendous support from across the city. People emailing me, they saw what was happening and they supported that. But I just did not feel that police, city had a plan for the weekend. It was Wednesday night. We just couldn't. Friday was the day that it all began again. So it was really a plea and a demonstration to everyone watching what was happening to people who live here on Kent Street. You can see the residential towers on Kent Street. People, that's their front lawn. That's where they live.
And Councillor McKay, did anyone give you any kind of assurances or comfort about the plan for that weekend after this video?
Yes. After this video, I began to hear more regularly from the interim police chief that there was a plan in place. I got more specific information, not detailed, and I wasn't looking for detailed information, but that there was a plan in place to bring in the resources to end the occupation over the weekend.
And this was interim chief Steve Bell?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fleury, Councillor McKenney spoke about receiving threats to herself and to her family. Did you similarly receive threats? I believe we saw a bit of that in your witness statement, but maybe you can just explain that.
After the first weekend, and when we saw no movement, us speaking to locals, I was one of the first ones to say stop the funding, block the funding. And I went on social media and said that. And
sorry, this is funding to the convoy?
That's right.
Okay.
And hours after, there were 2 pickup trucks that I have a young family, came to my home and just yelled absurdities with, typical pickup truck with the flags on. And at that point, I knew, okay, this is out of control. I had to shut down my own social media and I had to move my family out for the duration.
And was this reported to the police?
I did report it to the council liaison at the time, and we're walking 2 responsibilities. I'm responsible for my family's safety and well-being. I'm in a crisis at work, so gotta protect the family. I think Catherine did the same with their child, and for us, then it was back on the ground, back in terms of what could we do. So. We didn't ask for it. We didn't want police protection. We wanted police on the ground to clear out the streets and protect our community. But the stuff we had on social media, the threats, my wife is Chinese Canadian. I have a mixed kid. what a beautiful country we're in. And here I am being threatened, like, you know, this virus comes from China. This guy is linked to China. Like, are we real? Like, I'm a local city councilor trying to help my community. I recognize I'm in the capital. Leave us alone.
And in closing, is there anything that either of you would like to add that we haven't covered about your experiences with impacts on residents and businesses, the city response, the police response, or any other matter relating to the convoy in Ottawa? I'll give you a chance to think about it. Have we covered it from your perspective?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you both. Those are my questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. We're going to have to take a break at some point because I think among other things, the interpreters need some breaks too. I know you all are pretty strong and want to go through, and I love the punishment, but I think they need a break. Now, the question is, we can start briefly with the coalition or break now. I don't know.
Je peux parler en français si vous voulez. On peut donner une pause aux interpréteurs.
I could speak French if you'd like, and we can give a break to the interpreters. Yes, but we have sign language interpreters as well. Ah, okay. Sorry about that then.
I had thought we'd do it about 5 o'clock, if that's okay, and you could get started. And unless there's a different order, I take it, I'm no longer asking whether it's agreed order. So if there is, let me know, but I'm assuming there isn't. So is it okay to get started with the Ottawa Coalition and
the only thing I would say, Commissioner, I think we're allotted 30 minutes. So I'm not sure if it would be, just because of the timing, I'm not sure if you're suggesting you want us to start and then break partway through our exam. My preference would be to do all of ours at once.
We do your 30 minutes at once, and then it'd be at 5:10 the break. But because I think we're going to go late, so I'm trying to break it at a good spot. Is that okay? Or do you want to break now?
It'd be my preference not to do my full 30 right at this moment. But,
Okay, well then let's take a 15-minute break. Let's try and keep it to 15 minutes, please. 15 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
15 minutes, please. Thank you to the interpreters.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Est-ce qu'on nous amène dans une salle pour manger?
Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
I had better food.
Okay, we're into the last stretch.
I'm just gonna set my time watch, my stopwatch, Commissioner, make sure I'm on time or under time. Thank you, councillors, so much for joining us today. I'm just gonna go through.
If you could just introduce yourself for the
apologize.
record
I apologize.
and for the witnesses.
Thank you, Commissioner. Paul Champ, legal counsel for the Ottawa Coalition for Residents and Businesses, representing community associations and business improvement areas in downtown Ottawa. Councillor Fleury, I'm going to take you through a few emails. I'd ask the hearing clerk to call them up. The first one is Ottawa 2779. And while that's being brought up, I just want to ask you, Councillor Fleury, I get the sense from your testimony, did you feel that the occupation of downtown Ottawa wasn't getting the attention it deserved from the mayor of Ottawa?
That's a tough question. Probably not as early.
From your perspective.
Yeah, probably not as serious as early as it should have been. But when it was clear, I didn't feel resistance. I can put it that way.
Did the mayor reach out to you personally at any time to ask you how things were going with you? We've heard about his awful threats to your family or anything like that. Did he reach out to you?
Checking in throughout the weeks, I'd say it took a while though, and I was communicating with different members of his team throughout. So him maybe less so, but through his office in different instances for sure.
Well, but was there any the personal concern, the human touch, anything like that in between yourself and the mayor during that time, that difficult time?
Yeah, I mean, you have to go back to the period. A lot of these were either through text or through Teams or Zoom meetings, right? So you turn on the Zoom, you turn off the Zoom. There's not that sidebar conversation. There'd be a few texts throughout during that 3 weeks, but nothing that would nothing that comes to mind, I'd say.
Okay. We've got an email here that's Ottawa 2779. This is an email from February the 2nd from yourself to the mayor, a number of other people there, Serge Alpan, that's his chief of staff, is my understanding, and Steve Canalakos, his city manager, Kim Ayotte, and Councillor McKenney. This is you that you sent that email at that time?
Yes.
Expressing the concern for your constituents?
Correct.
And now at the end, so you laid out a lot of the issues there. In the end, you ask him, please consider the following, 4 points that you're hoping to consider. Did you get a response to this email?
I did not.
Okay. Can I ask to get document Ottawa 3893? Great. So this is just a series of emails. If we go to page 2, near the bottom, we see that you're getting an email here, Councillor Fleury, a bit lower. Lower. There we go. Yeah. So you were getting an email from a Mr. Brian Ohoski. Who is that?
He's the general manager of the Rideau Centre.
Okay. And he's reaching out to you. Hi, Mathieu. So you interact with him fairly frequently?
Yes. Yes, it's an important property. He's also the chair of the board of the downtown Rideau BI.
Right. And so he's asking you, is it safe or unsafe to open and operate the Rideau Centre? Is there a way to leverage support of OPP or RCMP? Our accountability is to our paying tenants. For 5.5 days, we've been able to meet that requirement. Then we see an email from you just a bit further up, rolling up this time. Yeah, thank you. To hi, Steve, Mathieu, Kim, and Chief Slowly. Please below see 2 clear questions from Rideau Centre. Can City and OPS clearly respond? And why did you send this to, that's Steve Canalakos, City Manager, I gather. Kim Ayotte, that's head of bylaw and emergency services, Chief Slowly. And who's Mathieu Gravel?
In the mayor's, he's a mayor's staff.
Mayor staff, okay. Okay. And then if you will just keep rolling up, we'll see the response that you get. I forwarded your request to the Councillor Liaison Office. That's Kim Ayotte. That's the head of emergency operations. Is that right?
Correct.
And he says, we need to follow a process as we are getting hammered. Did you know what Mr. Ayotte meant by that?
No. We both our offices were getting tons of emails, but the way I was connecting into the city was tactical here. As you can see, we have a largest commercial property asking very clear, direct questions, which would influence their ability to open or not.
And then you respond, McKenny and I are both most impacted. I am not flooding your mailbox. Rideau Center is not just any business. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I interpret that as the communications with Mr. Ayotte is starting to get a little tense. Is that how it was from your perspective, Councillor Fleury?
Yeah, I'm used to the environment where if you go to the top and you're funneled through a liaison or someone that it's of lesser importance, or else the management would take action and respond. I thought the email from Brian was very clear and deserved a clear response one way or the other. Two simple questions, not long, pretty obvious they'd been closed. I mean, Kim would have known that information.
Hearing clerk, could we get Ottawa 5511? Oh yeah, thank you. And the next page, sorry. Rolling down a bit further. There we go. So here's an email from Geneviève Dumas from Fairmont. Who is that?
She's the general manager at the Chateau Laurier.
Okay. And to Steve Ball, who's Mr. Ball?
Mr. Ball is the executive director of the Hotel Association here in Ottawa.
Right. You ever see Ms. Dumas talking about a sprinkler failure that started a fire alarm and flood in her elevators, and then raises the concern that the fire truck couldn't make it to the hotel. This would be the same case for ambulance. So all hotel in this radius is most likely in the same situation. Could be a major issue in case of real emergencies. This is the situation you were telling us about before, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then at page 1, we see, so rolling up, we see a picture there of it, but rolling up. And you said, hi, Chief, see below, what can we do? These seem to be extremely dangerous life safety and emergency response challenges. Not sure why OPS wouldn't have accessed Chateau Laurier via St. Patrick and Mackenzie Avenue. Did you ever get a substantive response to that?
No.
Counselor? Thank you. Hearing clerk, Ottawa 8282. Thank you very much. And I'll take you on this one to the third page, if I could, hearing clerk. Roll. Keep going. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. There we go. So this is an email from Mr. Brian Olhowski again from the Rideau Center to yourself and Andrew Peck. That's with the Downtown Rideau BIA on February 15th. And here, Mr. Olhowski is setting out that issue. He's setting out a number of issues, problems with the Rideau-Sussex intersection. But then he says, on a side note, Lamoureux Pumping had parked a red pickup truck in my underground parking with a diesel fuel supply tank in the back, and protesters are going back and forth filling portable gas cans and carrying them out to the demonstration. And then the last sentence, he says, that truck is still in my parking lot and I was not supported by bylaw. It's been over 24 hours. That's the incident you were telling us about before, Councillor Fleury?
Yeah, correct. This is a 911 call that went unresponded to.
That you got an email from the council liaison saying, hello, Councillor Fleury, and then a few other things. It just says, the tow was booked for this evening. However, the vehicle left the parking lot beforehand. We'll continue to monitor the situation. And your response to that is, if we roll up. That's great right there. Oop, no, down a bit. There. Thanks for the support, Matt. Obviously, I'm glad the truck is gone, but this does raise some major concerns for us. Between the three groups, OPS, bylaw, and regulatory services, still couldn't manage to tow a single pedestrian vehicle that was engaged in illegal activity from a private lot in a 36-hour window. So that was your understanding, it was there for 36 hours?
Yes, and not removed by authorities.
Thank God no one was injured there. You then, oh, pardon me, that's actually for Mr. Ohoski, that's not you. That's Mr. Ohoski. That's the Rideau Center saying that.
Correct.
You then forward that on to Mr. Ayat. See below from the Rideau Center. What should I answer him? I think he raises a fair point. And Mr. Ayat then writes this longish sort of email to you, and you respond. If we just go up a bit, roll up. So there's the long from Mr. Ayat, and then just roll up just a little bit more there. Great. And you just in one word sentence and respond to that says, I don't believe this to be satisfactory. Why weren't you happy with that email, or why did you find it to be unsatisfactory?
It's not the type of relationship I'm accustomed to between an important stakeholder and the City of Ottawa.
And then Mr. Ayat responds, this is the answer, and I'll leave it up to you to decide if you want to send it. So is that continue to be a little bit of the tone of your communications with your own manager of emergency operations?
Yes.
Ottawa 7352. Great, and just roll down a little bit. Perfect. So this is an email that you received from Mr. Ohoski again on February 15th about raising concerns about the Rideau. Sorry, that was the one we just had. Sorry about that. I apologize, but just up a bit. Hi, Diane and Deputy Chief Bell. So you decided after those exchanges with Mr. Ayat, you wanted to forward it on to Ms. Deans, the chair of the Police Services Board, and Deputy Chief Bell. Why did you send it on to them?
I'm not known to give up on things that I think are incorrect. I mean, I felt that the response not only was inadequate for the seriousness of the situation, but also raised a number of other risk factors that that could go unanswered.
For time, Council, there's a couple other documents I was going to put to you, but I'm not going to do that, about some concerns about schools, that there was some concerns that schools were raising about convoy, or it seems to be convoy-associated trucks. Can you just tell us what you knew about that?
So I am Francophone, and the Francophone, both the Francophone boards did connect with me. There are schools in both of our areas, and they were wondering what was police recommending, if they should operate or not. They had issues for their staff to get to work. Parents were raising concerns. And there were a number of incidents where their parking lot was used by pickup with flags in the context of the school, and there had been on social media a number of threats of go attack the school, go around the schools, and that sort of drove a lot of the concerns from the school boards, and we heard it separately from parents on the same issues, and Ottawa Police liaison team did connect with them in this case. They were in the 2-3 schools that I can think about that were most concerned. OPS liaison did meet with the principal, and I don't know what ensued of that, but the rare communication I got back and forth with police in that specific instances, they did take it seriously.
Councillor McKenney, on that issue, on schools in your ward, were you hearing concerns about that from those schools or parents with children in those schools?
Yes, from Centennial, which is close to...
It's about 6 blocks from here.
It's about 6 blocks from here, yes. And also Devonshire, which is not in the ward I represent. It's just on the, just to the west, a block or two. But after Hat King had encouraged, people, his supporters to go around schools. I heard from several parents that was actually happening in and around Devonshire, and I brought that to the attention of Chief Slowly.
And Pat King, that's one of the organizers that we'll be hearing from later in the inquiry. If I could get document Ottawa 30002. Now, councillors, while waiting for this document, I'll ask you both about like the diesel fumes and so forth that was happening downtown. I'll just ask you first, Councillor Fleury. Were you hearing anything from city staff about any concerns about air quality or the health impacts of diesel fumes in downtown Ottawa from these 400-odd trucks that were idling all the time?
No, we were worried. I think that is one of the aspects around noise and fumes where council was pretty supportive of our request, saying what are the strategy, what are the risks, and media and experts in that world sort of were speaking publicly to that matter, but we saw few actions to other than the injunction to actually resolve that.
And Councillor McKenney, same for you. Were you hearing from city staff about issues around air quality because of the diesel fumes in downtown Ottawa?
No, I never heard from city staff on that issue.
And what about, were you hearing from residents about what they were experiencing?
Oh, absolutely. The smell of diesel fumes on Kent Street and in that, in the center of the occupation was actually, it made you feel ill after you were there about half an hour or so. I heard from residents daily about their concerns.
So this document that I've pulled up, it's an email that you guys did not get, but we see some of the people in on the twos and the froms. A Kelly Cochran, a Todd Piper, Tricia Karen was with the Ottawa Police, Eustace Roberts with the police, Michelle Ferguson with the Ottawa. Do you know some of those people? Are familiar with any of those officials or police officers?
I'm not.
I'm familiar with one of the
public health
names, but not
Mr. Ferguson, I believe.
Yeah.
So this is an email that was sent, disclosed by the City of Ottawa, sent on February the 18th, subject message from Ottawa Public Health regarding convoy-related air quality concerns. And the author writes, "Good morning, sharing with you messaging that OPH, Ottawa Public Health, developed and requested that we share with our colleagues who are working or traveling in the PZ." I'm not sure if you know if is that a city acronym or something like that, the PZ?
I'd never heard it before I saw this.
And here's a long email. You've had a chance to see this email now. We were sharing with that you. There's concerns here about the air quality and about the health impacts from Health Canada, as noted, as well as Ottawa Public Health. Had that information been shared with you at the time?
No.
No.
About the protest has become entrenched and become an ongoing occupation. The potential risk of exposure to diesel exhaust, as well-documented health concerns, has increased for those in the impacted areas. As a result, we'd like to bring this to your attention, ask you share this with any agency conducting health and safety risk assessments during the event. So that wasn't brought to your attention?
Nope.
Thank you. Councillor McKenney, can I get a document, Ottawa OTT 3640?
That's a problem.
While we're waiting for that, I'd just like to ask you, Councillor Fleury, you told us a bit about the personal impact to you, and it was after you had gone on social media talking about fundraising, is that right?
Yeah, I was saying the only way we're going to see an end to this is to stop the funding.
Right. And who were you trying to communicate to when you put that message out on social media?
I'm a local city councillor who represents the residents in my community and businesses and within our city. So hard to control that within social media, I hear you, but my communication is to my residents and businesses.
And you were referring to the millions of dollars that was being raised on GoFundMe to support and keep the protesters here in Ottawa, is that right?
Correct.
And you were looking for some solutions, maybe the city could do something to stop the flow of that money to those individuals?
Correct.
And then how far did that social media go that you heard about?
Yeah, I mean, we had to shut down the platforms. And as I said, there were a few hours later, people showed up at my house. It was, again, I'm a local city councillor finding myself on Fox News. I guess would describe the situation.
We have this document up, Councillor McKenney. It's an email from a Jessica Bradley. Who is that?
Jessica is the assistant to Diane Deans.
And this is an email on February the 4th, 2022. Subject, walk through Centertown, and it's addressed to Catherine, Sean, and Jeff. Those are two other city councillors. Saying, I'm writing this morning to strongly encourage you not to move forward with your planned walk through Centertown today. Just for our time, not to go through the whole thing, but what was the message you were getting from Councillor Dean's office as the representative from the Ottawa Police Services Board?
Yes, I believe this came from Councillor Deans through Jessica Bradley's email, but we were organizing walks. This would have been the first one that we were organizing, and Councillor Deans did have certainly concerns, serious concerns, that it would cause resources to be redirected from other areas that police were focused on. And, she also called me to explain that, she understood why I was doing why I felt I needed to do what I was doing, but that she was afraid that it would encourage further violence.
Councillor Fleury, there's one other question I was going to ask you about the bylaw, and both of you a little bit. The way you were kind of describing it, outside the red zone, there was some enforcement of bylaw that you were observing, but it seemed to be selective?
Correct.
A bit of selective enforcement, that it seemed trucks associated with the convoy weren't getting tickets, but residents in Ottawa were getting tickets?
I described it the other way, but your assumptions aligns with what I've been describing. Correct.
I'd like to get document Ottawa 29762. Now, councillors, I want to ask you about one big event that occurred partway through, and that was the removal of the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board and another member of the Police Services Board by motion, and then which led to then a few others resigning. That event, as you may recall, there was an Ottawa City Council meeting on February 16th, 2022. We've got the in-camera minutes now for that. You participated in that debate that day?
I did.
Yes.
Councillors, this was a motion brought by one of your colleagues, Councillor Moffat, to remove Councillor Deans from the Police Services Board. Is that right, Councillor Fleury?
Correct.
And Councillor McKenney, you participated in that debate that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just for a point of time, we've seen some of the comments that you've made through here, both of you, but I do have one or a couple of questions for each of you. If I could go to page 4. And down near the bottom. Yeah, that's perfect. You'll see there, Councillor McKenney noted that, save for a few councillors that had reached out to them and offered help, other members had done nothing. They indicated they had not received any calls from the city manager or the general manager of emergency protective services. The councillor noted that Councillor Deans and me had reached out. Councillor McKenney expressed opposition to the motion to remove members from the Ottawa Police Board, arguing it was a power grab. Can you tell us? Oh, I apologize. It goes over to the next page. Sorry. I've just
scroll down
to the next page. I apologize.
Thank you.
Clerk. Can you tell us what was the point that you were making there, Councillor McKenney? What was your concern about the removal of the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board in the middle of this crisis in the city?
Well, this was February 16th. This was the day that I called into council from Kent Street, and then I rushed home on LRT to get back in time for in camera. I had to be in a secure space, so I had just gotten back to my home. The notion that Councillor Deans would be removed as chair of the Police Services Board in what was the middle of a crisis in our city. We had a police chief who had resigned. We needed action. We needed stability. I was terrified of going into another weekend where, the actions of harassment and intimidation were just increasing every weekend. And I felt very strongly that the mayor and some members of council, but certainly the mayor, was using this to take away any influence that Councillor Deans had vis-a-vis the Police Services Board, and I referred to it as a power grab.
Do you recall how much notice did you have about this motion and what its objective or purpose was?
Not in that afternoon, I figured it was coming. I had been in contact with Councillor Deans. I was trying to do everything I could to get resolution to what was happening. So I did have, there was some indication that, that there was something happening. I wasn't brought into those conversations, of course, but when the motion dropped, it had never been communicated to me anyway.
And this had been, sorry, Councillor.
I just think, we see it maybe a bit differently for different reasons, but you have to consider the day.
Yeah.
We have a council meeting that's booked early afternoon with a police services board in the morning. That police services board pushes this into the evening. When they get out of that police services board, we're informed that the chief is no longer the chief.
Right.
And then we walk into council, and then everything we're learning about this. We go in camera, and then you could read through it. It's like, oh, DC Bell will execute, but we have someone else aligned. There's a chaos within a chaos, right? So my perception is, in a bizarre way, to Councillor McKenney's point, we need stability at this point. We need to dismantle this. We need the operations, right? And there's a number of things that led to the Slowly situation, but I just think just taking these minutes without the context,
right,
maybe misses some of the nuances.
For sure. And so just the context was that the chief had resigned, Chief Slowly had resigned, and then the board had reached an agreement with another retired chief from another police services and wanted him to come in just on an interim or short-term basis to lead the police service. And some people were concerned, well, why don't we just have the Deputy Chief Bell remain as interim chief? That was the sort of, that was the context?
Correct.
And your view is, why bring in someone else, just have Deputy Chief Bell stay in charge?
My view is this new hire is not coming in fast enough.
Right.
DC Bell's in place. We need dismantling. People have been asking us for 3 weeks.
Can you recall what Councillor Dean said about why she didn't want to leave Deputy Chief Bell in charge as chief? Or that she had any concerns with his leadership at that time?
I don't remember.
Or Councillor McKenney?
No, none that she expressed to me.
And you had asked Councillor Fleury about, well, what was the board going to do if the former chief had not resigned? Do you recall that?
Correct.
And do you recall what Councillor Dean said to you?
I think it's well scripted in that piece that you'd share these documents. It was apparently a mutual agreement to resignation.
But, or you were asking, well, what were, if Slowly didn't resign, if Chief Slowly didn't resign, what were you going to do? Or did you have concerns? She said something like, well, we did have concerns, he didn't have a plan.
Correct. I'm asking that in the spirit of what was happening with Slowly, where initially he said, this is not a police matter, there's a political fix. Then he said, well, we need additional resources. Then all of us, under the pressure of the residents and community, was saying, what's your plan? And then all of that tangled over the days, the hours, and eventually this resignation.
Right. Could I get document OTT 8026? Now, this is an email that we're bringing up, Councillor McKenney, that you sent on February 17th to Interim Chief Bell at this point. And you say there is a significant police action this morning. Should residents in Centertown be sheltering in place? Should they evacuate today? What are we doing to keep kids in school safe? Has anything been communicated to people affected by the movement against this occupation? And then we'll see there's an exchange up there that you weren't in on between Robin Guest and Sir John Bennett. Is a good question. Did you get an answer to your good question?
I did get an answer from the Interim Police Chief Steve Bell.
Can you recall what he said to you?
My recollection is that he said there was no need to shelter in place or for any evacuation, and that he would keep me updated as the operations moved along.
Could I get document OTT 25001? I'm hoping I got that right. I recognize I'm just about out of time, Commissioner. Councillor McKinney, I was going to ask you about access to groceries in grocery stores. Do I have the right one here? Yeah, it is. Just before I get into this document, there's 2 major grocery stores in your ward, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's the Independent at Somerset and Bank.
Yes.
And the Farm Boy at Metcalfe and Gloucester, I guess, is that right? Or
Metcalfe Nepean, yes. Yeah.
And did they stay open throughout the occupation?
Yes, they did.
Did they close at any time?
The Farm Boy closed on one afternoon, was overtaken by a significant amount of the occupiers. There was a message that had come out that the Independent had also, but in the end, I learned that, in fact, the occupiers had gone into the basement, into the parking garage underneath, but in fact, the
Independent
store didn't. The Independent did not close down.
They just closed down their
Yes,
parking lot.
exactly.
Their underground parking lot. Commissioner, I'm just going to respect the time, and those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, councillors. Good afternoon, Commissioner. In the interest of trying to save,
Could you again? I'd like people to introduce themselves for the
my name is
witnesses.
David Michikowski, and I appear for the Ottawa Police Service. I apologize for that. In the interest of trying to save a bit of time, I'm going to try not to refer to a document, but if you need the document to assist you, I'm certainly happy to call it up. And so I want to start by talking about the January 26th meeting that the Ottawa Police Chief attended with councillors. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Yes.
And just, Councillor McKinney, I'll address my remarks, some of these remarks to you, and then when I want to address remarks to Councillor Fleury, I'll address them to you, again, in the interest of trying to save some time so that I don't have you both answer the same question. And I understand that at that meeting, you were specifically, and that was a meeting with councillors specifically to let them know about what the situation was coming up. Is that right?
That's correct.
And as I understand, at that time you were told, or the councillors were told, that the situation was fluid.
Correct.
And you were also told, or the councillors were also told, that the police could not predict what would happen.
That is my recollection, yes.
And you were also told that that they had certain numbers with respect to the expected convoy, but those could change within the hour. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you, as a result, Chief Slowly advised that area businesses would therefore have to make decisions for themselves as to whether to stay open or not.
Correct.
And you understood that that was because it was such a fluid situation.
Correct.
And at that meeting, it was also indicated by Chief Slowly that the unpredictable nature, that this was an unpredictable event, correct?
That was what he said, yes.
And thank you very much. And I want to go forward 2 days to January 28th. I understand further information was provided to council at that time. Is that correct?
What day of the week is that? Could you?
That would be on the Friday.
The Friday, okay.
And I'll call it up for you if you need the document, Councillor Kenny. But I understand that, so that was on the Friday, and the convoys had started to arrive on Friday. Is that correct?
The convoy did start to arrive on Friday, yes.
Right. And the largest one, however, came the following day. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that meeting, you were advised by the Ottawa Police that, again, the situation was very fluid and would continue to change.
That was their assessment that they relayed to us, yes.
And I understand on Saturday, January 29th, more information was provided to you. And I wonder if we could call up OPS 4225, please. And perhaps we could just scroll down. And I understand if we look at the, we see that again, you were told, I guess, in the, I believe in the 5th line, if I'm not mistaken, that the dynamic of the crowd at that time was cooperative, but there were isolated incidents, but overall the crowd at that time was peaceful. Is that your recollection?
I don't recall seeing this, this email.
You don't recall seeing it?
No, I mean, doesn't mean that it didn't come to me, but.
You wouldn't have any reason to disagree with that information, would you? That was from Mr. Ayot at the city. And it looks like it...
It wasn't sent to us.
It wasn't sent to us. I never saw this.
This was sent to senior management.
Yeah.
But I take it you would have no reason to not trust what Mr. Ayot said?
We weren't informed.
We weren't, yeah, I have no idea. We certainly were never given this information, or this assessment, yeah.
So certainly the information we see was conveyed to lots of people in the city of Ottawa that it was a fluid situation. Correct?
That seems to have been conveyed, yes.
And that continued to be your understanding from the first meeting with the chief, that things were changing, correct?
That is what the chief conveyed to us, yes.
And I wonder if we could please turn up OTT 1930. That is a chain of emails, and I understand that on January 30th, the chief provided a further update to councillors. Is that correct?
I'm going to object. Council, can you please provide a little more information?
If we could perhaps scroll down.
I don't see the document as saying that whatsoever.
You'll see.
Okay.
Do you have it now? Yeah. Perfect, thanks. The chief provided a further update to councillors.
Yes.
And I see in the first couple of lines that he indicated that there were large crowds, but they were being managed at that point in time.
That was his assessment, yes.
And he also indicates that there were some high-risk situations that had been managed by the police.
That's what he says here, yes.
And criminal investigations were undertaken.
That's what Chief Soley says, yes.
And he also said, I wonder if you could scroll down a little further. Yeah, that's fine. He also said, you'll see at the paragraph that starts, priorities continue to include. You'll see the next sentence he indicated.
This is Diane Dean's.
This was not from the chief.
Yeah.
That's correct, but Diane Dean says, and this goes to counselors, correct?
Right.
Right, and so Ms. Dean says in that paragraph that I just took you to, this work is resource intensive and police resources are fully stretched and fully engaged, correct?
That's what it says.
And I take it you had no reason to disbelieve what she was saying to you?
I did not agree with the assessment after the first weekend, no.
And so you didn't agree when she said it takes basically a lot of resources?
Oh, I agreed with that. What I didn't agree with was the assessment by the chief that everything was under control for the weekend.
Let's see. And you'll see that in the, just above where it says ending of the demonstration and departure, you'll see at this time, due to safety concerns, management of the protest and traffic must take precedence. However, these matters will be responded to as resources become available. You saw that?
Yes.
And so I take it what you understood from that was that the police have to prioritize management of the protests due to safety concerns?
Correct.
And I take it you understood that just as, I don't know if you've had the unfortunate experience of being in a hospital in recent years, but just as in a hospital, patients get triaged in emergency, that was going to happen with the police as well.
That's what is being indicated here, yes.
Right, and you understand from the situation in a hospital that sometimes the most pressing and serious problems have to be solved first.
That would be my expectation, that the most serious problems would be, yes, would be resolved first.
And it's not a question, of course, that somebody else's problems who's in the queue are not important, but it's simply a question that there are limited resources, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, obviously, that police also do not have unlimited resources?
That is correct.
And you understand as well that ultimately it took approximately another 2,000 police officers from across the country to help end the occupation, along with the approximately 1,150 active Ottawa Police Service members, correct?
That is correct.
And so you wouldn't expect, I take it, for Ottawa Police to have 3,150 officers on staff at all times, correct?
That is correct.
It's a question of what the municipality is prepared to pay and what the taxpayers are prepared to pay in terms of funding of the police service, correct?
Yes, you don't staff for surges in need for response. Of course, I understand that, yes.
And on January 31st, you attended another meeting, and that is OPS 5187. And if we can just, that was a meeting with the chief of police and the mayor, correct? And if you want to scroll down, you'll see that it appears, Councillor McKenney, that both you and Councillor Fleury were there. You can see at the fore, there's a reference to something that you said, and you'll see at number 3, there's a reference to something that Councillor Fleury said.
Can you scroll down so we see the extent of what this communication is? This is a note summary. Could you?
Oh, meeting with
If you want to go back to the top of the document.
Yes.
I don't know these people.
It was an update from the chief, and then you'll see at the bottom there are some references to your Councillor McKinney and Councillor Fleury, Councillor Luloff. Do you see that?
I see it, yes. I don't recall this meeting.
Okay. And I see there's a reference in this memo to the fact that there will, could be massive risks. Would you accept that that is a realistic assessment of what was going on January 31st, that there would be massive risks in the city of Ottawa and in the police operations at that time?
Massive risks to
Implications
to
short,
residents?
medium, and long term of intervention, especially risk of physical conflict that will ripple across the country.
So is this the risks to residents?
I'm asking you whether you agree that there would be risk implications. Those could be risk implications, of course, to residents, to police officers.
Well, not being a law enforcement expert, I would have to say that if police felt that there were risk implications, my job at the time was to look out for the people that I represent and their needs, certainly their security needs weren't being met. But if police here say that there were risk implications, that is their assessment of the situation.
And if we could scroll.
Mr. Commissioner, the witnesses have said they don't recall this meeting. So unless my friend can contextualize and maybe help them remember what meeting it was, just putting statements to them when they've said they don't remember being there is not really going to be much assistance to the commission.
Well, let me see if I can help this. You have no reason to disagree that these things occurred, do they? You just simply don't recall that meeting, but you don't question the document, do you?
I think the councillors need to understand a bit more about the document, that it's notes from a meeting taken by the OPS, and maybe try to help them recall the meeting.
Commissioner, if the witness, I didn't understand that the witness did not agree. Simply, Councillor McKinney indicated she didn't specifically recall.
My pronouns are they.
Apologize. They did not specifically recall the meeting.
Okay, well, maybe you can just ask if they can confirm their understanding or what they know about this meeting, and then we can go from there.
Thank you. If we could scroll down, please, to question 4. There's a statement, and it appears to be attributed to you, Councillor, but perhaps you can tell me if that helps refresh.
Can you just go up a bit to see what these questions are? I think it's just, it's not clear to me either what this is recording.
It is not entirely clear, but you'll see at question 4, there is something, and I'm going to read it to you, Councillor McKinney, and perhaps you can tell me if that refreshes your memory.
I've read it. It does not.
It does not.
You know, this was 3.5 weeks of constant meetings and you know, working 15-hour days. I don't recall every single meeting and thing that was said and brought up, and this is not helping in any way. There's no context for what this meeting is about.
Sure,
I don't disagree that it happened, but.
Sure. So there's so let me try this. So there's a statement in number 4 that says, "I appreciate everyone doing their best."
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound like something that you said?
Yeah, of course. I don't disagree that what was put down here attributed to me. I probably did say I appreciate that everyone is doing their best on January 31st.
And it also indicates you appreciate that everyone's doing their best. It also, you talked about feedback and frustration increasing, correct?
That most certainly was happening, yes.
And I take it your feeling, and that of the whole city, presumably was they wanted this to end, correct?
They would have preferred that police never allowed the trucks to come in on non-truck routes and park in their neighborhood and stay. That was the key of the frustration with what was happening. And then when it couldn't end, residents could not understand, you know, from what they were seeing, why police couldn't take more action. And yes, on January 31st, I appreciated that everyone was probably doing their best, but the frustration that came from residents and myself really was that, it should have never happened in the first place. We saw what happened in Quebec City, we saw what happened in Toronto, and, that frustration just increased as we saw how other police services handled the convoys.
And the situation in Toronto that you referenced, that occurred after the Ottawa situation, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that obviously Toronto learned from Ottawa's experience, correct?
Yes, I can't speak for them, but I would imagine they did.
And you're aware that for Rolling Thunder, a different plan was in place because, again, Ottawa police learned with the benefit of hindsight.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so given where we were on January 31st, you obviously wanted it to end, but you understood there was, at that point, no magic bullet, correct?
Oh, no, I expected every night when I went to bed to get up the next morning and that there would be an end to it. I had to believe that. It was too dangerous for the residents that I represent to ever consider that this could not end with perhaps not alone police force, but we also have a federal government and a provincial government that were not stepping in. Nobody else was stepping in. I agreed that we needed much more resources, but the fact that it took 3.5 weeks is inexcusable.
And ultimately, it was solved with more resources under the command of Interim Chief Bell, correct?
3.5 weeks later, yes.
And I understand that you're obviously interested in serving your constituents and assisting them with their immediate problems.
Correct.
And you'd agree with me as well that you have a duty to protect your constituents, but also the city from the harm that may come upon.
Correct.
And so if, for example, a resident in your area calls the police or bylaw because there's a truck blocking the street, but the people in the car are armed and threatening to detonate a bomb or to kill a hostage if the police move in, you would expect that the police would try and de-escalate?
Correct.
And you would not want the police to simply solve the complaint about the resident, about the truck blocking it, if that meant serious bodily injury or death would result to others in the neighborhood or to the officer.
Correct.
And you would also agree with me that while you're advocating for your constituents, you recognize that the police may be aware of other information that you aren't, and that they need to take into account when they address protesters.
Correct.
And if we could please call up document 1346, please.
What is that's not a complete identification.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's OTT 000111346.0001.
There we go.
And if we could look at 1138, there's an email, Councillor McKinney, from you. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you indicate in the second you're raising a particular issue about your constituents and their fears and concerns, correct?
With the people, yes, constituents who were living in the middle of the occupation, correct.
And I see in the the third line, you'd agree with me that there's much at that point that you did not know that was happening in the background.
Of police operations, that is correct.
And you obviously would not expect the police to share sensitive operational information or intelligence with you.
Correct.
And you recognize the need for the police not to disclose all details.
Hypothetically, or I guess, yeah. I was never looking for details of the operation. I was always looking for protection for the residents who were living in the middle of what became a violent occupation in our city.
And if we look at 1147, Mr. Ayot's response to you, he indicates that we would not want to take action that would fan the flames and make things more dangerous. That strikes you as sensible and reasonable, I take it?
I was looking for protection for residents, and I was given absolutely no information why residents that live in the downtown were not being protected.
Let me move on, Councillor Fleury, to ask if you'd be good enough to answer this question. If we could please turn up document 2779, OTT. And perhaps you could scroll down a bit.
I believe we saw this document earlier today.
I'm sorry?
I believe we saw this document.
Right, okay.
earlier.
And so the concern you expressed to the mayor in the third paragraph relates again to the question of resources of the Ottawa Police Service.
Correct.
And again, you're seeking more resources.
Correct, as per the chief's requests publicly at that time.
And you recognize, obviously, that in the face of this massive demonstration, Ottawa Police Service officers obviously can't be everywhere.
I have no opinion.
They can't be actively managing a demonstration and doing all of the regular police duties. They have to prioritize things, correct?
I don't agree. I've stated that as a member of council on numerous occasions that City of Ottawa paid police officers need to protect and serve residents of Ottawa, not demonstrators that come to our city.
And let me just, I see my time is coming to an end, so I'll have many more questions, but I'll try to just ask a couple now. So if I could ask you, please, to turn to OPS 8245, please. And if you could scroll down it. You talked about, Councillor McKinney, a fire at, or an arson attempt at a apartment on Lisgar, correct?
That's correct.
And it's in your witness statement, and I believe you also mentioned it earlier this afternoon, correct?
And that's correct.
And you're obviously aware of what goes on in your community, I take it.
As much as I can be, yes.
And you wouldn't have any reason, this contains some details as to the police's investigation of the arson. You wouldn't have any reason to suggest that the police didn't investigate that arson, would you?
No, I believe that they did investigate the arson, the attempted arson.
And you're aware that two individuals were both charged with arson and a number of other offenses?
That's correct.
And in both cases, the media release indicated that they were not associated with the convoy, correct?
Yes, I did not agree with that, but that is what the media release said.
You would agree with me, you've given me many examples of legitimate concerns of residents during the protest. You would agree with me, however, that there are many examples of situations where the police did take actions to address residents' concerns during the convoy and did do outreach, correct?
Yes, we did outreach together, as a matter of fact.
And finally, perhaps I can just finish off. I understand your frustration with the level of enforcement that took place in the red zone during the convoy. But if we could please just turn up, just to assist you, OTT 28754. You referenced the injunction that the city ultimately obtained, correct?
I'm sorry, which injunction is this?
You talked about an injunction that the city of Ottawa obtained. Your view was that it was that they should have done it sooner, but you mentioned it. And so that's the decision of the Associate Chief Justice. I'm just going to ask if you'd be good enough to scroll to paragraph 26. Justice McWatt says, nevertheless, over 2,000 tickets for bylaw infractions have been given out since January 28 in relation to the demonstration. Specifically, 1732 parking tickets have been issued in the demonstration zone. That's the red zone, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
From January 28 to February 10, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And so you would agree with me that there was enforcement, there simply wasn't enough enforcement. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely.
And there was ultimately you agreed with me, I believe, that there was not enough resources available to successfully.
So your previous question, though, referred to bylaw, right? We're talking about the bylaw response here to tickets. So I do agree that there just weren't enough resources. And I do agree that police did not have, at this point, police also did not have enough resources. It's why I called on, actually wrote to the Prime Minister begging for resources to come into the city. So yes, I do agree.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Councillor McKenney. Thank you very much, Councillor Fleury. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next is the convoy organizers. If you have any questions.
I'd like to say good morning, but it's good evening. So I'll start with yourself, Councillor.
By introducing yourself,
Oh,
please.
first, hi, I'm Brendan from Alberta. I'm Brendan Miller. I'm counsel for Freedom Corp, of which is an organization that represents the protesters as well as the truckers that were in your city in 2022. So, Mr. Fleury, I want to start just asking you a few questions, if you don't mind. Do you remember sending an email on February 4th, 2022 to Kim Ayotte, Steve Kalinakokis, Keith Egile, Serge Arpin, Lucille Coulard, and Liberal Member of Parliament for Ottawa, Senator Yazir Naqvi, with a tweet from the former federal attorney general, Mr. Alan Rock, that stated the city should obtain an injunction to restrain the truck horns on the basis of nuisance. Do you remember sending that email?
Yes.
All right. And I understand that Mr. Ayotte, General Manager for Emergency and Protective Services for the City of Ottawa, replied to you. Is that right?
No, believe so. I believe the answer came from Steve Kay.
From Steve Kay himself?
I believe.
Okay. And from your recollection, what was that answer?
All options are being looked at.
Okay.
Can the witness see the document? Is there a reason we are not putting it to him?
I was just asking if you remembered, and I'm not permitted to because I didn't seek leave prior. So that's under the rules. So in your evidence, you made use of a term you referred to as microaggression. Is that right?
I believe so, multiple times.
Okay. Is microaggression, is your understanding of that, that it means verbal and environmental slights?
Je suis francophone, donc si vous voulez être spécifique sur les mots, il va falloir que vous me...
I'm francophone, so if you want to ask me specific things about words, you're going to have to ask me in French. You're asking me a theory about how to define something. Unfortunately, my knowledge of English terminology is perhaps not sufficiently appropriate, Commissioner.
Je m'appelle Brendan.
My name is Brendan.
I think, it is funny, but it's not. I am doing my very best to answer clear questions in English. You asked me a very specific question on a definition. I'm saying ask me, clarify in French, and I'm glad to specify if it is yes or no. The specificity of the nuance of a word, I'm uncomfortable in responding to your question.
What of the words that I put to you, and there's a few, so means, verbal, and environmental, and slights is confusing? Is there, which one are you confused about?
J'ai expliqué plusieurs fois que
I've already explained.
microagression, je sais pas si c'est la bonne terminologie, mais j'essaie de les exprimer.
Try to express this, and I've explained this to the Commissioner, that to my mind, everything in the periphery of the red zone was what I would describe as being microaggressions. I could describe microaggressions to you. For example, go in front of somebody and pull their mask off. I don't know how we want to describe that as a definition, but that's an example of a microaggression. Walking into a restaurant, being asked to leave, and sitting down without having the right to stay, that's another microaggression. Fighting somebody who's homeless, beating somebody who's homeless, that's another microaggression, another type of aggression. Making so much noise at such high volumes that you have to close down a daycare, that's another kind of aggression. That's how I've described aggressions, Commissioner. I'm not a lawyer. I don't have a background in specifics, but I'm trying to use the terminology that I can to be as specific as possible to describe what I received as information and what I was able to see.
Thank you. Could someone get him a pair of these so he can understand what I'm saying in English as well, please?
Oh, that's mean.
Is that possible?
Oh, God, there's so many.
Do you need this? Would you like one of these for when I question you in English? Because I'm unfortunately incapable of speaking French.
And I will do my very best to answer in English, but it was a very, I don't need it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you had said that beating up a homeless person was an aggression, at least the translation. That's what it was. That's more of an assault. So had you witnessed any homeless people get beaten up by protesters?
No, if you recall my intervention, the Shepherds of Good Hope is located at the corner of King Edward and Murray. There was an incident with a client. The executive director reached out to me to inform me of the incident.
Okay. And were any charges laid?
I have no clue.
Okay. Who was the individual who was beaten? Do you know?
I have no clue.
Okay. Thanks. So it was in February 4, 2022, you get that email. Were you aware that Chief Solly, as well as the OPP, had recommended that the city get an injunction in January 31?
I don't believe I was.
Okay. And both of you, I take it, none of you were on the police commission, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you understand that as general counsellors, not on the police commissioner involved with the police, again, my friend was trying to clarify that with you. The police are independent of the city and they can't share information that they know or their plans with you. Do you know that?
Absolutely. My interventions relate to information I have from my community and reports that my community residents and businesses did to the Ottawa Police, and making sure that it's getting the attention and awareness from authorities.
Okay, thank you. So those are some of my questions. The other one I had, what is your relationship with Zexi Lee? How long have you known her?
I've never met Zexi Lee except for when she was recognized as a community builder at City Hall by City Council.
Okay. And did you ever also assist, and I'll move on to yourself, Councillor, but with the distribution of the release agreements and the request of the protesters and truckers to leave under the auspices of signing a release from the injunction and claim that was filed by Ms. Lee?
You're asking me?
Yeah, did you?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you.
Councillor, so I understand that you do know Ms. Lee, is that right?
Yes, I met Miss Lee about a week after the occupation ended.
Okay, but prior to that, I understand that from some of the information that you were handing out some of those leaflets for them to sign and to leave. If they signed it, they would be released from the class action lawsuit. If they left, you were assisting with that.
Yes, that was at the time I had not met Zexi Lee. I had friends who had been working in the community, and I agreed to go out with them to try to encourage some of the people who were parked on Kent Street to move along to avoid being part of that class action.
Okay, thank you. And I think a lot of these have actually, my friend has got through most of them. When did Chief Sully advise you that he needed 1,800 officers? Do you remember when that was?
I can't tell you when it was. I do recall that he said that.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that he asked for that around February 8th, 2022?
It would be fair to say that. I can't say that that's the exact date, yes.
And so just to clarify, so when you made that motion in the special council meeting with respect to having the Ottawa Police Service be taken over by the RCMP, that was on February 7th, 2022. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Right. And why did you choose the RCMP and not the OPP?
At the time, I was desperate to do anything to bring order into the residential areas. I saw the area around Parliament as being the responsibility of the federal government, and that is why I asked for federal assistance, which was the RCMP.
Right. And in some of the records, a colleague of yours, I believe you know him, NDP member, Provincial Parliament, Joel Harden, he was contacting members in the community and members in the council trying to raise money for the claim of Ms. Lee. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. And one more question, actually, for you, Mr. Fleury. You had said earlier in your evidence that individuals and persons couldn't live in the space where the protesters had set up. Is that right?
Yes.
So how did the protesters live there?
A big rig, as you know, is quite a significant space. And what we saw was very creative ways to live in those spaces or in the cab or so. Yeah, I mean,
so
not sure where you're.
These individuals that are living there in the area, of course, are in their houses and as well as in their apartments, correct?
Who are the individuals in this case?
You said it wasn't livable for the residents, correct?
Correct.
Right. But they're living in their houses, and these truckers and protesters are living in their trucks, right?
You're saying that, yeah.
Okay. You would also define the trucks as weapons.
Yes.
Okay. And how were those weapons used to assault anyone or hurt them, other than the horns and the diesel you've already spoken about? Is that it?
The physical nature of the vehicle, which is quite large, and the combination of those are a form of a fortress, a form of a weapon.
Okay. So it's your view that a truck sitting on the side of a road with somebody sleeping inside of it is a weapon?
No.
Okay, so
Talking about the circumstances that created the occupation and created for businesses to not be able to operate safely, for transit services to be able to serve residents of Ottawa, for residents to be able to live in their own units, in their own properties, and walk safely on the streets of Ottawa.
okay. How many individuals that you know of since the occupation or the protest has ended, did you know during that time that vacated their residences?
I can't speak to that.
And last question. Ms. McKenney, or Councillor McKenney, you talked about in your evidence in chief about a counter protest, correct? That you attended?
Yes, at Billings Bridge on Riverside, yes.
And I have to put this to you, just, it's about fairness question, because there may be evidence about this later. Did you recall seeing at that protest a sign with one of the counter protests with a swastika on it that stated gas the vaccinated, gas the unvaccinated? Do you remember seeing that there?
I do not recall seeing that.
Thank you. Those are my only questions.
Thank you, and thank you for being brief. Next is former Chief Slowly.
Chief Slowly, look where he's going.
Yeah.
Former Chief Slowly's counsel.
I was looking.
Don't trip up
I
now.
looked up to nod hello, and I nearly knocked out a monitor. I'm Tom Curry. A couple of things, if I can, in the time that I have with you. You spoke earlier about the meeting of council on the 16th of February, recall, a long and difficult meeting. You agree?
Yes.
And at that meeting, a vote was tabled to, as you've described, to replace Councillor Deans as chair of the Police Services Board, right?
Correct.
And Councillor McKenney, you voted in opposition to that motion. Councillor Fleury, you divided on that question and thought Councillor Deans should resign.
Correct.
And if I recall the meeting, you thought she should resign on a principled basis, that what had occurred in the Police Services Board meeting earlier that day was a suggestion that another outside police chief be brought into the organization to help solve this problem.
Correct.
And you thought, for the reasons that you've explained to the commissioner, that it was not the time to go searching for a new police chief.
That is correct.
Elsewise, if I understand the record, you are a person who has over time been very supportive of Councillor Deans and her work on the Police Services Board.
I'd say neutral.
Neutral, all right. Councillor McKenney, you have been very strongly supportive of Councillor Deans in her role as Police Services Board Chair of the city.
I have, yes.
At the time of the debate about the resignation, or the replacement rather, by council, Councillor Deans described the circumstances in which Chief Slowly had operated as the chief. Do you recall that, both of you?
Yes, I do.
Yes?
Yes.
And she was a very passionate defender of Chief Slowly's work, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, and in fact, on that question, both of you have been as well, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And in fact, Councillor McKenney, you used the language.
Could I clarify, when you're saying how I felt about Peter Slowly is about his presence as the chief in Ottawa, not in the context of the occupation? I just want to clarify my yes there.
Thank you. So I can say up to the, I don't know whether you have a date in mind, but up to the period of the occupation, you were a strong supporter of Chief Peter Slowly.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, Councillor McKenney, for your part, you described to your councillors your fellow councillors and to the public a regret about losing Chief Slowly and felt that he had been scapegoated as a consequence of the events of the occupation leading to his resignation. True?
That's true.
And you felt so, as you described it then, on the basis that he was the city's first black police chief.
That is correct.
And that he was being, to use your language, scapegoated over the issues of the occupation, correct?
Yes, what I felt that night in that council meeting was that two people were going to be, one had felt he needed to resign, the other was being voted off. Being the chair of the board was that we've had one black chief of police, and this is only the, believe, second or third woman that has ever been.
Second, I believe.
Yeah.
Now then, I know neither of you have been multiple term councillors. I think Councillor McKenney 2 times.
3 times.
Councillor Fleury 3 times, yeah? Okay.
I was senior staff before I was
Okay, so you've been around the city a long time. Both of you have described to earlier to my friends that you understood that city council stays out of police operations and the Police Services Board has that legal mandate, correct?
Generally, I'd say yes, yeah.
And you were resolute defenders of your ward members and residents in trying to draw on every occasion the attention to police and the city of everything that you could to assist your ward residents, correct?
Correct.
In a focused way, yes.
In a focused way. And understood, each of you, that in the case of the chief, in the case of the city management, in the case of others, the mayor, presumably, that their mandates were wider than your own, correct?
Define it?
Yeah.
Well, start with the obvious. The chief of police is the chief of the entire city and not just a single ward.
Of his employees.
Correct. But he's the
Yes.
chief of police of the entire
He's the chief of the police of the entire city.
Yes, and has issues to address within his mandate that go beyond each of your wards. Must take into account those wards, but others, of course.
Yes.
During the time that you observed him, I appreciate, Councillor Fleury, that you lost confidence in Chief Slowly at some point during the occupation. But what you observed from Chief Slowly was the good faith execution of his duties, correct?
During the convoy, you're saying?
Yes.
Or generally?
Well, I mean, you tell me. You put it this way: you may disagree with you may have a disagreement about the way things were done or not done, but Chief Peter Slowly, you observed, was doing his best. Correct?
I'd like to clarify. I don't believe so. He briefed us on the Wednesday and the Thursday before the arrival of the convoy. We as council members had concerns. The truck route and the maintenance of the truck route was one. He informed us that he had legal backing of this information around the charter. We referenced, again, I'm asking for clarification on behalf of residents of Ottawa, and I to this day still don't have a legal document, either from the Police Services Board or from OPS, explaining where that decision came from, what legal environment was that in. So, and then you have the Chief Slowly who's saying, I need 1,800 new officers to resolve this. At the same time saying, this is not a policing matter. This is there's a political way to fix this. So that is the erosion of the support that I had for Peter Slowly, because if you're sticking to, I need more resources to be able to action, as council members, we should be aware, and other levels of government should be aware. But these two nuances relating to a charter right to bring the vehicle right to non-truck routes, and this floating of almost into political sphere around, hey, this is not a policing matter, is tricky.
Well, so you've combined a few thoughts. Those occurred on different dates as this evolved, first of all, correct?
Over the period.
And did you ask City Legal for a legal opinion?
We did.
Did you receive one?
No.
Okay. And did they give you an explanation that the reason they weren't going to give you the opinion, as to why they weren't giving you an opinion?
Because they couldn't speak to what opinion slowly got.
No, city legal.
That's what I'm saying.
I see, okay.
David White, who's city legal, we've asked him. I believe Councillor McKinney was in that meeting when we asked and said, what was the OPS and chief's decision to allow truck movement into the area? And our city legal is saying, we don't know, we've not been informed by the chief or the OPS as to what led to that operational action or inaction.
Okay, I'll just leave that. I'm gonna move along. Other witnesses will have to help us with that. But did you go and get your own legal opinion?
Well, the legal opinion we get is from David White.
And did he give you an opinion?
On what aspects?
The aspect that you needed an opinion about that you just described to the commissioner. What is the legal right of a protester? When did a legal protest become an illegal occupation, the one that you asked the commissioner? Did you?
Let's just put it this way. When truckers weren't able to show up at Queen's Park and when they weren't able to show up at National Assembly, then we know that our police chief, perception of the charter was a little nuanced. I didn't need to seek more. It was at the time we were living the impacts of the crisis. We're not going to debate decisions that were already made and have impacts.
You described to one of my friends earlier, those events occurred afterwards. Everyone on earth learned what happened in Ottawa.
So the charter changed during the period?
Well, I'll give you an opinion afterwards about that. But Councillor McKinney, can I just have it from you that, please, that your observation of Chief Slowly from the beginning to the end was that he exercised his duties to the best of his ability in good faith?
I believe that he did, but I also believe that he made an error, whether it was in judgment or he had a legal opinion on what constituted the right to protest, to bring large trucks into the downtown. We were never, ever given a satisfactory explanation as to why that was allowed to occur. And from then on, I believe that, perhaps, yes, I do believe that he continued to do the best he could given the circumstances, but I go back to the fact that the truck should have never been allowed to enter the city.
Every protest that you have ever been involved in the city of Ottawa was different than this one, correct? This was unprecedented.
Correct.
Councillor Fleury?
Well, you made an assumption participated in. I've never participated in a...
Well, do you know what I mean by that?
Well,
I'll be clear.
We're on record.
No, forgive me. I'll be clear if you didn't know. Every protest that has occurred in the city of Ottawa from the time that you were a councillor.
Correct.
As people have, an earlier witness said, people come, they protest, they leave.
Correct.
That's your experience.
We have about 100 protests in Ottawa a year.
And you have not had one like this?
No.
The scale, correct?
Correct.
Scale was larger. The volatility was higher.
Correct.
Correct.
The demeanor of the crowd was angrier.
Correct.
And it became, as you've pointed out, an occupation. Yes?
Because the vehicles were allowed into the downtown, yes.
Well, the vehicles came to the downtown. Other vehicles have come to your downtown and then
Well, let me put it this way. Canada Day happens, and if I decide I want to drive my car up onto Wellington while the street's shut down, I don't have a right to do that. I have a right to protest. I've actually been in many protests. I've probably, have obviously with my background, I've gone up to the Hill. I've been at protests, but nobody has ever given me the charter right to take a vehicle into a protest. So I do, I'm not going to submit that that the trucks coming in and allowed to park along Queen Elizabeth Drive should have ever been allowed.
You give us the assumption that the size and scale of the protests and the inability to respond is just based on that. I guess what we're saying back to you is if the trucks never made it to the zone, then we would have had a very different protest.
I'm sure the commissioner will take that into account from other witnesses also. I think we all understand that, actually. So then a couple of other quick things. Am I right that both of you supported requesting the federal government to exercise its powers to declare an emergency?
Yes, by the time that occurred, I was desperate. The people who were in the downtown where the occupation was happening were desperate. We needed it to end. By that point, I did support the federal government's use of the Emergency Act, yes.
Councillor?
It's just a little more nuanced. To me, we were asking for actions from senior levels of government to get back our city and dismantle the occupation.
Understood. And you also, I think you told one of my friends, you endorsed the Chief Slowly's request for an additional 1,800 officers.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And understood that the OPS had no adequate resources to deal with what had occurred.
At that point, absolutely.
Okay. I have no other questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Careful.
Jeez.
Okay, next is the Government of Canada.
Good evening now, councillors. My name is Brendan Van Heiss, and I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada in this matter. And I just have a couple of brief questions for you. If we could pull up Ottawa 406610. This is a disposition document from the council meeting of February the 7th. You familiar with that meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And this was a meeting in which many different motions were brought and passed with respect to the convoy, yes?
Correct.
Yes.
I just want to focus on a couple of them, which the two of you testifying today brought or seconded. The first is if we could carry down to page 10 of the document. And to the one on the bottom of the page there, that's right about there. This is a motion that was moved by you, Councillor McKenney, and seconded by you, Councillor Fleury?
Correct.
Yes.
And this was referred to earlier, but this was the motion. If you just go over to the next page, the top of the next page, this is the motion that was carried asking for the RCMP to assume control of the parliamentary precinct, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And in the next morning, I don't think we need to go to the document, but the next morning, I believe we can if you wish, but Chief Slowly wrote to you and the rest of council to advise about the operation of the Police Services Act and how, and to provide some of the legal reasons, at least as he was informed of them, why the RCMP could not directly assume enforcement as police of local jurisdiction immediately. Do you
We
recall
saw that document, but if I recall, it's
Was to
directly
the-
to the mayor,
Yeah,
not
it
to
wasn't to
council.
us.
Excuse me. Okay. Did you see that document, though?
Now we did, but
Now you
I was
have.
not aware.
All right, fair enough. Can we move on to the bottom of page 11 of the same document? Just vanished.
Can we show the witnesses the document? Oh, there we are.
If you could just go back to page 11 again. And then this is a motion that you moved, Councillor Fleury, and you seconded Councillor McKenney, right?
Correct.
And if you just scroll slightly down the page, this is the motion I think referred to earlier with respect to increasing the set fines for offenses under municipal bylaws and the POA. Is that right?
Correct.
Correct.
And this was passed as well, right?
Just there's a bit of nuance in what you're describing. We don't have the authority to change the fine levels. I believe it is, as it reads there, consider making an application to set fine increases. That's to the provincial courts.
Okay. Okay. So that's as far as this method went.
I believe it was supported by the courts ultimately.
Yes.
Okay. And then could we lastly go to a motion on page 17? It's that one there that is moved by Councillor Meehan and seconded by you, Councillor McKenney?
Correct.
And this motion actually on February the 7th is defeated on an even split vote. Is that right?
Correct.
But I take it that both of the two of you were yeas in favor of this motion on February the 7th?
Correct.
As per record, yes.
It was that because both of you, from what we've heard today, looking at the situation from your perspective as the ward councillors in this area of Ottawa viewed the circumstances that existed on February the 7th as potentially warranting the invocation of the Federal Emergencies Act and therefore warranting at least that this be discussed with the federal government?
At that point, yes, it was to enter into discussions.
Yes.
When the act was in fact invoked a week later on February 14th, I think a number of things happened that day. The City of Ottawa also accomplished or was issued an injunction that day, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And the Emergencies Act was invoked, or its invocation was announced by the Prime Minister that day?
Correct.
Yes.
And I'll ask you this, had the circumstances that led you to this view on February the 7th subsided enough to change your view that they warranted this step, at least as far as Ottawa is concerned?
Sorry, if you could repeat the question.
Subsidized.
Had the circumstances changed enough? Had they gotten better enough that you to change your view that the step was warranted?
It didn't change.
Yeah, they were worse.
Okay. And enforcement was not in fact accomplished until after February 14th when both the act and the injunction were in place. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yes.
And additional resources were in place from Ontario and the RCMP?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. If I could now call on the Democracy Fund and Citizens of Freedom and JCCF.
Good evening, councillors. My name's Rob Kittredge, and I'll have just a few short questions for you today. I will direct the first couple to Councillor Fleury. You referred in your testimony to what you call the occupation. Would it be fair to say that when you use the term the occupation, you're primarily referring to the various trucks and other vehicles illegally parked on downtown Ottawa streets during the protests in February?
Downtown streets, it's more than the downtown streets. It depends what your downtown is. Officially for us, Catherine McKinney's represents the downtown. I don't represent the downtown. So
right.
The occupation refers to my area as well.
I'm happy to expand that to say, let's revisit that and say vehicles illegally parked on Ottawa streets.
Sure.
So you'd agree with that as
Yes.
what you mean when you say the occupation. You've identified a variety of issues that arose during the convoy protests. For example, honking, downtown congestion, Ottawa congestion, and road blockages, idling vehicles and related smells and fumes, etc. Would you agree that the root cause of all of these issues was the fact that large numbers of vehicles remained illegally parked throughout Ottawa? To put it...
that trucks were able to make their way on non-truck routes in downtown Ottawa, yes.
If illegal parking could be stopped, what you call the occupation would have ended, correct?
If the City of Ottawa's truck routes were followed, and if fluidity of movements on the roadway was respected, and if parking rules were followed, you're correct.
In fact, the only way to end what you refer to as the occupation was to remove illegally parked vehicles from downtown Ottawa streets. Wouldn't you agree?
Or prevent them in the first place.
Sure, but once they were there, the only way to end the occupation would be to remove them from the streets. Correct?
To dismantle.
To dismantle.
Well, it wasn't just vehicles. There were structures, there were people, there were number of elements. So when you're defining vehicle or moving the vehicle off the roadway, it's a little more complex than that.
Right, but a necessary element to ending the what you call the occupation would be removing the vehicles from the streets.
I'm not sure. The people were moved, and we stopped to hear the honking. The vehicles were closed.
So you'd be. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the police operations that moved folks off, the vehicles were still in place. Right away we started to get less complaints, and it took a number of hours and days. And yet, right away, as soon as the people were moved out of the zone, then operations to remove vehicles and to stop the honking and the fumes and the structures was able to begin.
Right, but the end of the occupation came when the vehicles, well, one of the necessary conditions was that the vehicles were removed.
When the people were moved out of the zone.
So you'd be happy to have the vehicles remain on the streets of Ottawa indefinitely as long as the people
A different
weren't there?
issue. A vehicle without people is not an issue. A turned off vehicle in itself can be easily moved by authorities. It's the combination of what I call the weapon, the big rig, and the people in and around that activation, and the fortress of that created the environment that we've been describing all throughout the afternoon.
All right. In any event, there are laws and bylaws in effect prohibiting illegal parking in the city of Ottawa. Is that correct?
Yeah, and they're well used in my area generally.
Generally. But in the time leading up to the invocation of the Federal Emergencies Act, you testified that there was no enforcement of parking violations in the downtown Ottawa area. Is that correct?
1,700.
I've repeated that the parking rules on the perimeter of the red zone, even when it was called to 311, were not effectively responded to in the nature that I'm accustomed to by the City of Ottawa.
All right, I'll take that. Councillor McKenney, I just have one quick question for you, or two quick questions, depending on how you answer. Were you involved in or aware of any discussions regarding taking legal action to enforce performance of the contracts the city had in place with tow truck drivers?
Yes, I was.
And who were those discussions with?
Oh, I just understood that there had been discussions with tow truck drivers to remove the large vehicles, and that no tow truck drivers would take those contracts.
All right, well, I'm afraid we may have slightly more than two questions here, but were you aware of any discussions about the city taking legal action to enforce those contracts?
No, I wasn't.
You weren't. All right, and the city did not take legal action to enforce those contracts?
I don't know.
You're not aware of it?
I'm not aware of it,
Okay.
no.
All right, well, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the City of Ottawa.
Alyssa Tompkins for the City of Ottawa. Happy news to everybody. All of the areas which I had hoped to cover have been covered through the examinations today.
Oh, a nice Friday night gift. Okay, but you get no credit for that in the balance. Just so you know, it's day by day. So that ends for today. I can thank the two witnesses for your contribution. Merci beaucoup for your assistance. Très apprécié.
This is very much appreciated.
Ends for today, earlier than the 7 o'clock I threatened, and I wish everyone a nice weekend. We'll be reconvening at 9:30 on Monday morning, and we look forward to the continuation. We adjourned for the day.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.